This is section 38 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 142, Life on the Mississippi. The Mississippi book was completed at last and placed in Osgood's hands for publication. Clemens was immensely fond of Osgood. Osgood would come down to Hartford and spend days discussing plans and playing billiards, which to Mark Twain's mind was the proper way to conduct business. Besides, there was Webster, who by this time, or a very little later, had the word publisher printed in his letterheads, and was truly that, so far as the new book was concerned. Osgood had become little more than its manufacturer, shipping agent, and accountant. It should be added that he made the book well, though somewhat expensively. He was unaccustomed to getting out big subscription volumes. His taste ran to the artistic, expensive product. "That book cost me $50,000 to make," Clemens once declared. "Bliss could have built a whole library for that sum, but Osgood was a lovely fellow." Life on the Mississippi was issued about the middle of May. It was a handsome book of its kind and a successful book, but not immediately a profitable one, because of the manner of its issue. It was experimental, and experiments are likely to be costly, even when successful in the final result. Among other things, it pronounced the final doom of kaolatype. The artists who drew the pictures for it declined to draw them if they were to be reproduced by that process, or indeed unless some one of the lately discovered photographic processes was used. Furthermore, the latter were much cheaper, and it was to the advantage of Clemens himself to repudiate kaolatype, even for his own work. Webster was ordered to wind up the last ends of the engraving business with as little sacrifice as possible, and attend entirely to more profitable affairs, viz., the distribution of books. As literature, the Mississippi book will rank with Mark Twain's best, so far at least as the first 20 chapters of it are concerned. Earlier in this history these have been sufficiently commented upon. They constitute a literary memorial seemingly as enduring as the river itself. Concerning the remaining chapters of the book, they are also literature, but of a different class. The difference is about the same as that between A Tramp Abroad and The Innocents. It is the difference between the labors of love and duty, between art and industry, literature and journalism. But the last is hardly fair. It is journalism, but it is literary journalism, and there are unquestionably areas that are purely literary and not journalistic at all. There would always be those in any book of travel he might write. The story of the river revisited is an interesting theme, and if the revisiting had been done, let us say, 8 or 10 years earlier, before he had become a theoretical pessimist, and before the river itself had become a background for pessimism, the tale might have had more of the literary glamour and illusion, even if less, that is, otherwise valuable. Life on the Mississippi has been always popular in Germany. The Emperor William of Germany once assured Mark Twain that it was his favorite American book, and on the same evening the portier of the author's lodging in Berlin echoed the Emperor's opinion. Paul Lindau, a distinguished German author and critic, in an interview at the time the Mississippi book appeared, spoke of the general delight of his countrymen in its author. When he was asked, "But have not the Germans been offended by Mark Twain's strictures on their customs and language in his Tramp Abroad?" he replied, "We know what we are and how we look, and the fanciful picture presented to our eyes gives us only food for laughter, not cause for resentment. The jokes he made on our long words, our inverted sentences, and the position of the verb have really led to a reform in style which will end in making our language as compact and crisp as the French or English. I regard Mark Twain as the foremost humorist of the age." Howells, traveling through Europe, found Lindau's final sentiment echoed elsewhere, and he found something more. In Europe, Mark Twain was already highly regarded as a serious writer. Thomas Hardy said to Howells one night at dinner: "Why don't people understand that Mark Twain is not merely a great humorist? He is a very remarkable fellow in a very different way." The Rev. Dr. Parker, returning from England just then, declared that wherever he went among literary people the talk was about Mark Twain; also that on two occasions, when he had ventured diffidently to say that he knew that author personally, he was at once so evidently regarded as lying for effect that he felt guilty and looked it, and did not venture to say it any more, thus, in a manner, practicing untruth to save his reputation for veracity. That the Mississippi book throughout did much to solidify this foreign opinion of Mark Twain's literary importance cannot be doubted, and it is one of his books that will live longest in the memory of men. End of Chapter 142, Life on the Mississippi, read by John Greenman. This is section 39 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 143, A Guest of Royalty. For purposes of copyright another trip to Canada was necessary, and when the newspapers announced, May, 1883, that Mark Twain was about to cross the border, there came one morning the following telegram: "Meeting of Literary and Scientific Society at Ottawa from 22nd to 26th. It would give me much pleasure if you could come and be my guest during that time. Lorne." The Marquis of Lorne, then Governor General of Canada, was the husband of Queen Victoria's daughter, the Princess Louise. The invitation was therefore in the nature of a command. Clemens obeyed it graciously enough, and with a feeling of exaltation, no doubt. He had been honored by the noble and the great in many lands, but this was royalty, English royalty, paying a tribute to an American writer whom neither the Marquis nor the Princess, his wife, had ever seen. They had invited him because they had cared enough for his books to make them wish to see him, to have him as a guest in Rideau Hall, their home. Mark Twain was democratic. A king to him was no more than any other man, rather less if he were not a good king, but there was something national in this tribute, and besides, Lord Lorne and the Princess Louise were the kind of sovereigns that honored their rank instead of being honored by it. It is a good deal like a fairy tale when you think of it, the barefooted boy of Hannibal, who had become a printer, a pilot, a rough-handed miner, being summoned, not so many years later, by royalty, as one of America's foremost men of letters. The honor was no greater than many others he had received, certainly not greater than the calls of Canon Kingsley and Robert Browning and Turgenev at his London hotel lodgings, but it was of a less usual kind. Clemens enjoyed his visit. Princess Louise and the Marquis of Lorne kept him with them almost continually, and were loath to let him go. Once they took him tobogganing, an exciting experience. It happened that during his stay with them the opening of the Canadian Parliament took place. Lord Lorne and the principal dignitaries of state entered one carriage, and in a carriage behind them followed Princess Louise with Mark Twain. As they approached the Parliament House the customary salute was fired. Clemens pretended to the Princess considerable gratification. The temptation was too strong to resist. "Your Highness," he said, "I have had other compliments paid to me, but none equal to this one. I have never before had a salute fired in my honor." Returning to Hartford, he sent copies of his books to Lord Lorne, and to the Princess a special copy of that absurd manual, The New Guide of the Conversation in Portuguese and English, for which he had written an introduction. A serious work in Portugal, though issued by Osgood ('83) as a joke. Clemens, in the introduction, says, "Its delicious, unconscious ridiculousness and its enchanting naivety are as supreme and unapproachable in their way as Shakespeare's sublimities. An extract, the closing paragraph from the book's preface, will illustrate his meaning. We expect, then, who the little book, for the care that we wrote him and for her typographical correction, that may be worth the acceptation of the studious persons, and especially of the youth, at which we dedicate him particularly. End of chapter 143, A Guest of Royalty. Read by John Greenman. This is section 40 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 144, A Summer Literary Harvest. Arriving at the farm in June, Clemens had a fresh crop of ideas for stories of many lengths and varieties. His notebook of that time is full of motifs and plots, most of them of that improbable and extravagant kind which tended to defeat any literary purpose, whether humorous or otherwise. It seems worth while setting down one or more of these here, for they are characteristic of the myriad conceptions that came and went, and, beyond these written memoranda, left no trace behind. Here is a fair example of many. Two men starving on a raft. The pauper has a Boston cracker, resolves to keep it till the multimillionaire is beginning to starve, then make him pay $50,000 for it. Millionaire agrees. Pauper's cupidity rises, resolves to wait and get more. 24 hours later asks him $1,000,000 for the cracker. Millionaire agrees. Pauper has a wild dream of becoming enormously rich off his cracker, backs down, lies all night building castles in the air. Next day raises his price higher and higher, till millionaire has offered $100,000,000, every cent he has in the world. Pauper accepts. Millionaire, now give it to me. Pauper, no, it isn't a trade until you sign documental history of the transaction and make an oath to pay. While Pauper is finishing the document, millionaire sees a ship. When Pauper says, "Sign and take the cracker," millionaire smiles a smile, declines, and points to the ship. Yet this is hardly more extravagant than another idea that is mentioned repeatedly among the notes, that of an otherwise penniless man wandering about London with a single £1,000,000 bank note in his possession, a motif which developed into a very good story indeed. Idea for Stormfield's Visit to Heaven. In modern times the halls of heaven are warmed by registers connected with hell, and this is greatly applauded by Jonathan Edwards, Calvin, Baxter and Company, because it adds a new pang to the sinner's sufferings to know that the very fire which tortures him is the means of making the righteous comfortable. Then there was to be another story in which the various characters were to have a weird pestilential nomenclature, such as Lockjaw Harris, Influenza Smith, Synapsism Davis, and a dozen or two more, a perfect outbreak of disorders. Another, probably the inspiration of some very hot afternoon, was to present life in the interior of an iceberg, where a colony would live for a generation or two, drifting about in a vast circular current year after year, subsisting on polar bears and other Arctic game. An idea which he followed out and completed was the 1002nd Arabian Night, in which Scheherazade continues her stories until she finally talks the Sultan to death. That was a humorous idea, certainly, but when Howells came home and read it in the usual way, he declared that, while the opening was killingly funny, when he got into the story itself it seemed to him that he was made a fellow-sufferer with the Sultan, from Scheherazade's prolixity. "On the whole," he said, "it is not your best, nor your second best, but all the way it skirts a certain kind of fun which you can't afford to indulge in." and that was the truth. So the tale, neatly typewritten, retired to seclusion, and there remains to this day. Clemens had one inspiration that summer which was not directly literary, but historical, due to his familiarity with English dates. He wrote Twichell, "Day before yesterday, feeling not in condition for writing, I left the study, but I couldn't hold in, had to do something. So I spent 8 hours in the sun with a yardstick, measuring off the reigns of the English kings on the roads in these grounds, from William the Conqueror to 1883, calculating to invent an open air game which shall fill the children's heads with dates without study. I give each king's reign 1 foot of space to the year, and drive 1 stake in the ground to mark the beginning of each reign, and I make the children call the stake by the king's name. You can stand in the door and take a bird's eye view of English monarchy, from the Conqueror to Edward the Fourth. Then you can turn and follow the road up the hill to the study and beyond with an opera glass, and bird's eye view the rest of it to 1883. You can mark the sharp difference in the length of reigns by the varying distances of the stakes apart. You can see Richard II, 2 feet, Oliver Cromwell, 2 feet, James II, 3 feet, and so on, and then big skips, pegs standing 45, 46, 50, 56, and 60 feet apart. Elizabeth, Victoria, Edward III, Henry III, and George III. By the way, third's a lucky number for length of days, isn't it? Yes, sir. By my scheme you get a realizing notion of the time occupied by reigns. The reason it took me 8 hours was because, with little Jean's interrupting assistance, I had to measure from the Conquest to the end of Henry VI 3 times over, and besides I had to whittle out all those pegs. I did a full day's work and a third over yesterday, but was full of my game after I went to bed, trying to fit it for indoors, so I didn't get to sleep till pretty late. But when I did go off I had contrived a new way to play my history game with cards and a board. We may be sure the idea of the game would possess him once it got a fair start like that. He decided to save the human race that year with a history game. When he had got the children fairly going and interested in playing it, he adapted it to a cribbage board, and spent his days and nights working it out and perfecting it to a degree where the world at large might learn all the facts of all the histories, not only without effort, but with an actual hunger for chronology. He would have a game not only of the English kings, but of the kings of every other nation, likewise of great statesmen, vice-chancellors, churchmen, of celebrities in every line. He would prepare a book to accompany these games. Each game would contain 1,000 facts, while the book would contain 8,000. It would be a veritable encyclopedia. He would organize clubs throughout the United States for playing the game. Prizes were to be given. Experts would take it up. He foresaw a department in every newspaper devoted to the game and its problems, instead of to chess and whist and other useless diversions. He wrote to Orion, and set him to work gathering facts and dates by the bushel. He wrote to Webster, sent him a plan, and ordered him to apply for the patent without delay. Patents must also be applied for abroad. With all nations playing this great game, very likely it would produce millions in royalties, and so, in the true seller's fashion, The iridescent bubble was blown larger and larger until finally it blew up. The game on paper had become so large, so elaborate, so intricate that no one could play it. Yet the first idea was a good one. The king stakes driven along the driveway and up the hillside of Quarry Farm. The children enjoyed it and played it through many sweet summer afternoons. Once in the days when he had grown old he wrote, remembering: "Among the principal merits of the games which we played by help of the pegs were these: that they had to be played in the open air, and that they compelled brisk exercise. The peg of William the Conqueror stood in front of the house. One could stand near the Conqueror and have all English history skeletonized and landmarked and mile posted under his eye. The eye has a good memory. Many years have gone by and the pegs have disappeared, but I still see them and each in its place, and no king's name falls upon my ear without my seeing his pegs at once, and noticing just how many feet of space he takes up along the road." It turned out an important literary year after all. In the Mississippi book he had used a chapter from the story he had been working at from time to time for a number of years, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Reading over the manuscript now, he found his interest in it sharp and fresh, his inspiration renewed. The trip down the river had revived it. The interest in the game became quiescent, and he set to work to finish the story at a dead heat. To Howells, August the 22nd, 1883, he wrote: "I have written 800 or 900 manuscript pages in such a brief space of time that I mustn't name the number of days. I shouldn't believe it myself, and of course couldn't expect you to. I used to restrict myself to 4 and 5 hours a day and 5 days in the week, but this time I have wrought from breakfast till 5:15 p.m. 6 days in the week, and once or twice I smooched a Sunday when the boss wasn't looking. Nothing is half so good as literature hooked on Sunday on the sly." He refers to the game, though rather indifferently. "When I wrote you I thought I had it, whereas I was merely entering upon the initiatory difficulties of it. I might have known it wouldn't be an easy job, or somebody would have invented a decent historical game long ago, a thing which nobody has done." Notwithstanding the fact that he was working at Huck with enthusiasm, he seems to have been in no hurry to revise it for publication, either as a serial or as a book. But the fact that he persevered until Huck Finn at last found complete utterance was of itself a sufficient matter for congratulation. End of Chapter 144. A Summer Literary Harvest. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 41 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 145. Howells and Clemens Write a Play. Before Howells went abroad, Clemens had written: "Now I think that the play for you to write would be one entitled 'Colonel Mulberry Sellers in Age, 75, with Lafayette Hawkins, at 50, still sticking to him and believing in him and calling him my lord. He, Sellers, is a specialist and a scientist in various ways. Your refined people and purity of speech would make the best possible background, and when you are done I could take your manuscript and rewrite the Colonel's speeches and make him properly extravagant, and I would let the play go to Raymond and bind him up with a contract that would give him the bellyache every time he read it. Shall we think this over, or drop it as being nonsense?" Howells, returned and settled in Boston once more, had revived an interest in the play idea. He corresponded with Clemens concerning it and agreed that the American claimant, Leathers, should furnish the initial impulse of the drama. They decided to revive Colonel Sellers and make him the heir. Colonel Sellers, in old age, more wildly extravagant than ever, with new schemes, new patents, new methods of ameliorating the ills of mankind. Howells came down to Hartford from Boston full of enthusiasm. He found Clemens with some ideas of the plan jotted down, certain effects and situations which seemed to him amusing, but there was no general scheme of action. Howells, telling of it, says: "I felt authorized to make him observe that his scheme was as nearly nothing as chaos could be. He agreed hilariously with me, and was willing to let it stand in proof of his entire dramatic inability." Howells in turn proposed a plan which Clemens approved, and they set to work. Howells could imitate Clemens' literary manner, and they had a riotously jubilant fortnight working out their humors. Howells has told about it in his book, and he once related it to the writer of this memoir. He said: "Clemens took one scene and I another. We had loads and loads of fun about it. We cracked our sides laughing over it as it went along. We thought it mighty good, and I think to this day that it was mighty good. We called the play Colonel Sellers. We revived him. Clemens had a notion of Sellers as a spiritual medium. There was a good deal of excitement about spiritualism then. He also had a notion of Sellers leading a women's temperance crusade. We conceived the idea of Sellers wanting to try, in the presence of the audience, how a man felt who had fallen through drink. Sellers was to end with a sort of corkscrew performance on the stage. He always wore a marvelous fire extinguisher, one of his inventions, strapped on his back, so in any sudden emergency he could give proof of its effectiveness." In connection with the extinguisher, Howells provided Sellers with a pair of wings, which Sellers declared would enable him to float around in any altitude where the flames might break out. The extinguisher was not to be charged with water or any sort of liquid, but with Greek fire, on the principle that like cures like. In other words, the building was to be inoculated with Greek fire against the ordinary conflagration. Of course, the whole thing was absurd as possible, and reading the old manuscript today, one is impressed with the roaring humor of some of the scenes, and with the wild extravagance of the farce motive, not wholly warranted by the previous character of Sellers, unless, indeed, he had gone stark mad. It is, in fact, Sellers caricatured. The gentle, tender side of Sellers, the best side, the side which Clemens and Howells themselves cared for most, is not there. Chapter III of Mark Twain's novel The American Claimant contains a scene between Colonel Sellers and Washington Hawkins, which presents the extravagance of the Colonel's materialization scheme. It is a modified version of one of the scenes in the play, and is as amusing and unoffending as any. The author's rollicking joy in their work convinced them that they had produced a masterpiece for which the public in general, and the actors in particular, were waiting. Howells went back to Boston tired out, but elate in the prospect of imminent fortune. End of Chapter 145. Howells and Clemens write a play. Read by John Greenman. This is section 42 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 2. This recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 146, Distinguished Visitors. Meanwhile, while Howells had been in Hartford working at the play with Clemens, Matthew Arnold had arrived in Boston. On inquiring for Howells at his home, the visitor was told that he had gone to see Mark Twain. Arnold was perhaps the only literary Englishman left who had not accepted Mark Twain as his larger value. He seemed surprised, and said, "Oh, but he doesn't like that sort of thing, does he?" To which Mrs. Howells replied, "He likes Mr. Clemens very much, and he thinks him one of the greatest men he ever knew." Arnold proceeded to Hartford to lecture, and one night Howells and Clemens went to meet him at a reception. Says Howells, "While his hand laxly held mine in greeting, I saw his eyes fixed intensely on the other side of the room. 'Who in the world is that?' I looked and said, 'Oh, that is Mark Twain.'" I do not remember just how their instant encounter was contrived by Arnold's wish, but I have the impression that they were not parted for long during the evening, and the next night Arnold, as if still under the glamour of that potent presence, was at Clemens's house. He came there to dine with the Twichells and the Rev. Dr. Edwin P. Parker. Dr. Parker and Arnold left together, and, walking quietly homeward, discussed the remarkable creature whose presence they had just left. Clemens had been at his best that night, at his humorous best. He had kept a perpetual gale of laughter going, with a string of comment and anecdote of a kind which Twichell once declared the world had never before seen and would never see again. Arnold seemed dazed by it, unable to come out from under its influence. He repeated some of the things Mark Twain had said, thoughtfully, as if trying to analyze their magic. Then he asked solemnly, "And is he never serious?" And Dr. Parker as solemnly answered, "Mr. Arnold, he is the most serious man in the world." Dr. Parker, recalling this incident, remembered also that Protap Chunder Mazumdar, a Hindu Christian prelate of high rank, visited Hartford in 1883, and that his one desire was to meet Mark Twain. In some memoranda of this visit Dr. Parker has written, "I said that Mark Twain was a friend of mine, and we would immediately go to his house. He was all eagerness, and I perceived that I had risen greatly in this most refined and cultivated gentleman's estimation. Arriving at Mr. Clemens's residence, I promptly sought a brief private interview with my friend for his enlightenment concerning the distinguished visitor, after which they were introduced and spent a long while together. In due time Mazumdar came forth with Mark's likeness and autograph, and as we walked away his whole air and manner seemed to say, with Simeon of old, 'Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace.'" End of Chapter 146, Distinguished Visitors, read by John Greenman. This is section 43 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 147, The Fortunes of a Play. Howells is of the impression that the Claimant play had been offered to other actors before Raymond was made aware of it, but there are letters to Webster which indicate that Raymond was to see the play first, though Clemens declares, in a letter of instruction, that he hopes Raymond will not take it. Then he says, "Why do I offer him the play at all? For these reasons: he plays that character well. There are not 30 actors in the country who can do it better, and, too, he has a sort of sentimental right to be offered the piece, though no moral or legal or other kind of right. Therefore we do offer it to him, but only once, not twice. Let us have no hemming and hawing. Make short, sharp work of the business. I decline to have any correspondence with R. myself in any way." This was at the end of November, 1883, while the play was still being revised. Negotiations with Raymond had already begun, though he does not appear to have actually seen the play during that theatrical season, and many and various were the attempts made to place it elsewhere, always with one result, that each actor or manager, in the end, declared it to be strictly a Raymond play. The thing was hanging fire for nearly a year altogether, while they were waiting on Raymond, who had a profitable play and was in no hurry for the recrudescence of Sellers. Howells tells how he eventually took the manuscript to Raymond, whom he found "in a mood of sweet reasonableness" at one of Osgood's luncheons. Raymond said he could not do the play then, but was sure he would like it for the coming season, and in any case would be glad to read it. In due time Raymond reported favorably on the play, at least so far as the first act was concerned, but he objected to the materialization feature, and to Sellers as claimant for the English earldom. He asked that these features be eliminated, or at least much ameliorated. But as these constituted the backbone and purpose of the whole play, Clemens and Howells decided that what was left would be hardly worth while. Raymond finally agreed to try the play as it was in one of the larger towns, Howells thinks in Buffalo. A week later the manuscript came back to Webster, who had general charge of the business negotiations, as indeed he had of all Mark Twain's affairs at this time, and with it a brief line: "Dear Sir, I have just finished rereading the play, and am convinced that in its present form it would not prove successful. I return the manuscript by express to your address. Thanking you for your courtesy, I am, Yours truly, John T. Raymond. P.S. If the play is altered and made longer, I will be pleased to read it again." In his former letter Raymond had declared that Sellers, while a very sanguine man, was not a lunatic, and no one but a lunatic could for a moment imagine that he had done such a work, meaning the materialization. Clearly Raymond wanted a more serious presentation, something akin to his earlier success, and on the whole we can hardly blame him, but the authors had faith in their performance as it stood, and agreed they would make no change. Finally, a well-known elocutionist named Burbank conceived the notion of impersonating Raymond as well as Sellers, making of it a sort of double burlesque, and agreed to take the play on those terms. Burbank came to Hartford and showed what he could do. Howells and Clemens agreed to give him the play, and they hired the old Lyceum Theater for a week, at $700, for its trial presentation. Daniel Frohman promoted it. Clemens and Howells went over the play and made some changes, but they were not as hilarious over it or as full of enthusiasm as they had been in the beginning. Howells put in a night of suffering, long dark hours of hot and cold waves of fear, and rising next morning from a tossing bed wrote: "Here's a play which every manager has put out of doors, and which every actor known to us has refused, and now we go and give it to an elocutioner. We are fools." Clemens hurried over to Boston to consult with Howells, and in the end they agreed to pay the $700 for the theater, take the play off, and give Burbank his freedom. But Clemens' faith in it did not immediately die. Howells relinquished all right and title in it, and Clemens started it out with Burbank and a traveling company, doing one-night stands, and kept it going for a week or more at his own expense. It never reached New York. "And yet," says Howells, "I think now that if it had come it would have been successful. So hard does the faith of the unsuccessful dramatist die." This was as late as the spring of 1886, at which time Howells's faith in the play was exceedingly shaky. In one letter he wrote: "It is a lunatic that we have created, and while a lunatic in one act might amuse, I'm afraid that in three he would simply bore." And again: "As it stands, I believe the thing will fail, and it would be a disgrace to have it succeed." End of Chapter 147. The Fortunes of a Play, read by John Greenman. This is section 44 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 148, Cable and His Great Joke. Meanwhile, with the completion of the Sellers play, Clemens had flung himself into dramatic writing once more, with a new and more violent impetuosity than ever. Howells had hardly returned to Boston when he wrote: "Now let's write a tragedy. The enclosed is not fancy, it is history, except that the little girl was a passing stranger, and not kin to any of the parties. I read the incident in Carlyle's Cromwell a year ago, and made a note in my notebook. Stumbled on the note to day, and wrote up the closing scene of a possible tragedy, to see how it might work. If we made this colonel a grand fellow and gave him a wife to suit, eh? It's right in the big historical times, war, Cromwell in big picturesque power, and all that. Come, let's do this tragedy, and do it well. Curious, but didn't Florence want a Cromwell? But Cromwell would not be the chief figure here." It was the closing scene of that pathetic passage in history from which he would later make his story, "The Death Disk." Howells was too tired and too occupied to undertake immediately a new dramatic labor, so Clemens went steaming ahead alone. "My billiard table is stacked up with books relating to the Sandwich Islands. The walls are upholstered with scraps of paper penciled with notes drawn from them. I have saturated myself with knowledge of that unimaginably beautiful land, and that most strange and fascinating people, and I have begun a story. Its hidden motive will illustrate a but little considered fact in human nature, that the religious folly you are born in you will die in, no matter what apparently reasonabler religious folly may seem to have taken its place, meanwhile abolished and obliterated it. I start Bill Ragsdale at 11 years of age, and the heroine at 4, in the midst of the ancient idolatrous system, with its picturesque and amazing customs and superstitions, 3 months before the arrival of the missionaries, and the erection of a shallow Christianity upon the ruins of the old paganism. Then these two will become educated Christians and highly civilized. And then I will jump 15 years and do Ragsdale's leper business. When we come to dramatize, we can draw a deal of matter from the story, all ready to our hand." He made elaborate preparations for the Sandwich Islands story, which he and Howells would dramatize later, and within the space of a few weeks he actually did dramatize "The Prince and the Pauper" and "Tom Sawyer," and was prodding Webster to find proper actors or managers, stipulating at first severe and arbitrary terms, which were gradually modified, as one after another of the prospective customers found these dramatic wares unsuited to their needs. Mark Twain was one of the most dramatic creatures that ever lived, but he lacked the faculty of stage arrangement of the dramatic idea. It is one of the commonest defects in the literary make-up, also one of the hardest to realize and to explain. The winter of 1883–84 was a gay one in the Clemens home. Henry Irving was among those entertained, Augustus St. Gaudens Aldrich and his wife, Howells, of course, and George W. Cable. Cable had now permanently left the South for the promised land which all authors of the South and West seek eventually. and had in due course made his way to Hartford. Clemens took Cable's fortunes in hand, as he had done with many another, invited him to his home, and undertook to open negotiations with the American Publishing Company, of which Frank Bliss was now the manager, for the improvement of his fortunes. Cable had been giving readings from his stories, and had somewhere picked up the measles. He suddenly came down with the complaint during his visit to Clemens, and his case was a violent one. It required the constant attendance of a trained nurse and one or two members of the household to pull him through. In the course of time he was convalescent, and when contagion was no longer to be feared, guests were invited in for his entertainment. At one of these gatherings Cable produced a curious book, which he said had been lent to him by Professor Francis Bacon, of New Haven, as a great rarity. It was a little privately printed pamphlet written by a Southern youth named S. Watson Woolston, a Yale student of 1845, and was an absurd romance of the hyperflorid grandiloquent sort, entitled Love Triumphant, or The Enemy Conquered. Its heroine's name was Ambulinia, and its flowery, half-meaningless periods and impossible situations delighted Clemens beyond measure. He begged Cable to lend it to him, to read at the Saturday Morning Club, declaring that he certainly must own the book, at whatever cost. Henry C. Robinson, who was present, remembered having seen a copy in his youth, and Twichell thought he recalled such a book on sale in New Haven during his college days. Twichell said nothing as to any purpose in the matter, but somewhat later, being in New Haven, he stepped into the old bookstore and found the same proprietor, who remembered very well the book and its author. Twichell rather fearfully asked if by any chance a copy of it might still be obtained. "Well," was the answer, "I undertook to put my cellar in order the other day, and found about a cord of them down there. I think I can supply you." Twichell took home 6 of the books at 10 cents each, and on their first spring walk to Talcott's Tower casually mentioned to Clemens the quest for the rare Ambulinia. But Clemens had given up the pursuit. New York dealers had reported no success in the matter. The book was no longer in existence. "What would you give for a copy?" asked Twichell. Clemens became excited. "It isn't a question of price," he said. "That would be for the owner to set if I could find him." Twichell drew a little package from his pocket. "Well, Mark," he said, "here are 6 copies of that book to begin with. If that isn't enough, I can get you a wagon load." It was enough, but it did not deter Clemens in his purpose, which was to immortalize the little book by pointing out its peculiar charms. He did this later, and eventually included the entire story, with comments, in one of his own volumes. Clemens and Twichell did not always walk that spring. The early form of bicycle, the prehistoric high wheel, had come into vogue, and they each got one and attempted its conquest. They practiced it in the early morning hours on Farmington Avenue, which was wide and smooth, and they had an instructor, a young German, who after a morning or two regarded Mark Twain helplessly and said, "Mr. Clemens, it's remarkable. You can fall off a bicycle more different ways than the man that invented it." They were curious things, those old high-wheel machines. You were perched away up in the air, with the feeling that you were likely at any moment to strike a pebble or something that would fling you forward with damaging results. Frequently that is what happened. The word header seems to have grown out of that early bicycling period. Perhaps Mark Twain invented it. He had enough experience to do it. He always declared afterward that he invented all the new bicycle profanity that has since come into general use. Once he wrote: "There was a row of low stepping stones across one end of the street, a measured yard apart. Even after I got so I could steer pretty fairly, I was so afraid of those stones that I always hit them. They gave me the worst falls I ever got in that street, except those which I got from dogs. I have seen it stated that no expert is quick enough to run over a dog, that a dog is always able to skip out of his way. I think that that may be true, but I think that the reason he couldn't run over the dog was because he was trying to. I did not try to run over any dog, but I ran over every dog that came along. I think it makes a great deal of difference. If you try to run over the dog, he knows how to calculate, but if you are trying to miss him, he does not know how to calculate, and is liable to jump the wrong way every time. It was always so in my experience. Even when I could not hit a wagon I could hit a dog that came to see me practice. They all liked to see me practice, and they all came, for there was very little going on in our neighborhood to entertain a dog. He conquered measurably that old discouraging thing, and he and Twichell would go on excursions, sometimes as far as Wethersfield or to the Tower. It was a pleasant change, at least it was an interesting one, but bicycling on the high wheel was never a popular diversion with Mark Twain, and his enthusiasm in the sport had died before the safety came along. He had his machine sent out to Elmira, but there were too many hills in Chemung County, and after one brief excursion he came in limping and pushing his wheel, and did not try it again. To return to Cable, when the 1st of April, 1884, approached, he concluded it would be a good time to pay off his debt of gratitude for his recent entertainment in the Clemens home. He went to work at it systematically. He had a private and confidential circular letter printed, and he mailed it to 150 of Mark Twain's literary friends in Boston, Hartford, Springfield, New York, Brooklyn, Washington, and elsewhere, suggesting that they write to him so that their letters would reach him simultaneously April 1st, asking for his autograph. No stamps or cards were to be enclosed for reply, and it was requested that no stranger to Mr. Clemens and no minor should take part. Mrs. Clemens was let into the secret, so that she would see to it that her husband did not reject his mail or commit it to the flames unopened. It would seem that every one receiving the invitation must have responded to it, for on the morning of April 1st a stupefying mass of letters was unloaded on Mark Twain's table. He did not know what to make of it, and Mrs. Clemens stood off to watch the results. The first one he opened was from Dean Sage, a friend whom he valued highly. Sage wrote from Brooklyn: Dear Clemens, I have recently been asked by a young lady who unfortunately has a mania for autograph collecting, but otherwise is a charming character, and comely enough to suit your fastidious taste, to secure for her the sign manual of the few distinguished persons fortunate enough to have my acquaintance. In enumerating them to her, after mentioning the names of George Shepard Page, Joe Mitchell, Captain Isaiah Rindus, Mr. Willard, Dan Mace, and J. L. Sullivan, I came to yours. Oh, said she, I have read all his works, Little Breeches, The Heathen Chinee, and the rest, and think them delightful. Do oblige me by asking him for his autograph, preceded by any little sentiment that may occur to him, provided it is not too short. Of course I promised, and hope you will oblige me by sending some little thing addressed to Miss Oakes. We are all pretty well at home just now, though indisposition has been among us for the past fortnight. With regards to Mrs. Clemens and the children, in which my wife joins, yours truly, Dean Sage. It amused and rather surprised him, and it fooled him completely. But when he picked up a letter from Brander Matthews asking, in some absurd fashion, for his signature, and another from Ellen Terry, and from Irving, and from Stedman, and from Warner, and Waring, and H. C. Bunner, and Sarney, and Lawrence Hutton, and John Hay, and R. U. Johnson, and Modjeska, the size and quality of the joke began to overawe him. He was delighted, of course, for really it was a fine compliment in its way, and most of the letters were distinctly amusing. Some of them asked for autographs by the yard, some by the pound. Henry Irving said: "I have just got back from a very late rehearsal, 5 o'clock, very tired, but there will be no rest till I get your autograph." Some requested him to sit down and copy a few chapters from The Innocents Abroad for them, or to send an original manuscript. Others requested that his autograph be attached to a check of interesting size. John Hay suggested that he copy a hymn, a few hundred lines of Young's Night Thoughts, and an equal amount of Pollak's Course of Time. "I want my boy to form a taste for serious and elevated poetry, and it will add considerable commercial value to have them in your handwriting." Altogether, the reading of the letters gave him a delightful day, and his admiration for Cable grew accordingly. Cable, too, was pleased with the success of his joke, though he declared he would never risk such a thing again. A newspaper of the time reports him as saying: "I never suffered so much agony as for a few days previous to the 1st of April. I was afraid the letters would reach Mark Twain when he was in affliction, in which case all of us would never have ceased flying to make it up to him. When I visited Mark we used to open our budgets of letters together at breakfast. We used to sing out whenever we struck an autograph hunter. I think the idea came from that. The first person I spoke to about it was Robert Underwood Johnson of the Century. My most enthusiastic ally was the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher. We never thought it would get into the papers. I never played a practical joke before. I never will again, certainly." Mark Twain in those days did not encourage the regular autograph collectors, and seldom paid any attention to their requests for his signature. He changed all this in later years, and kept a supply always on hand to satisfy every request. But in those earlier days he had no patience with collecting fads, and it required a particularly pleasing application to obtain his signature. End of Chapter 148, Cable and His Great Joke. Read by John Greenman. This is section 45 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 149, Mark Twain in Business. Samuel Clemens by this time was definitely engaged in the publishing business. Webster had a complete office with assistants at 658 Broadway, and had acquired a pretty thorough and practical knowledge of subscription publishing. He was a busy, industrious young man, tirelessly energetic, and with a good deal of confidence, by no means unnecessary to commercial success. He placed this mental and physical capital against Mark Twain's inspiration and financial backing, and the combination of Charles L. Webster and Company seemed likely to be a strong one. Already in the spring of 1884, Webster had the new Mark Twain book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, well in hand, and was on the watch for promising subscription books by other authors. Clemens, with his usual business vision and eye for results, with a generous disregard of detail, was supervising the larger preliminaries and fulminating at the petty distractions and difficulties as they came along. Certain plays he was trying to place were enough to keep him pretty thoroughly upset during this period, and proofreading never added to his happiness. To Howells he wrote: "My days are given up to cursings, both loud and deep, for I am reading the Huck Finn proofs. They don't make a very great many mistakes, but those that do occur are of a nature that make a man swear his teeth loose." Whereupon Howells promptly wrote him that he would help him out with the Huck Finn proofs for the pleasure of reading the story. Clemens, among other things, was trying to place a patent grape scissors, invented by Howells's father, so that there was in some degree an equivalent for the heavy obligation. That it was a heavy one we gather from his fervent acknowledgment. "It took my breath away, and I haven't recovered it yet entirely. I mean the generosity of your proposal to read the proofs of Huck Finn. Now, if you mean it, old man, if you are in earnest, proceed in God's name, and be by me forever blessed. I can't conceive of a rational man deliberately piling such an atrocious job upon himself, but if there be such a man, and you be that man, pile it on. The proofreading of The Prince and the Pauper cost me the last rags of my religion." Clemens decided to have the Huckleberry Finn book illustrated after his own ideas. He looked through the various comic papers to see if he could find the work of some new man that appealed to his fancy. In the pages of Life he discovered some comic pictures illustrating the possibility of applying electrical burners to messenger boys, waiters, etc. The style and the spirit of these things amused him. He instructed Webster to look up the artist, who proved to be a young man, E. W. Kemble by name, later one of our foremost cartoonists. Webster engaged Kemble and put the manuscript in his hands. Through the publication of certain chapters of Huck Finn in the Century magazine, Kemble was brought to the notice of its editors, who wrote Clemens that they were profoundly indebted to him for unearthing "such a gem of an illustrator." Clemens, encouraged and full of enthusiasm, now endeavored to interest himself in the practical details of manufacture, but his stock of patience was light and the details were many. His early business period resembles, in some of its features, his mining experiences in Esmeralda, his letters to Webster being not unlike those to Orion in that former day. They are much oftener gentle, considerate, even apologetic, but they are occasionally terse, arbitrary, and profane. It required effort for him to be entirely calm in his business correspondence. A criticism of one of Webster's assistants will serve as an example of his less quiet method. "Charlie, your proofreader, is an idiot, and not only an idiot, but blind, and not only blind, but partly dead." Of course, one must regard many of Mark Twain's business aspects humorously. To consider them otherwise is to place him in a false light altogether. He wore himself out with his anxieties and irritations, but that even he, in the midst of his furies, saw the humor of it all is sufficiently evidenced by the form of his savage phrasing. There were few things that did not amuse him, and certainly nothing amused him more or oftener than himself. It is proper to add a detail in evidence of a business soundness which he sometimes manifested. He had observed the methods of Bliss and Osgood, and had drawn his conclusions. In the beginning of the Huck Finn canvass he wrote Webster: "Keep it diligently in mind that we don't issue till we have made a big sale. Get at your canvassing early and drive it with all your might, with an intent and purpose of issuing on the 10th or 15th of next December, the best time in the year to tumble a big pile into the trade. But if we haven't 40,000 subscriptions, we simply postpone publication till we've got them. It is a plain, simple policy. and would have saved both of my last books if it had been followed. That is to say, The Prince and the Pauper and the Mississippi book, neither of which had sold up to his expectations on the initial canvas. End of Chapter 149. Mark Twain in Business, read by John Greenman. This is section 46 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 150, Farm Pictures. Gerhardt returned from Paris that summer, after 3 years of study, a qualified sculptor. He was prepared to take commissions, and came to Elmira to model a bust of his benefactor. The work was finished after 4 or 5 weeks of hard effort, and pronounced admirable. But Gerhardt, attempting to make a cast one morning, ruined it completely. The family gathered round the disaster, which to them seemed final, but the sculptor went immediately to work, and in an amazingly brief time executed a new bust even better than the first, an excellent piece of modeling and a fine likeness. It was decided that a cut of it should be used as a frontispiece for the new book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Clemens was at this time giving the final readings to the Huck Finn pages, a labor in which Mrs. Clemens and the children materially assisted. In the childish biography which Susy began of her father a year later, she says: "Ever since Papa and Mama were married, Papa has written his books and then taken them to Mama in manuscript, and she has expurgated (Susy's spelling is preserved) them. Papa read Huckleberry Finn to us in manuscript (probably meaning proof) just before it came out, and then he would leave parts of it with Mama to expurgate, while he went off to the study to work, and sometimes Clara and I would be sitting with Mama while she was looking the manuscript over, and I remember so well with what pangs of regret we used to see her turn down the leaves of the pages, which meant that some delightfully terrible part must be scratched out. And I remember one part particularly, which was perfectly fascinating, it was so terrible, that Clara and I used to delight in, and, oh, with what despair we saw Mama turn down the leaf on which it was written. We thought the book would almost be ruined without it, but we gradually came to think as Mama did." Commenting on this phase of Huck's evolution, Mark Twain has since written: "I remember the special case mentioned by Susy, and I can see the group yet, 2/3 of it pleading for the life of the culprit sentence that was so fascinatingly dreadful, and the other third of it patiently explaining why the court could not grant the prayer of the pleaders. But I do not remember what the condemned phrase was. It had much company, and they all went to the gallows. But it is possible that that especially dreadful one, which gave those little people so much delight, was cunningly devised and put into the book for just that function, and not with any hope or expectation that it would get by the expurgator alive. It is possible, for I had that custom." Little Jean was probably too youthful yet to take part in that literary arbitration. She was 4, and had more interest in cows. In some memoranda which her father kept of that period, the children's book, he says: "She goes out to the barn with one of us every evening toward 6 o'clock to look at the cows, which she adores. No weaker word can express her feeling for them. She sits rapt and contented while David milks the 3, making a remark now and then, always about the cows. The time passes slowly and drearily for her attendant, but not for her. She could stand a week of it. When the milking is finished and Blanche, Jean, and the cross cow are turned into the adjoining little cow lot, we have to set Jean on a shed in that lot, and stay by her half an hour, till Eliza, the German nurse, comes to take her to bed. The cows merely stand there and do nothing, yet the mere sight of them is all sufficient for Jean. She requires nothing more. The other evening, after contemplating them a long time, as they stood in the muddy muck chewing the cud, she said, with deep and reverent appreciation, "Ain't this a sweet little garden?" Yesterday evening our cows, after being inspected and worshipped by Jean from the shed for an hour, wandered off down into the pasture and left her bereft. I thought I was going to get back home now, but that was an error. Jean knew of some more cows in a field somewhere, and took my hand and led me thitherward. When we turned the corner and took the right-hand road, I saw that we should presently be out of range of call and sight, so I began to argue against continuing the expedition, and Jean began to argue in favor of it, she using English for light skirmishing and German for business. I kept up my end with vigor, and demolished her arguments in detail, one after the other, till I judged I had her about cornered. She hesitated a moment, then answered up sharply, "Wir werden nicht mehr darüber sprechen." We won't talk any more about it. It nearly took my breath away. Though I thought I might possibly have misunderstood, I said, "Why, you little rascal, was hast du gesagt?" But she said the same words over again, and in the same decided way. I suppose I ought to have been outraged, but I wasn't. I was charmed. His own notebooks of that summer are as full as usual, but there are fewer literary ideas and more philosophies. There was an excitement just then about the trichina germ in pork, and one of his memoranda says, "I think we are only the microscopic trichina concealed in the blood of some vast creature's veins, and that it is that vast creature whom God concerns himself about, and not us." And there is another which says, "People, in trying to justify eternity, say we can put it in by learning all the knowledge acquired by the inhabitants of the myriads of stars. We shan't need that. We could use up 2 eternities in learning all that is to be learned about our own world and the thousands of nations that have risen and flourished and vanished from it. Mathematics alone would occupy me 8,000,000 years." He records an incident which he related more fully in a letter to Howells. "Before I forget it, I must tell you that Mrs. Clemens has said a bright thing. A drop letter came to me asking me to lecture here for a church debt. I began to rage over the exceedingly cool wording of the request, when Mrs. Clemens said, 'I think I know that church, and if so, this preacher is a colored man. He doesn't know how to write a polished letter. How should he?' My manner changed so suddenly and so radically that Mrs. C. said, I will give you a motto, and it will be useful to you if you will adopt it. Consider every man colored till he is proved white. It is dern good, I think. One of the notebooks contains these entries: "Talking last night about home matters, I said, 'I wish I had said to George when we were leaving home, "Now, George, I wish you would take advantage of these 3 or 4 months' idle time while I am away."' 'To learn to let my matches alone,' interrupted Livy, the very words I was going to use, yet George had not been mentioned before, nor his peculiarities. Several years ago I said, "Suppose I should live to be 92, and just as I was dying a messenger should enter and say, "You are become Earl of Durham,"" interrupted Livy, the very words I was going to utter. Yet there had not been a word said about the earl or any other person, nor had there been any conversation calculated to suggest any such subject." End of Chapter 150, Farm Pictures, read by John Greenman. This is section 47 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 151, Mark Twain, Mugwumps. The Republican presidential nomination of James G. Blaine resulted in a political revolt such as the nation had not known. Blaine was immensely popular, but he had many enemies in his own party. There were strong suspicions of his being connected with doubtful financiering enterprises, more or less sensitive to official influence, and while these scandals had become quieted, a very large portion of the Republican constituency refused to believe them unjustified. What might be termed the intellectual element of Republicanism was against Blaine. George William Curtis, Charles Dudley Warner, James Russell Lowell, Henry Ward Beecher, Thomas Nast, the firm of Harper & Brothers, Joseph W. Hawley, Joseph Twichell, Mark Twain, in fact, the majority of thinking men who held principle above party in their choice. On the day of the Chicago nomination, Henry C. Robinson, Charles E. Perkins, Edward M. Bunsey, F. G. Whitmore, and Samuel C. Dunham were collected with Mark Twain in his billiard room, taking turns at the game and discussing the political situation, with George, the colored butler, at the telephone downstairs to report the returns as they came in. As fast as the ballot was received at the political headquarters downtown, it was telephoned up to the house, and George reported it through the speaking tube. The opposition to Blaine in the convention was so strong that no one of the assembled players seriously expected his nomination. What was their amazement, then, when, about mid-afternoon, George suddenly announced through the speaking tube that Blaine was the nominee. The butts of the billiard cues came down on the floor with a bump, and for a moment the players were speechless. Then Henry Robinson said, "It's hard luck to have to vote for that man." Clemens looked at him under his heavy brows. "But we don't have to vote for him," he said. "Do you mean to say that you're not going to vote for him?" "Yes, that is what I mean to say. I am not going to vote for him." There was a general protest. Most of those assembled declared that when a party's representatives chose a man, one must stand by him. They might choose unwisely, but the party support must be maintained. Clemens said, "No party holds the privilege of dictating to me how I shall vote. If loyalty to party is a form of patriotism, I am no patriot. If there is any valuable difference between a monarchist and an American, it lies in the theory that the American can decide for himself what is patriotic and what isn't. I claim that difference. I am the only person in the 60 millions that is privileged to dictate my patriotism." There was a good deal of talk back and forth, and in the end most of those there present remained loyal to Blaine. General Hawley and his paper stood by Blaine. Warner withdrew from his editorship of the Courant and remained neutral. Twichell stood with Clemens and came near losing his pulpit by it. Open letters were published in the newspapers about him. It was a campaign when politics divided neighbors, families, and congregations. If we except the Civil War period, there never had been a more rancorous political warfare than that waged between the parties of James G. Blaine and Grover Cleveland in 1884. That Howells remained true to Blaine was a grief to Clemens. He had gone to the farm with Howells on his political conscience and had written fervent and imploring letters on the subject. As late as September 17th he said, "Somehow I can't seem to rest quiet under the idea of your voting for Blaine. I believe you said something about the country and the party. Certainly allegiance to these is well, but certainly a man's first duty is to his own conscience and honor. The party and country come second to that, and never first. I don't ask you to vote at all. I only urge you not to soil yourself by voting for Blaine. Don't be offended. I mean no offense. I am not concerned about the rest of the nation. But, well, good by. Yours ever, Mark." Beyond his prayerful letters to Howells, Clemens did not greatly concern himself with politics on the farm, but, returning to Hartford, he went vigorously into the campaign, presided, as usual, at mass meetings, and made political speeches which invited the laughter of both parties, and were universally quoted and printed without regard to the paper's convictions. It was during one such speech as this that, in the course of his remarks, a band outside came marching by playing patriotic music so loudly as to drown his voice. He waited till the band got by, but by the time he was well under way again another band passed, and once more he was obliged to wait till the music died away in the distance. Then he said quite serenely, "You will find my speech without the music in the morning paper." In introducing Carl Schurz at a great mugwump mass meeting at Hartford, October 20, 1884, he remarked that he, Clemens, was the only legitimately elected officer, and was expected to read a long list of vice presidents. But he had forgotten all about it, and he would ask all the gentlemen there, of whatever political complexion, to do him a great favor by acting as vice presidents. Then he said, "As far as my own political change of heart is concerned, I have not been convinced by any democratic means. The opinion I hold of Mr. Blaine is due to the comments of the Republican press before the nomination. Not that they have said bitter or scandalous things, because Republican papers are above that, but the things they said did not seem to be complimentary, and seemed to me to imply editorial disapproval of Mr. Blaine, and the belief that he was not qualified to be President of the United States. It is just a little indelicate for me to be here on this occasion before an assemblage of voters, for the reason that the ablest newspaper in Colorado, the ablest newspaper in the world, has recently nominated me for President. It is hardly fit for me to preside at a discussion of the brother candidate, but the best among us will do the most repulsive things the moment we are smitten with a presidential madness. If I had realized that this canvass was to turn on the candidate's private character, I would have started that Colorado paper sooner. I know the crimes that can be imputed and proved against me can be told on the fingers of your hands. This cannot be said of any other presidential candidate in the field. Inasmuch as the Blaine-Cleveland campaign was essentially a campaign of scurrility, this touch was loudly applauded. Mark Twain voted for Grover Cleveland, though up to the very eve of the election he was ready to support a Republican nominee in whom he had faith, preferably Edmunds, and he tried to inaugurate a movement by which Edmunds might be nominated as a surprise candidate and sweep the country. It was probably Dr. Burchard's ill-advised utterance concerning the three alleged R's of democracy, rum, Romanism, and rebellion, that defeated Blaine, and by some strange occult means Mark Twain's butler George got wind of this damning speech before it became news on the streets of Hartford. George had gone with his party and had a considerable sum of money wagered on Blaine's election, but he knew it was likely to be very close, and he had an instant and deep conviction that these three fatal words, and Blaine's failure to repudiate them, meant the candidate's downfall. He immediately abandoned everything in the shape of household duties, and within the briefest possible time had changed enough money to make him safe, and leave him a good margin of winnings besides, in the event of Blaine's defeat. This was evening. A very little later the news of Blaine's blunder, announced from the Opera House stage, was like the explosion of a bomb, but it was no news to George, who went home rejoicing with his enemies. End of chapter 151. Mark Twain Mugwumps, read by John Greenman. This is section 48 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 152, Platforming with Cable. The drain of many investments and the establishment of a publishing house had told heavily on Clemens's finances. It became desirable to earn a large sum of money with as much expedition as possible. Authors' readings had become popular, and Clemens had read in Philadelphia and Boston with satisfactory results. He now conceived the idea of a grand tour of authors as a commercial enterprise. He proposed to Aldrich, Howells, and Cable that he charter a private car for the purpose, and that with their own housekeeping arrangements, cooking, etc., they could go swinging around the circuit, reaping a golden harvest. He offered to be general manager of the expedition, the impresario, as it were, and agreed to guarantee the others not less than $75 a day apiece as their net return from the circus, as he called it. Howells and Aldrich liked well enough to consider it as an amusing prospect, but only Cable was willing to realize it. He had been scouring the country on his own account, and he was willing enough to join forces with Mark Twain. Clemens detested platforming, but the idea of reading from his books or manuscript for some reason seemed less objectionable, and, as already stated, the need of much money had become important. He arranged with J. B. Pond for the business side of the expedition, though in reality he was its proprietor. The private car idea was given up, but he employed Cable at a salary of $450 a week and expenses, and he paid Pond a commission. Perhaps without going any further, We may say that the tour was a financial success, and yielded a large return of the needed funds. Clemens and Cable had a pleasant enough time, and had it not been for the absence from home and the disagreeableness of railway travel, there would have been little to regret. They were a curiously associated pair. Cable was orthodox in his religion, devoted to Sunday school, Bible reading, and church affairs in general. Clemens well, Clemens was different. On the first evening of their tour, when the latter was comfortably settled in bed with an entertaining book, Cable appeared with his Bible, and proceeded to read a chapter aloud. Clemens made no comment, and this went on for an evening or two more. Then he said, "See here, Cable, we'll have to cut this part of the program out. You can read the Bible as much as you please, so long as you don't read it to me." Cable retired courteously. He had a keen sense of humor, and most things that Mark Twain did, whether he approved or not, amused him. Cable did not smoke, but he seemed always to prefer the smoking compartment when they traveled to the more respectable portions of the car. One day Clemens said to him, "Cable, why do you sit in here? You don't smoke, and you know I always smoke, and sometimes swear." Cable said, "I know, Mark, I don't do these things, but I can't help admiring the way you do them." When Sunday came, it was Mark Twain's great happiness to stay in bed all day, resting after his week of labor. But Cable would rise, bright and chipper, dress himself in neat and suitable attire, and visit the various churches and Sunday schools in town, usually making a brief address at each, being always invited to do so. It seems worth while to include one of the Clemens Cable programs here, a most satisfactory one. They varied it on occasion, and when they were 2 nights in a place, changed it completely, but the program here given was the one they were likely to use after they had proved its worth. Program: Richling's visit to Kate Riley, George W. Cable. King Sollermun, Mark Twain. A. Kate Riley and Ristofolo. B. Narcisse in mourning for Lady Byron. C. Mary's Night Ride, George W. Cable. A. Tragic Tale of the Fishwife. B. A Trying Situation. C. A Ghost Story, Mark Twain. At a Mark Twain memorial meeting, November 30, 1910, where the few who were left of his old companions told over quaint and tender memories, George Cable recalled their reading days together, and told of Mark Twain's conscientious effort to do his best to be worthy of himself, regardless of all other concerns. He told how, when they had been traveling for a while, Clemens seemed to realize that he was only giving the audience nonsense, making them laugh at trivialities, which they would forget before they had left the entertainment hall. Cable said that up to that time he had supposed Clemens's chief thought was the entertainment of the moment, and that if the audience laughed he was satisfied. He told how he had sat in the wings, waiting his turn, and heard the tides of laughter gather and roll forward and break against the footlights time and time again, and how he had believed his colleague to be glorying in that triumph. What was his surprise, then, on the way to the hotel in the carriage, when Clemens groaned and seemed writhing in spirit, and said, "Oh, Cable, I am demeaning myself. I am allowing myself to be a mere buffoon. It's ghastly. I can't endure it any longer." Cable added that all that night and the next day Mark Twain devoted himself to the study and rehearsal of selections which were justified not only as humor, but as literature and art. A good many interesting and amusing things would happen on such a tour. Many of these are entirely forgotten, of course, but of others certain memoranda have been preserved. Grover Cleveland had been elected when they set out on their travels, but was still holding his position in Albany as governor of New York. When they reached Albany, Cable and Clemens decided to call on him. They drove to the Capitol and were shown into the governor's private office. Cleveland made them welcome, and, after greetings, said to Clemens: "Mr. Clemens, I was a fellow citizen of yours in Buffalo a good many months some years ago, but you never called on me then. How do you explain this?" Clemens said: "Oh, that is very simple to answer, Your Excellency. In Buffalo you were a sheriff. I kept away from the sheriff as much as possible. But you're governor now, and on the way to the presidency. It's worth while coming to see you." Clemens, meantime, had been resting, half sitting, on the corner of the executive desk. He leaned back a little, and suddenly about a dozen young men opened various doors, filed in, and stood at attention, as if waiting for orders. No one spoke for a moment. Then the governor said to this collection of attendants: "You are dismissed, young gentlemen. Your services are not required. Mr. Clemens is sitting on the bells." In Buffalo, when Clemens appeared on the stage, he leisurely considered the audience for a moment. Then he said: "I miss a good many faces. They have gone to the tomb, to the gallows, or to the White House. All of us are entitled to at least one of these distinctions, and it behooves us to be wise and prepare for all." On Thanksgiving Eve the readers were in Morristown, New Jersey, where they were entertained by Thomas Nast. The cartoonist prepared a quiet supper for them, and they remained overnight in the Nast home. They were to leave next morning by an early train, and Mrs. Nast had agreed to see that they were up in due season. When she woke next morning there seemed a strange silence in the house, and she grew suspicious. Going to the servants' room, she found them sleeping soundly. The alarm clock in the back hall had stopped at about the hour the guests retired. The studio clock was also found stopped. In fact, every timepiece on the premises had retired from business. Clemens had found that the clocks interfered with his getting to sleep, and he had quieted them regardless of early trains and reading engagements. On being accused of duplicity, he said: "Well, those clocks were all overworked anyway. They will feel much better for the night's rest." A few days later Nast sent him a caricature drawing, a picture which showed Mark Twain getting rid of the offending clocks. At Christmas time they took a fortnight's holiday, and Clemens went home to Hartford. A surprise was awaiting him there. Mrs. Clemens had made an adaptation of The Prince and the Pauper play, and the children of the neighborhood had prepared a presentation of it for his special delectation. He knew, on his arrival home, that something mysterious was in progress, for certain rooms were forbidden him, but he had no inkling of their plan until just before the performance, when he was led across the grounds to George Warner's home, into the large room there where it was to be given, and placed in a seat directly in front of the stage. Gerhardt had painted the drop curtain, and assisted in the general construction of scenery and effects. The result was really imposing, but presently, when the curtain rose and the guest of honor realized what it was all about, and what they had undertaken for his pleasure, he was deeply moved and supremely gratified. There was but one hitch in the performance. There is a place where the Prince says, "Fathers be alike, mayhap. Mine hath not a doll's temper." This was Susy's part, and as she said it the audience did not fail to remember its literal appropriateness. There was a moment's silence, then a titter, followed by a roar of laughter, in which everybody but the little actors joined. They did not see the humor, and were disturbed and grieved. Curiously enough, Mrs. Clemens herself, in arranging and casting the play, had not considered the possibility of this effect. The parts were all daintily played. The children wore their assumed personalities as if native to them. Daisy Warner played the part of Tom Canty. Clara Clemens was Lady Jane Grey. It was only the beginning of the Prince and the Pauper productions. The play was repeated, Clemens assisting, adding to the parts, and himself playing the role of Miles Hendon. In her childish biography Susy says: "Papa had only 3 days to learn the part in, but still we were all sure that he could do it. The scene that he acted in was the scene between Miles Hendon and the Prince, the 'Prithee pour the water' scene. I was the Prince, and papa and I rehearsed together 2 or 3 times a day for the 3 days before the appointed evening. Papa acted his part beautifully, and he added to the scene, making it a good deal longer. He was inexpressibly funny, with his great slouch hat and gait. Oh, such a gait! Papa made the Miles Hendon scene a splendid success, and every one was delighted with the scene, and papa too. We had great fun with our Prince and Pauper, and I think we none of us shall forget how immensely funny papa was in it. He certainly could have been an actor as well as an author." The holidays over, Cable and Clemens were off on the circuit again. At Rochester an incident happened which led to the writing of one of Mark Twain's important books, A Connecticut Yankee at King Arthur's Court. Clemens and Cable had wandered into a bookstore for the purpose of finding something to read. Pulling over some volumes on one of the tables, Clemens happened to pick up a little green cloth-bound book, and after looking at the title turned the pages rather curiously and with increasing interest. "Cable," he said, "do you know anything about this book, The Arthurian Legends of Sir Thomas Malory, Morte Arthur?" Cable answered, "Mark, that is one of the most beautiful books in the world. Let me buy it for you. You will love it more than any book you ever read." So Clemens came to know the old chronicler's version of the rare Round Table legends, and from that first acquaintance with them to the last days of his life seldom let the book go far from him. He read and reread those quaint, stately tales, and reverenced their beauty, while fairly reveling in the absurdities of that ancient day. Sir Ector's Lament he regarded as one of the most simply beautiful pieces of writing in the English tongue, and some of the combats and quests as the most ridiculous absurdities in romance. Presently he conceived the idea of linking that day, with its customs, costumes, and abuses, with the progress of the present, or carrying back into that age of magicians and armor and superstition and cruelties a brisk American of progressive ideas who would institute reforms. His notebook began to be filled with memoranda of situations and possibilities for the tale he had in mind. These were vague, unformed fancies as yet, and it would be a long time before the story would become a fact. This was the first entry: "Dream of being a knight errant in armor in the Middle Ages. Have the notions and habits, though, of the present day mixed with the necessities of that. No pockets in the armor. No way to manage certain requirements of nature. Can't scratch. Cold in the head and can't blow. Can't get a handkerchief. Can't use iron sleeve. Iron gets red hot in the sun. Leaks in the rain. Gets white with frost and freezes me solid in winter. Makes disagreeable clatter when I enter church. Can't dress or undress myself. Always getting struck by lightning. Fall down and can't get up." 21 years later, discussing the genesis of the story, he said: "As I read those quaint and curious old legends, I suppose I naturally contrasted those days with ours, and it made me curious to fancy what might be the picturesque result if we could dump the 19th century down into the 6th century and observe the consequences." The reading tour continued during the first 2 months of the new year, and carried them as far west as Chicago. They read in Hannibal and Keokuk, and Clemens spent a day in the latter place with his mother, now living with Orion, brisk and active for her years, and with her old-time force of character. Mark Twain, arranging for her Keokuk residence, had written: Ma wants to board with you and pay her board. She will pay you $20 a month. She wouldn't pay a cent more in heaven. She is obstinate on this point. And as long as she remains with you and is content, I will add $25 a month to the sum Perkins already sends you. Jane Clemens attended the Keokuk reading, and later, at home, when her children asked her if she could still dance, she rose, and at 81 tripped as lightly as a girl. It was the last time that Mark Twain ever saw his mother in the health and vigor which had been always so much a part of her personality. Clemens saw another relative on that trip. In St. Louis, James Lampton, the original of Colonel Sellers, called. He was become old and white-headed, but he entered to me in the same old breezy way of his earlier life, and he was all there yet, not a detail wanting, the happy light in his eye, the abounding hope in his heart, the persuasive tongue, the miracle-breeding imagination, they were all there. And before I could turn around he was polishing up his Aladdin's lamp and flashing the secret riches of the world before me. I said to myself, I did not overdraw him by a shade. I set him down as he was, and he is the same man today. Cable will recognize him. Clemens opened the door into Cable's room and allowed the golden dream talk to float in. It was of a small venture which the caller had undertaken through his son. "Only a little thing, a mere trifle, a bagatelle. I suppose there's a couple of millions in it, possibly three, but not more, I think. Still, for a boy, you know." It was the same old Cousin Jim. Later, when he had royally accepted some tickets for the reading and bowed his exit, Cable put his head in at the door. "That was Colonel Sellers," he said. End of Chapter 152, Platforming with Cable, read by John Greenman. This is Section 49 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 153, Huck Finn Comes into His Own. In the December Century, 1884, appeared a chapter from The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, the Grangerford-Shepherdson feud, a piece of writing which Edmund Clarence Stedarian, Brander Matthews, and others promptly ranked as among Mark Twain's very best. When this was followed in the January number by King Sollerman, a chapter which in its way delighted quite as many readers, the success of the new book was accounted certain. Stedman, writing to Clemens of this installment, said, "To my mind it is not only the most finished and condensed thing you have done, but as dramatic and powerful an episode as I know in modern literature." The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn was officially published in England and America in December, 1884, but the book was not in the canvasser's hands for delivery until February. By this time the orders were approximately for 40,000 copies, a number which had increased to 50,000 a few weeks later. Webster's first publication venture was in the nature of a triumph. Clemens wrote to him March 16th, "Your news is splendid. Huck certainly is a success." He felt that he had demonstrated his capacity as a general director, and Webster had proved his efficiency as an executive. He had no further need of an outside publisher. The story of Huck Finn will probably stand as the best of Mark Twain's purely fictional writings. A sequel to Tom Sawyer, it is greater than its predecessor, greater artistically, though perhaps with less immediate interest for the juvenile reader. In fact, the books are so different that they are not to be compared. Wherein lies the success of the later one. Sequels are dangerous things when the story is continuous, but in Huckleberry Finn the story is a new one, wholly different in environment, atmosphere, purpose, character, everything. The tale of Huck and Nigger Jim drifting down the mighty river on a raft, cross-secting the various primitive aspects of human existence, constitutes one of the most impressive examples of picaresque fiction in any language. It has been ranked greater than Gil Blas, greater even than Don Quixote. Certainly it is more convincing, more human, than either of these tales. Robert Louis Stevenson once wrote, "It is a book I have read 4 times, and am quite ready to begin again tomorrow." It is by no means a flawless book, though its defects are trivial enough. The illusion of Huck as narrator fails the least bit here and there, the 4 dialects are not always maintained, the occasional touch of broad burlesque detracts from the tale's reality. We are inclined to resent this. We never wish to feel that Huck is anything but a real character. We want him always the Huck who was willing to go to hell if necessary, rather than sacrifice Nigger Jim, the Huck who watched the river through long nights and, without caring to explain why, felt his soul go out to the sunrise. 2 or 3 days and nights went by. I reckon I might say they swum by. They slid along so quiet and smooth and lovely. Here is the way we put in the time. It was a monstrous big river down there, sometimes a mile and a half wide. We run nights and laid up and hid daytimes. Soon as the night was most gone, we stopped navigating and tied up, nearly always in the dead water under a towhead, and then cut young cottonwoods and willows and hid the raft with them. Then we set out the lines. Next we slid into the river and had a swim, so as to freshen up and cool off. Then we set down on the sandy bottom where the water was about knee deep and watched the daylight come. Not a sound anywheres, perfectly still, just like the whole world was asleep, only sometimes the bullfrogs a cluttering, maybe. The first thing to see, looking away over the water, was a kind of dull line. That was the woods on t'other side. You couldn't make nothing else out. Then a pale place in the sky. Then more paleness spreading around. Then the river softened up a way off, and warn't black any more, but gray. You could see little dark spots drifting along, ever so far away, trading scows and such things, and long black streaks, rafts. Sometimes you could hear a sweep squeaking, or jumbled up voices, it was so still, and sounds come so far. And by you could see a streak on the water, which you know by the look of the streak that there's a snag there in a swift current which breaks on it and makes that streak look that way. And you see the mist curl up off the water, and the east reddens up, and the river, and you make out a log cabin in the edge of the woods, away on the bank on t'other side of the river, being a wood yard likely, and piled by them cheats so you can throw a dog through it anywheres. Then the nice breeze springs up and comes fanning you over there, so cool and fresh and sweet to smell, on account of the woods and the flowers. And next you've got the full day, and everything smiling in the sun, and the songbirds just going it. This is the Huck we want, and this is the Huck we usually have, and that the world has long been thankful for. Take the story as a whole, it is a succession of startling and unique pictures. The cabin in the swamp, which Huck and his father used together in their weird, ghastly relationship. The night adventure with Jim on the wrecked steamboat. Huck's night among the towheads. The Grangerford Shepherdson battle. The Killing of Boggs, to name a few of the many vivid presentations. These are of no time or literary fashion, and will never lose their flavor nor their freshness so long as humanity itself does not change. The terse, unadorned Grangerford Shepherdson episode, built out of the Darnell Watson feuds. See Life on the Mississippi, Chapter 26. Mark Twain himself, as a cub pilot, came near witnessing the battle he describes, is simply classic in its vivid casualness, and the same may be said of almost every incident on that long river drift, but this is the strength, the very essence of picaresque narrative. It is the way things happen in reality, and the quiet, unexcited frame of mind in which Huck is prompted to set them down would seem to be the last word in literary art. To Huck, apparently, the killing of Boggs and Colonel Sherburn's defiance of the mob are of about the same historical importance as any other incidents of the day's travel. When Colonel Sherburn threw his shotgun across his arm and bade the crowd disperse, Huck says, "The crowd washed back sudden, and then broke all apart and went tearing off every which way, and Buck Harkness he heeled it after them, looking tolerable cheap. I could 'a' stayed if I'd wanted to, but I didn't want to. I went to the circus and loaded around the backside till the watchman went by, and then dived in under the tent." That is all. No reflections, no hysterics, a murder and a mob dispersed, all without a single moral comment. And when the Shepherdsons had got done killing the Grangerfords, and Huck had tugged the two bodies ashore and covered Buck Grangerford's face with a handkerchief, crying a little because Buck had been good to him, he spent no time in sentimental reflection or sermonizing, but promptly hunted up Jim and the raft and sat down to a meal of corn dodgers, buttermilk, pork and cabbage and greens. "There ain't nothing in the world so good when it is cooked right, and while I eat my supper we talked and had a good time. I was powerful glad to get away from the feuds, and so was Jim to get away from the swamp. We said there warn't no home like a raft, after all. Other places do seem so cramped up and smothery, but a raft don't. You feel mighty free and easy and comfortable on a raft." It was Huck Finn's morality that caused the book to be excluded from the Concord Library, and from other libraries here and there at a later day. The unorthodox mental attitude of certain directors of juvenile literature could not condone Huck's looseness in the matter of statement and property rights, and in spite of New England traditions, Massachusetts librarians did not take any too kindly to his uttered principle that, after thinking it over and taking due thought on the deadly sin of abolition, he had decided that he'd go to hell rather than give Jim over to slavery. Poor vagrant Ben Blankenship, hiding his runaway negro in an Illinois swamp, could not dream that his humanity would one day supply the moral episode of an immortal book. Able critics have declared that the psychology of Huck Finn is the book's large feature. Huck's moral point of view, the struggle between his heart and his conscience concerning the sin of Jim's concealment, and his final decision of self-sacrifice. Time may show that as an epic of the river, the picture of a vanished day, it will rank even greater. The problems of conscience we have always with us, but periods once past are gone forever. Certainly Huck's loyalty to that lovely soul Nigger Jim was beautiful, though after all it may not have been so hard for Huck, who could be loyal to anything. Huck was loyal to his father, loyal to Tom Sawyer, of course, loyal even to those two river tramps and frauds, the King and the Duke, for whom he lied prodigiously, only weakening when a new and livelier loyalty came into view, loyalty to Mary Wilks. The King and the Duke, by the way, are not elsewhere matched in fiction. The Duke was patterned after a journeyman printer Clemens had known in Virginia City, but the King was created out of refuse from the whole human family, all tears and flapdoodle, the very ultimate of disrepute and hypocrisy, so perfect a specimen that One must admire, almost love, him. "Hain't we all the fools in town on our side, and ain't that a big enough majority in any town?" he asks in a critical moment, a remark which stamps him as a philosopher of classic rank. We are full of pity at last when this pair of rapscallions ride out of the history on a rail, and feel some of Huck's inclusive loyalty and all the sorrowful truth of his comment, "Human beings can be awful cruel to one another." The "poor old king," Huck calls him, and confesses how he felt ornery and humble and to blame, somehow, for the old scamp's misfortunes. "A person's conscience ain't got no sense," he says, and Huck is never more real to us or more lovable than in that moment. Huck is what he is because, being made so, he cannot well be otherwise. He is a boy throughout, such a boy as Mark Twain had known and in some degree had been. One may pettily pick a flaw here and there in the tale's construction if so minded, but the moral character of Huck himself is not open to criticism, and indeed any criticism of this, the greatest of Mark Twain's tales of modern life, would be as the mere scratching of the granite of an imperishable structure. Huck Finn is a monument that no puny pecking will destroy. It is built of indestructible blocks of human nature, and if the blocks do not always fit, and the ornaments do not always agree, we need not fear. Time will blur the incongruities and moss over the mistakes. The edifice will grow more beautiful with the years. End of Chapter 153. Huck Finn Comes into His Own. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 50 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 154. The Memoirs of General Grant. The success of Huck Finn, though sufficiently important in itself, prepared the way for a publishing venture by the side of which it dwindled to small proportions. One night, it was early in November 1884, when Cable and Clemens had finished a reading at Chickering Hall, Clemens, coming out into the wet blackness, happened to hear Richard Watson Gilder's voice say to some unseen companion, "Do you know General Grant has actually determined to write his memoirs and publish them? He said so today, in so many words." Of course Clemens was immediately interested. It was the thing he had proposed to Grant some 3 years previously, during his call that day with Howells concerning the Toronto consulship. With Mrs. Clemens he promptly overtook Gilder and accompanied him to his house, where they discussed the matter in its various particulars. Gilder said that the Century editors had endeavored to get Grant to contribute to their war series, but that not until his financial disaster as a member of the firm of Grant & Ward had he been willing to consider the matter. He said that Grant now welcomed the idea of contributing 3 papers to the series, and that the promised payment of $500 each for these articles had gladdened his heart and relieved him of immediate anxiety. Somewhat later the Century Company voluntarily added liberally to this sum. Gilder added that General Grant seemed now determined to continue his work until he had completed a book, though this at present was only a prospect. Clemens was in a habit of calling on Grant now and then to smoke a cigar with him, and he dropped in next morning to find out just how far the book idea had developed, and what were the plans of publication. He found the General and his son, Colonel Fred Grant, discussing some memoranda which turned out to be a proposition from the Century Company for the book publication of his memoirs. Clemens asked to be allowed to look over the proposed terms, and when he had done so, he said, "General, it is clear that the Century people do not realize the importance, the commercial magnitude of your book. It is not strange that this is true, for they are comparatively new publishers, and have had little or no experience with books of this class. The terms they propose indicate that they expect to sell 5, possibly 10,000 copies. A book from your hand telling the story of your life and battles should sell not less than 250,000, perhaps twice that sum. It should be sold only by subscription, and you are entitled to double the royalty here proposed. I do not believe it is to your interest to conclude this contract without careful thought and investigation. Write to the American Publishing Company at Hartford and see what they will do for you." But Grant demurred. He said that, while no arrangements had been made with the Century Company, he thought it only fair and right that they should have the book on reasonable terms, certainly on terms no greater than he could obtain elsewhere. He said that, all things being equal, the book ought to go to the man who had first suggested it to him. Clemens spoke up. "General, if that is so, it belongs to me." Grant did not understand until Clemens recalled to him how he had urged him, in that former time, to write his memoirs, had pleaded with him, agreeing to superintend the book's publication. Then he said, "General, I am publishing my own book, and by the time yours is ready it is quite possible that I shall have the best equipped subscription establishment in the country. If you will place your book with my firm, and I feel that I have at least an equal right in the consideration, I will pay you 20% of the list price, or, if you prefer, I will give you 70% of the net returns, and I will pay all office expenses out of my 30%. General Grant was really grieved at this proposal. It seemed to him that here was a man who was offering to bankrupt himself out of pure philanthropy, a thing not to be permitted. He intimated that he had asked the Century Company president, Roswell Smith, a careful-headed business man, if he thought his book would pay as well as Sherman's, which the Scribners had published at a profit to Sherman of $25,000, and that Smith had been unwilling to guarantee that amount to the author. Mark Twain's notebook, under the date of March, 1885, contains this memorandum: "Roswell Smith said to me, 'I'm glad you got the book, Mr. Clemens. Glad there was somebody with courage enough to take it, under the circumstances. What do you think the General wanted to require of me?' He wanted me to insure a sale of 25,000 sets of his book. I wouldn't risk such a guarantee on any book that was ever published." Yet Roswell Smith, not so many years later, had so far enlarged his views of subscription publishing that he fearlessly and successfully invested $1,000,000 or more in a dictionary, regardless of the fact that the market was already thought to be supplied. Clemens said, "General, I have my check book with me. I will draw you a check now for $25,000 for the first volume of your memoirs, and will add a like amount for each volume you may write as an advance royalty payment, and your royalties will continue right along when this amount has been reached." Colonel Fred Grant now joined in urging that matters be delayed, at least until more careful inquiry concerning the possibilities of publishing could be made. Clemens left then, and set out on his trip with Cable, turning the whole matter over to Webster and Colonel Fred for settlement. Meantime, the word that General Grant was writing his memoirs got into the newspapers, and various publishing propositions came to him. In the end the General sent over to Philadelphia for his old friend George W. Childs, and laid the whole matter before him. Childs said later it was plain that General Grant, on the score of friendship, if for no other reason, distinctly wished to give the book to Mark Twain. It seemed not to be a question of how much money he would make, but of personal feeling entirely. Webster's complete success with Huck Finn being now demonstrated, Colonel Fred Grant agreed that he believed Clemens and Webster could handle the book as profitably as anybody, and after investigation Childs was of the same opinion. The decision was that the firm of Charles L. Webster & Company should have the book, and arrangements for drawing the contract were made. General Grant, however, was still somewhat uneasy as to the terms. He thought he was taking an unfair advantage in receiving so large a proportion of the profits. He wrote to Clemens, asking him which of his two propositions, the 20% gross royalty or the 70% of the net profit, would be the best all round. Clemens sent Webster to tell him that he believed the simplest, as well as the most profitable for the author, would be the 20% arrangement, whereupon Grant replied that he would take the alternative, as in that case, if the book were a failure and there were no profits, Clemens would not be obliged to pay him anything. He could not consent to the thought of receiving 20% on a book published at a loss. Meantime Grant had developed a serious illness. The humiliation of his business failure had undermined his health. The papers announced his malady as cancer of the tongue. In a memorandum which Clemens made February 26, 1885, he states that on the 21st he called at the Grant home, 3 East 66th Street, and was astonished to see how thin and weak the General looked. He was astonished because the newspaper, in a second report, had said the threatening symptoms had disappeared, that the cancer alarm was a false one. I took for granted the report, and said I had been glad to see that news. He smiled and said, yes, if it had only been true. One of the physicians was present, and he startled me by saying the General's condition was the opposite of encouraging. Then the talk drifted to business, and the General presently said, I mean you shall have the book. I have about made up my mind to that, but I wish to write to Mr. Roswell Smith first and tell him I have so decided. I think this is due him. From the beginning the General has shown a fine delicacy toward those people, a delicacy which was native to the character of the man who put into the Appomattox terms of surrender the words, officers may retain their side arms, to save General Lee the humiliation of giving up his sword. Notebook. The physician present was Dr. Douglas, and upon Clemens assuming that the General's trouble was probably due to smoking, also that it was a warning to those who smoked to excess, himself included, Dr. Douglas said that General Grant's affliction could not be attributed altogether to smoking, but far more to his distress of mind, his year-long depression of spirit, the grief of his financial disaster. Dr. Douglas's remark started General Grant upon the subject of his connection with Ward, which he discussed with great freedom and apparent relief of mind. Never at any time did he betray any resentment toward Ward, but characterized him as one might an offending child. He spoke as a man who has been deeply wronged and humiliated and betrayed, but without a venomous expression or one with revengeful nature. Clemens confessed in his notes that all the time he himself was inwardly boiling, scalding Ward, flaying him alive, breaking him on the wheel, pounding him to a jelly. While he was talking, Colonel Grant said, Father is letting you see that the Grant family are a pack of fools, Mr. Clemens. The General objected to this statement. He said that the facts could be produced which would show that when Ward laid siege to a man he was pretty certain to turn out to be a fool, as much of a fool as any of the Grant family. He said that nobody could call the president of the Erie Railroad a fool, yet Ward had beguiled him of $800,000, robbed him of every cent of it. He cited another man that no one could call a fool who had invested in Ward to the extent of $500,000. He went on to recall many such cases. He told of one man who had come to the office on the eve of departure for Europe and handed Ward a check for $50,000, saying, "I have no use for it at present. See what you can do with it for me." By and by this investor, returning from Europe, dropped in and said, "Well, did anything happen?" Ward indifferently turned to his private ledger, consulted it, then drew a check for $250,000 and handed it over, with the casual remark, "Well, yes, something happened. Not much yet. A little too soon." The man stared at the check, then thrust it back into Ward's hand. "That's all right. It's plenty good enough for me. Set that hen again," and left the place. Of course, Ward made no investments. His was the first playing on a colossal scale of the now worn-out get-rich-quick confidence game. Such dividends as were made came out of the principal. Ward was the Napoleon of that game, whether he invented it or not. Clemens agreed that, as far as himself or any of his relatives were concerned, they would undoubtedly have trusted Ward. Colonel Grant followed him to the door when he left, and told him that the physicians feared his father might not live more than a few weeks longer, but that meantime he had been writing steadily, and that the first volume was complete and fully half the second. 3 days later the formal contract was closed, and Webster & Co. promptly advanced General Grant $10,000 for imminent demands, a welcome arrangement, for Grant's debts and expenses were many, and his available resources restricted to the century payments for his articles. Immediately the office of Webster & Co. was warm with affairs. Reporters were running hot-foot for news of the great contract by which Mark Twain was to publish the life of General Grant. No publishing enterprise of such vast moment had ever been undertaken, and no publishing event, before or since, ever received the amount of newspaper comment. The names of General Grant and Mark Twain associated would command columns, whatever the event, and that Mark Twain was to become the publisher of Grant's own story of his battles was of unprecedented importance. The partners were sufficiently occupied. Estimates and prices for vast quantities of paper were considered, all available presses were contracted for, binderies were pledged exclusively for the Grant book. Clemens was boiling over with plans and suggestions for distribution. Webster was half wild with the tumult of the great campaign. Applications for agencies poured in. In those days there were general subscription agencies which divided the country into districts, and the heads of these agencies Webster summoned to New York and laid down the law to them concerning the new book. It was not a time for small dealings, and Webster rose to the occasion. By the time these men returned to their homes they had practically pledged themselves to 250,000 sets of the Grant memoirs, and this estimate they believed to be conservative. Webster now moved into larger and more pretentious quarters. He took a storeroom at 42 East 14th Street, Union Square, and surrounded himself with a capable force of assistants. He had become, all at once, the most conspicuous publisher in the world. End of Chapter 154. The Memoirs of General Grant, read by John Greenman. This is Section 51 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 155, Days with a Dying Hero. The contract for the publication of the Grant Life was officially closed February 27, 1885. 5 days later, on the last day and at the last hour of President Arthur's administration, and of the Congress then sitting, a bill was passed placing Grant as full general, with full pay, on the retired army list. The bill providing for this somewhat tardy acknowledgment was rushed through at the last moment, and it is said that the Congressional clock was set back so that this enactment might become a law before the administration changed. Clemens was with General Grant when the news of this action was read to him. Grant had greatly desired such recognition, and it meant more to him than to any one present, yet Clemens in his notes records: "Every face there betrayed strong excitement and emotion except one, General Grant's. He read the telegram, but not a shade or suggestion of a change exhibited itself in his iron countenance. The volume of his emotion was greater than all the other emotions there present combined, but he was able to suppress all expression of it and make no sign." Grant's calmness, endurance, and consideration during these final days astonished even those most familiar with his noble character. One night Gerhardt came into the library at Hartford with the announcement that he wished to show his patron a small bust he had been making in clay of General Grant. Clemens did not show much interest in the prospect, but when the work was uncovered he became enthusiastic. He declared it was the first likeness he had ever seen of General Grant that approached reality. He agreed that the Grant family ought to see it, and that he would take Gerhardt with him next day, in order that he might be within reach in case they had any suggestions. They went to New York next morning, and called at the Grant home during the afternoon. From the notebook: Friday, March 20th, 1885. Gerhardt and I arrived at General Grant's about 2:30 p.m., and I asked if the family would look at a small clay bust of the General which Gerhardt had made from a photograph. Colonel Fred and Jessie were absent to receive their sister, Mrs. Sartoris, who would arrive from Europe about 4:30, but the three Mrs. Grants examined the work and expressed strong approval of it, and also great gratification that Mr. Gerhardt had undertaken it. Mrs. Jessie Grant had lately dreamed that she was inquiring where the maker of my bust could be found. She had seen a picture of it in Huck Finn, which was published 4 weeks ago, for she wanted the same artist to make one of General Grant. The ladies examined the bust critically and pointed out defects, while Gerhardt made the necessary corrections. Presently Mrs. General Grant suggested that Gerhardt step in and look at the General. I had been in there talking with the General, but had never thought of asking him to let a stranger come in. So Gerhardt went in with the ladies and me, and the inspection and crossfire began. There, I was sure his nose was so and so, and I was sure his forehead was so and so, and don't you think his head is so and so? And so everybody walked around and about the old hero, who lay half reclining in his easy chair, but well muffled up, and submitting to all this as serenely as if he were used to being served so. One marked feature of General Grant's character is his exceeding gentleness, goodness, sweetness. Every time I have been in his presence, lately and formerly, my mind was drawn to that feature. I wonder it has not been more spoken of. Presently he said let Gerhardt bring in his clay and work there, if Gerhardt would not mind his reclining attitude. Of course we were glad. A table for the bust was moved up in front of him. The ladies left the room. I got a book. Gerhardt went to work, and for an hour there was perfect stillness. and for the first time during the day the General got a good, sound, peaceful nap. General Badeau came in and probably interrupted that nap. He spoke out as strongly as the others concerning the great excellence of the likeness. He had some sheets of manuscript in his hand, and said, "I've been reading what you wrote this morning, General, and it is of the utmost value. It solves a riddle that has puzzled men's brains all these years and makes the thing clear and rational." I asked what the puzzle was, and he said it was why Grant did not immediately lay siege to Vicksburg after capturing Port Hudson. At least that is my recollection now toward midnight of General Badeau's answer. The little bust of Grant which Gerhardt worked on that day was widely reproduced in terra cotta, and is still regarded by many as the most nearly correct likeness of Grant. The original is in possession of the family. General Grant worked industriously on his book. He had a superb memory and worked rapidly. Webster and Company offered to supply him with a stenographer, and this proved a great relief. Sometimes he dictated 10,000 words at a sitting. It was reported at the time, and it has been stated since, that Grant did not write the memoirs himself, but only made notes, which were expanded by others. But this is not true. General Grant wrote or dictated every word of the story himself, then had the manuscript read aloud to him, and made his own revisions. He wrote against time, for he knew that his disease was fatal. Fortunately, the lease of life granted him was longer than he had hoped for, though the last chapters were written when he could no longer speak, and when weakness and suffering made the labor a heavy one indeed. But he never flinched or faltered, never at any time suggested that the work be finished by another hand. Early in April General Grant's condition became very alarming, and on the night of the 3d it was believed he could not live until morning. But he was not yet ready to surrender. He rallied and renewed his task. Feebly at first, but more perseveringly as each day seemed to bring a little added strength, or perhaps it was only resolution. Now and then he appeared depressed as to the quality of his product. Once Colonel Fred Grant suggested to Clemens that if he could encourage the General a little it might be worth while. Clemens had felt always such a reverence and awe for the great soldier that he had never dreamed of complimenting his literature. "I was as much surprised as Columbus's cook could have been to learn that Columbus wanted his opinion as to how Columbus was doing his navigating." He did not hesitate to give it, however, and with a clear conscience. Grant wrote as he had fought, with a simple, straightforward dignity, with a style that is not a style at all, but the very absence of it, and therefore the best of all literary methods. It happened that Clemens had been comparing some of Grant's chapters with Caesar's commentaries, and was able to say, in all sincerity, that the same high merits distinguished both books: clarity of statement, directness, simplicity, manifest truthfulness, fairness and justice toward friend and foe alike, soldierly candor and frankness, and soldierly avoidance of flowery speech. "I placed the two books side by side upon the same level," he said, "and I still think that they belong there. I learned afterward that General Grant was pleased with this verdict. It shows that he was just a man, just a human being, just an author." Within 2 months after the agents had gone to work canvassing for the Grant memoirs, which is to say by the 1st of May, 1885, orders for 60,000 sets had been received, and on that day Mark Twain, in his notebook, made a memorandum estimate of the number of books that the country would require, figuring the grand total at 300,000 sets of 2 volumes each. Then he says, "If these chickens should really hatch according to my account, General Grant's royalties will amount to $420,000, and will make the largest single check ever paid an author in the world's history. Up to the present time the largest one ever paid was to Macaulay on his History of England, £20,000. If I pay the General in silver coin at $12 per pound, it will weigh 17 tons. Certainly this has a flavor in it of Colonel Sellers, but we shall see by and by in how far this calculation was justified. Grant found the society of Mark Twain cheering and comforting, and Clemens held himself in readiness to go to the dying man at call. On the 26th of May he makes this memorandum: "It is curious and dreadful to sit up in this way and talk cheerful nonsense to General Grant, and he under sentence of death with that cancer. He says he has made the book too large by 200 pages. Not a bad fault. A short time ago we were afraid we would lack 400 of being enough. Today talked with General Grant about his and my first great Missouri campaign in 1861. He surprised an empty camp near Florida, Missouri, on Salt River, which I had been occupying a day or two before. How near he came to playing the devil with his future publisher." Of course Clemens would amuse the old commander with the tale of his soldiering, how his company had been chased through the brush and mud by the very announcement that Grant was coming. Some word of this got to the Century editors, who immediately proposed that Mark Twain contribute to the magazine war series the story of his share in the rebellion, and particularly of his war relations with General Grant. So the Private History of a Campaign That Failed was prepared as Mark Twain's sidelight on the history of the rebellion, and if it was not important history it was at least amusing, and the telling of that tale in Mark Twain's inimitable fashion must have gone far toward making cheerful those last sad days of his ancient enemy. During one of their talks General Grant spoke of the question as to whether he or Sherman had originated the idea of the march to the sea. Grant said, "Neither of us originated the idea of that march. The enemy did it." Reports were circulated of estrangements between General Grant and the Century Company, and between Mark Twain and the Century Company, as a result of the book decision. Certain newspapers exploited and magnified these rumors. Some went so far as to accuse Mark Twain of duplicity, and to charge him with seeking to obtain a vast fortune for himself at the expense of General Grant and his family, all of which was the merest nonsense. The Century Company, Webster & Company, General Grant, and Mark Twain individually were all working harmoniously, and nothing but the most cordial relations and understanding prevailed. As to the charge of unfair dealing on the part of Mark Twain, this was too absurd even then to attract more than momentary attention. Webster & Company, somewhat later in the year, gave to the press a clear statement of their publishing arrangement, though more particularly denying the report that General Grant had been unable to complete his work. End of Chapter 155. Days with a Dying Hero. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 52 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 156. The Close of a Great Career. The Clemens household did not go to Elmira that year until the 27th of June. Meantime, General Grant had been taken to Mount McGregor, near the Adirondacks. The day after Clemens reached Elmira there came a summons saying that the General had asked to see him. He went immediately, and remained several days. The resolute old commander was very feeble by this time. It was 3 months since he had been believed to be dying, yet he was still alive, still at work, though he could no longer speak. He was adding here and there a finishing touch to his manuscript, writing with effort on small slips of paper containing but a few words each. His conversation was carried on in the same way. Mark Twain brought back a little package of those precious slips, and some of them are still preserved. The writing is perfectly legible, and shows no indication of a trembling hand. On one of these slips is written, "There is much more that I could do if I was a well man. I do not write quite as clearly as I could if well. If I could read it over myself, many little matters of anecdote and incident would suggest themselves to me." On another, "Have you seen any portion of the second volume? It is up to the end, or nearly so. As much more work as I have done to day will finish it. I have worked faster than if I had been well. I have used my 3 boys and a stenographer." And on still another, "If I could have 2 weeks of strength I could improve it very much. As I am, however, it will have to go about as it is, with verifications by the boys and by suggestions which will enable me to make a point clear here and there." Certainly no campaign was ever conducted with a braver heart. As long as his fingers could hold a pencil he continued at his task. Once he asked if any estimate could now be made of what portion would accrue to his family from the publication. Clemens's prompt reply that more than 100,000 sets had been sold, and that already the amount of his share, secured by safe bonds, exceeded $150,000, seemed to give him deep comfort. Clemens told him that the country was as yet not 1/3 canvassed, and that without doubt their turns would be twice as much more by the end of the year. Grant made no further inquiry, and probably never again mentioned the subject to any one. When Clemens left, General Grant was sitting, fully dressed, with a shawl about his shoulders, pencil and paper beside him. It was a picture that would never fade from the memory. In a later memorandum he says, "I then believed he would live several months. He was still adding little perfecting details to his book and preface, among other things. He was entirely through a few days later. Since then the lack of any strong interest to employ his mind has enabled the tedious weariness to kill him. I think his book kept him alive several months. He was a very great man and superlatively good." This note was made July 23, 1885, at 10 A.M., on receipt of the news that General Grant was dead. To Henry Ward Beecher Clemens wrote, "One day he put his pencil aside and said there was nothing more to do. If I had been there I could have foretold the shock that struck the world 3 days later." It can be truly said that all the nation mourned. General Grant had no enemies, political or sectional, in those last days. The old soldier, battling with a deadly disease, yet bravely completing his task, was a figure at once so pathetic and so noble that no breath of animosity remained to utter a single word that was not kind. Memorial services were held from one end of the country to the other. Those who had followed him in peace or war, those who had fought beside him or against him, alike paid tribute to his memory. Twichell, from the mountains of Vermont, wrote, "I suppose I have said to Harmony 40 times since I got up here, how I wish I could see Mark. My notion is that between us we could get ourselves expressed. I have never known any one who could help me read my own thoughts in such a case as you can, and have done many a time, dear old fellow. I'd give more to sit on a log with you in the woods this afternoon, while we twined a wreath together for Launcelot's grave, than to hear any conceivable eulogy of him pronounced by mortal lips. The death of Grant so largely and so suddenly augmented the orders for his memoirs that it seemed impossible to get the first volume printed in time for the delivery, which had been promised for December 1st. J. Little had the contract of manufacture, and every available press and bindery was running double time to complete the vast contract. In the end more than 300,000 sets of 2 volumes each were sold, and between $420,000 and $450,000 was paid to Mrs. Grant. The first check of $200,000, drawn February 27, 1886, remains the largest single royalty check in history. Mark Twain's prophecy had been almost exactly verified. End of chapter 156. The Close of a Great Career. Read by John Greenman. This is section 53 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 157, Minor Matters of a Great Year. The Grant episode, so important in all its phases, naturally overshadowed other events of 1885. Mark Twain was so deeply absorbed in this great publishing enterprise that he wasted little thought or energy in other directions. Yet there are a few minor things that it seems worth while to remember. Howells has told something of the author's reading given for the Longfellow Memorial, an entertainment managed by George Parsons Lathrop, though Howells justly claims the glory of having fixed the price of admission at $5. Then he recalls a pleasing anecdote of Charles Eliot Norton, who introduced the attractions. Norton presided, and when it came Clemens's turn to read, he introduced him with such exquisite praises as he best knew how to give, but before he closed he fell a prey to one of those lapses of tact which are the peculiar peril of people of the greatest tact. He was reminded of Darwin's delight in Mark Twain, and how, when he came from his long day's exhausting study and sank into bed at midnight, he took up a volume of Mark Twain, whose books he always kept on a table beside him, and whatever had been his tormenting problem or excess of toil, he felt secure of a good night's rest from it. A sort of blank ensued, which Clemens filled in the only possible way. He said he should always be glad he had contributed to the repose of that great man, to whom science owed so much, and then, without waiting for the joy in every breast to burst forth, he began to read. Howells tells of Mark Twain's triumph on this occasion, and in a letter at the time he wrote, "You simply straddled down to the footlights and took that house up in the hollow of your hand and tickled it." Howells adds that the show netted $1,700. This was early in May. Of literary work, beyond the war paper, The Private History of a Campaign That Failed, published December 1885, Clemens appears to have done very little. His thoughts were far too busy with plans for furthering the sale of the great military memoir to follow literary ventures of his own. At one time he was impelled to dictate an autobiography, Grant's difficulties in his dying hour suggesting this, and he arranged with Redpath, who was no longer a lecture agent and understood stenography, to cooperate with him in the work. He dictated a few chapters, but he was otherwise too much occupied to continue. Also, he was unused to dictation, and found it hard, and the result unsatisfactory. 2 open communications from Mark Twain that year deserve to be remembered. One of these, unsigned, was published in the Century magazine, and expressed the need for a "universal tinker," the man who can accept a job in a large household or in a community as master of all trades, with sufficient knowledge of each to be ready to undertake whatever repairs are likely to be required in the ordinary household, such as to put in window panes, mend gas leaks, jack plane the edges of doors that won't shut, Keep the waste pipe and other water pipe joints. Glue and otherwise repair havoc done in furniture, etc." The letter was signed XYZ, and it brought replies from various parts of the world. None of the applicants seemed universally qualified, but in Kansas City a business was founded on the idea, adopting the Universal Tinker as its firm name. The other letter mentioned was written to the Christian Union, inspired by a tale entitled, "What Ought We to Have Done?" It was a tale concerning the government of children, especially concerning the government of one child, John Jr., a child who, as it would appear from the tale, had a habit of running things pretty much to his own notion. The performance of John Jr. and of his parents in trying to manage him stirred Mark Twain considerably, it being "enough to make a body's blood boil," as he confesses, and it impelled him to set down surreptitiously his impressions of what would have happened to John Jr. as a member of the Clemens household. He did not dare to show the communication to Mrs. Clemens before he sent it, for he knew pretty well what its fate would be in that case. So he took chances and printed it without her knowledge. The letter was published July 16, 1885. It is too long to be included entire, but it is too illuminating to be altogether omitted. After relating, in considerable detail, Mrs. Clemens's method of dealing with an unruly child, the gentleness yet firmness of her discipline, he concludes: "The mother of my children adores them. There is no milder term for it, and they worship her. They even worship anything which the touch of her hand has made sacred. They know her for the best and truest friend they have ever had, or ever shall have. They know her for one who never did them a wrong, and cannot do them a wrong, who never told them a lie, nor the shadow of one, who never deceived them by even an ambiguous gesture, who never gave them an unreasonable command, nor ever contented herself with anything short of a perfect obedience, who has always treated them as politely and considerately as she would the best and oldest in the land, and has always required of them gentle speech and courteous conduct toward all, of whatsoever degree with whom they chanced to come in contact. They know her for one whose promise, whether of reward or punishment, is gold, and always worth its face, to the uttermost farthing. In a word, they know her, and I know her, for the best and dearest mother that lives, and by a long, long way the wisest. In all my life I have never made a single reference to my wife in print before, as far as I can remember, except once in the dedication of a book, and so after these 15 years of silence perhaps I may unseal my lips this one time without impropriety or indelicacy. I will institute one other novelty. I will send this manuscript to the press without her knowledge, and without asking her to edit it. This will save it from being edited into the stove. Susy's biography refers to this incident at considerable length. She states that her father had misgivings after he had sent it to the Christian Union, and that he tried to recall the manuscript but found it too late. She sets down some comments of her own on her mother's government, then tells us of the appearance of the article. When the Christian Union reached the farm and Papa's article in it, all ready and waiting to be read to Mama, Papa hadn't the courage to show it to her, for he knew she wouldn't like it at all.
at first, and he didn't, but he might have let it go and never let her see it, but finally he gave his consent to her seeing it, and told Clara and I we could take it to her, which we did with tardiness, and we all stood round mama while she read it, all wondering what she would say and think about it. She was too much surprised, and pleased privately, too, to say much at first, but as we all expected, publicly, or rather, when she remembered that this article was to be read by every one that took the Christian Union, she was rather shocked and a little displeased. Susy goes on to tell that the article provoked a number of letters, most of them pleasant ones, but some of them of quite another sort. One of the latter fell into her mother's hands, after which there was a general regret that the article had been printed, and the subject was no longer discussed at Quarry Farm. Susy's biography is a unique record. It was a sort of combined memoir and journal, charming in its innocent frankness and childish insight. She used to keep it under her pillow, and after she was asleep the parents would steal it out and find a tender amusement and pathos in its quaint entries. It is a faithful record so far as it goes, and the period it covers is an important one, for it presents a picture of Mark Twain in the fullness of his manhood, in the golden hour of his fortune. Susy's beginning has a special value here. Susy's spelling and punctuation are preserved. We are a very happy family. We consist of Papa, Mama, Jean, Clara, and me. It is Papa I am writing about, and I shall have no trouble in not knowing what to say about him, as he is a very striking character. Papa's appearance has been described many times, but very incorrectly. He has beautiful curly gray hair, not any too thick or any too long, just right, a Roman nose, which greatly improves the beauty of his features, kind blue eyes, and a small mustache. He has a wonderfully shaped head and profile. He has a very good figure. In short, he is an extraordinarily fine-looking man. All his features are perfect, except that he hasn't extraordinary teeth. His complexion is very fair, and he doesn't wear a beard. He is a very good man, and a very funny one. He has got a temper, but we all of us have in this family. He is the loveliest man I ever saw, or ever hope to see, and oh, so absent-minded. That this is a fair statement of the Clemens home, and the truest picture of Mark Twain at 50 that has been preserved, cannot be doubted. His hair was iron gray, not entirely white, at this time. The auburn tints everywhere mingled with the shining white that later would mantle it like a silver crown. He did not look young for his years, but he was still young, always young, indestructibly young in spirit and bodily vigor. Susy tells how that summer he blew soap bubbles for the children, filling the bubbles with tobacco smoke; how he would play with the cats, and come clear down from his study on the hill to see how Sour Mash, then a kitten, was getting along; also how he wrote a poem for Jean's donkey, Catacon, which they made Kittchen. She quotes the poem: Kittchen. O du lieb Kittchen, du bist ganz bewitchen, wah, he. In summer days, Kittchen, thou'rt dear from nose to britchen, wah, he. No doubt thou'lt get a switchen when for mischief thou'rt itchen, wah, he. But when you're good, Kittchen, you shall feast in James' kitchen, wah, he. Oh, now lift up thy song, thy noble note prolong, thou living Chinese gong, wah he, wah he, wah, sweetest donkey man ever saw. Clemens undertook to ride Kittchen one day to show the children how it should be done, but Kittchen resented this interference and promptly flung him over her head. He thought she might have been listening to the poem he had written of her. Susy's discovery that the secret of her biography was known is shown by the next entry, and the touch of severity in it was probably not entirely unconscious. Papa said the other day, I am a mugwump, and a mugwump is pure from the marrow out. Papa knows that I am writing this biography of him, and he said this for it. He doesn't like to go to church at all, why I never understood, until just now. He told us the other day that he couldn't bear to hear anyone talk but himself, but that he could listen to himself talk for hours without getting tired. Of course he said this in joke, but I've no doubt it was founded on truth. Susy's picture of life at Quarry Farm at this period is realistic and valuable, too valuable to be spared from this biography. There are 11 cats at the farm here now. Papa's favorite is a little tortoise-shell kitten he has named Sour Mash, and a little spotted one, Fanny. It is very pretty to see what Papa calls the cat procession. It was formed in this way. Old Minnie-Cat headed, the mother of all the cats. Next to her came Aunt Susie, then Clara on the donkey, accompanied by a pile of cats, then Papa and Jean, hand in hand, and a pile of cats brought up in the rear. Mama and I made up the audience. Our various occupations are as follows. Papa rises about half-past 7 in the morning, breakfasts at 8, writes, plays tennis with Clara and me, and tries to make the donkey go in the morning, does various things in P.M., and in the evening plays tennis with Clara and me, and amuses Jean and the donkey. Mama rises about 7:45, breakfasts at 8, teaches Jean German reading from 9 to 10, reads German with me from 10 to 11, then she reads, studies, or visits with Aunt Susie for a while, and then she reads to Clara and I till lunch-time, things connected with English history, for we hope to go to England next summer, while we sew. Then we have lunch. She studies for about half an hour or visits with Aunt Susie, then reads to us an hour or more, then studies, writes, reads, and rests till supper-time. After supper she sits out on the porch and works till 8 o'clock. From 8 o'clock to bedtime she plays whist with Papa, and after she has retired she reads and studies German for a while. Clara and I do most everything from practicing to donkey riding and playing tag, while Jean's time is spent in asking Mama what she can have to eat. It is impossible at this distance to convey all that the farm meant to the children during the summers of their infancy and childhood and girlhood which they spent there. It was the paradise, the dreamland they looked forward to during all the rest of the year. Through the long, happy months there they grew strong and brown and drank deeply of the joy of life. Their cousins Julia, Jervis, and Ida Langdon ranged about their own ages, and were almost their daily companions. Their games were mainly of the out-of-doors. The woods and meadows and hillside pastures were their playground. Susy was 13 when she began her diary, a gentle, thoughtful, romantic child. One afternoon she discovered a wonderful tangle of vines and bushes between the study and the sunset, a rare hiding-place. She ran breathlessly to her aunt. "Can I have it? Can Clara and I have it all for our own?" The petition was granted, of course, and the place was named Helen's Bower, for they were reading Thaddeus of Warsaw, and the name appealed to Susy's poetic fancy. Then Mrs. Clemens conceived the idea of building a house for the children just beyond the bower. It was a complete little cottage when finished, with a porch and with furnishings contributed by friends and members of the family. There was a stove, a tiny affair but practical, dishes, table, chairs, shelves, and a broom. The little house was named Ellerslie, out of Grace Aguilar's Days of Robert Bruce, and became one of the children's most beloved possessions. But alas for Helen's Bower! A workman was sent to clear away the debris after the builders, and being a practical man, he cut away Helen's Bower, destroyed it utterly. Susy first discovered the vandalism and came rushing to the house in a torrent of sorrow. For her the joy of life seemed ended, and it was long before she could be comforted. But Ellerslie, in time, satisfied her hunger for retreat, became in fact the nucleus around which the children's summer happiness centered. To their elders the farm remained always the quiet haven. Once to Orion's wife Clemens wrote: "This is a superb Sunday. The city in the valley is purple with shade, as seen from up here at the study. The Cranes are reading and loafing in the canvas curtained summer house 50 yards away, on a higher the highest point. The cats are loafing over at Ellerslie, which is the children's estate and dwelling house in their own private grounds, by deed from Susy Crane, 100 yards from the study, among the clover and young oaks and willows. Livy is down at the house, but I shall now go and bring her up to the Cranes to help us occupy the lounges and hammocks, whence a great panorama of distant hills and valley and city is seeable. The children have gone on a lark through the neighboring hills and woods, Susy and Clara horseback, and Jean driving a buggy, with the coachman for comrade and assistant at need. It is a perfect day indeed." The ending of each year's summer brought only regret. Clemens would never take away all his things. He had an old superstition that to leave some article insured return. Mrs. Clemens also left something, her heart's content. The children went around bidding various objects good by, and kissed the gates of Ellerslie, too. End of Chapter 157, Minor Matters of a Great Year. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 54 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 158, Mark Twain at 50. Mark Twain's 50th birthday was one of the pleasantly observed events of that year. There was no special celebration, but friends sent kindly messages, and the Critic, then conducted by Jeanette and Joseph Gilder, made a feature of it. Miss Gilder wrote to Oliver Wendell Holmes and invited some verses, which, with his never-failing kindliness, he sent, though in his accompanying note he said, "I had 23 letters spread out on my table for answering, all marked immediate, when your note came." Dr. Holmes' stanzas are full of his gentle spirit. To Mark Twain, on his 50th birthday. Ah, Clemens, when I saw thee last, we both of us were younger. How fondly mumbling o'er the past is memory's toothless hunger. So 50 years have fled, they say, since first you took to drinking, I mean in nature's milky way, of course, no ill I'm thinking. But while on life's uneven road your track you've been pursuing, what fountains from your wit have flowed, what drinks you have been brewing! I know whence all your magic came, your secret I've discovered, the source that fed your inward flame, the dreams that round you hovered. Before you learned to bite or munch, still kicking in your cradle, the Muses mixed a bowl of punch, and Hebe seized the ladle. Dear babe, whose 50th year to day your ripe half-century rounded, your books the precious draught betray the laughing 9 compounded. So mixed the sweet, the
the sharp, the strong, each finds its faults amended, the virtues that to each belong in happiest union blended. And what the flavor can surpass of sugar, spirit, lemons? So while one health fills every glass, Mark Twain for baby Clemens. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Frank R. Stockton, Charles Dudley Warner, and Joel Chandler Harris sent pleasing letters. Warner said: You may think it an easy thing to be 50 years old, but you will find it's not so easy to stay there, and your next 50 years will slip away much faster than those just accomplished. Many wrote letters privately, of course, and Andrew Lang, like Holmes, sent a poem that has a special charm. For Mark Twain, to brave Mark Twain across the sea, the years have brought his jubilee. One hears it, half in pain, that 50 years have passed and gone since danced the merry star that shone above the babe, Mark Twain. We turn his pages and we see the Mississippi flowing free. We turn again and grin o'er all Tom Sawyer did and planned with him of the ensanguined hand with Huckleberry Finn. Spirit of mirth, whose chime of bells shakes on his cap and sweetly swells across the Atlantic main, grant that Mark's laughter never die, that men through many a century may chuckle o'er Mark Twain. Assuredly Mark Twain was made happy by these attentions. To Dr. Holmes he wrote: Dear Dr. Holmes, I shall never be able to tell you the half of how proud you have made me. If I could, you would say you were nearly paid for the trouble you took, and then the family, if I could convey the electrical surprise and gratitude and exultation of the wife and the children last night when they happened upon that critic where I had, with artful artlessness, spread it open and retired out of view to see what would happen. Well, it was great and fine and beautiful to see, and made me feel as the victor feels when the shouting hosts march by. And if you also could have seen it, you would have said the account was squared, for I have brought them up in your company, as in the company of a warm and friendly and beneficent but far distant sun. And so for you to do this thing was for the sun to send down out of the skies the miracle of a special ray and transfigure me before their faces. I knew what that poem would be to them. I knew it would raise me up to remote and shining heights in their eyes, to very fellowship with the chambered nautilus itself, and that from that fellowship they could never more dissociate me while they should live, and so I made sure to be by when the surprise should come. Charles Dudley Warner is charmed with the poem for its own felicitous sake, and so indeed am I, but more because it has drawn the sting of my 50th year, taken away the pain of it, the grief of it, the somehow shame of it, and made me glad and proud it happened. With reverence and affection, sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. So Samuel Clemens had reached the half-century mark, reached it in what seemed the fullness of success from every viewpoint. If he was not yet the most foremost American man of letters, he was at least the most widely known.
he sat upon the highest mountain top. Furthermore, it seemed to him that Fortune was showering her gifts into his lap. His unfortunate investments were now only as the necessary experiments that had led him to larger successes. As a publisher he was already the most conspicuous in the world, and he contemplated still larger ventures. A type-setting machine patent, in which he had invested, and now largely controlled, he regarded as the chief invention of the age, absolutely certain to yield incalculable wealth. His connection with the Grant family had associated him with an enterprise looking to the building of a railway from Constantinople to the Persian Gulf. Charles A. Dana of the Sun had put him in the way of obtaining for publication the life of the Pope, Leo XIII, officially authorized by the Pope himself, and this he regarded as a certain fortune. Now that the tide had turned, he felt no hesitancy in reckoning a fortune from almost any venture. The Grant book, even on the liberal terms allowed to the author, would yield a net profit of $150,000 to its publishers. Huck Finn would yield $50,000 more. The sales of his other books had considerably increased. Certainly at 50 Mark Twain's fortunes were at flood tide. Buoyant and jubilant, he was floating on the topmost wave. If there were undercurrents and undertow, they were down somewhere out of sight. If there were breakers ahead, they were too far distant to be heard. So sure was he of the triumphant consummation of every venture that to a friend at his home one night he said, "I am frightened at the proportions of my prosperity. It seems to me that whatever I touch turns to gold." End of Chapter 158. Mark Twain at 50. Read by John Greenman. This is section 55 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 159, The Life of the Pope. As Mark Twain, in the earlier days of his marriage, had temporarily put aside authorship to join in a newspaper venture, so now again literature had dropped into the background, had become an avocation, while financial interests prevailed. There were two chief ventures, the business of Charles L. Webster and Company, and the promotion of the Page typesetting machine. They were closely identified in fortunes, so closely that in time the very existence of each depended upon the success of the other. Yet they were quite distinct, and must be so treated in this story. The success of the Grant life had given the Webster business an immense prestige. It was no longer necessary to seek desirable features for publication. They came uninvited. Other war generals preparing their memoirs naturally hoped to appear with their great commander. McClellan's own story was arranged for without difficulty. A Genesis of the Civil War, by General Samuel Wiley Crawford, was offered and accepted. General Sheridan's memoirs were in preparation, and negotiations with Webster and Company for their appearance were not delayed. Probably neither Webster nor Clemens believed that the sale of any of these books would approach those of the Grant life, but they expected them to be large, for the Grant book had stimulated the public taste for war literature, and anything bearing the stamp of personal battle experience was considered literary legal tender. Moreover, these features, and even the Grant book itself, seemed likely to dwindle in importance by the side of the Life of Pope Leo XIII, who in his old and enfeebled age had consented to the preparation of a memoir, to be published with his sanction and blessing, by Bernard O'Reilly, D.D., LL.D., written with the encouragement, approbation, and blessings of His Holiness the Pope. Clemens and Webster, everyone, in fact, who heard of the project, united in the belief that no book, with the exception of the Holy Scripture itself or the Koran, would have a wider acceptance than the biography of the Pope. It was agreed by good judges, and they included Howells and Twichell, and even the shrewd general agents throughout the country, that every good Catholic would regard such a book not only as desirable, but as absolutely necessary to his salvation. Howells, recalling Clemens's emotions of the time, writes: "He had no words in which to paint the magnificence of the project, or to forecast its colossal success. It would have a currency bounded only by the number of Catholics in Christendom. It would be translated into every language which was anywhere written or printed. It would be circulated literally in every country of the globe." The formal contract for this great undertaking was signed in Rome in April, 1886, and Webster immediately prepared to go over to consult with His Holiness in person as to certain details, also, no doubt, for the newspaper advertising which must result from such an interview. It was decided to carry a handsome present to the Pope in the form of a specially made edition of the Grant Memoirs in a rich casket, and it was Clemens's idea that the binding of the book should be solid gold, this to be done by Tiffany at an estimated cost of about $3,000. In the end, however, the binding was not gold, but the handsomest that could be designed of less precious and more appropriate materials. Webster sailed toward the end of June, and was warmly received and highly honored in Rome. The great figures of the Grant success had astonished Europe even more than America, where the spectacular achievements were more common. That any single publication should pay a profit to author and publisher of $600,000 was a thing which belonged with the wonders of Aladdin's garden. It was natural, therefore, that Webster, who had rubbed the magic lamp with this result, who was Mark Twain's partner, and who had now traveled across the seas to confer with the Pope himself, should be received with royal honors. In letters written at the time, Webster relates how he found it necessary to have an imposing carriage and a footman to maintain the dignity of his mission, and how, after various impressive formalities, he was granted a private audience, a very special honor indeed. Webster's letter gives us a picture of His Holiness which is worth preserving. We, Mrs. Webster, who the reader will remember was Annie Moffett, a daughter of Pamela Clemens, was included in the invitation to the presence chamber, found ourselves in a room perhaps 25 by 35 feet. The furniture was gilt, upholstered in light red silk, and the side walls were hung with the same material. Against the wall by which we entered, and in the middle space, was a large gilt throne chair, upholstered in red plush, and upon it sat a man, bowed with age. His hair was silvery white, and as pure as the driven snow. His head was partly covered with a white skull-cap. He was dressed in a long white cassock which reached to his feet, which rested upon a red plush cushion, and were enclosed in red embroidered slippers with the design of a cross. A golden chain was about his neck, and suspended by it, in his lap, was a gold cross set in precious stones. Upon a finger of his right hand was a gold ring with an emerald setting nearly an inch in diameter. His countenance was smiling, and beamed with benevolence. His face at once impressed us as that of a noble, pure man, who could not do otherwise than good. This was the Pope of Rome, and as we advanced, making the 3 genuflections prescribed by etiquette, he smiled benignly upon us. We advanced, and, kneeling at his feet, kissed the seal upon his ring. He took us each by the hand repeatedly during the audience, and made us perfectly at our ease. They remained as much as half an hour in the presence, and the Pope conversed on a variety of subjects, including the business failure of General Grant, his last hours, and the great success of his book. The figures seemed to him hardly credible, and when Webster assured him that already a guaranteed sale of 100,000 copies of his own biography had been pledged by the agents, he seemed even more astonished. "We in Italy cannot comprehend such things," he said. "I know you do great work in America. I know you have done a great and noble work in regard to General Grant's book, but that my life should have such a sale seems impossible." He asked about their home, their children, and was in every way the kindly, gentle-hearted man that his pictured face has shown him, then gave them his final blessing, and the audience closed. We each again kissed the seal on his ring. As Annie was about to kiss it he suddenly withdrew his hand and said, "And will you, a little Protestant, kiss the Pope's ring?" As he said this his face was all smiles, and mischief was clearly delineated upon it. He immediately put back his hand, and she kissed the ring. We now withdrew, backing out and making 3 genuflections as before. Just as we reached the door he called to Dr. O'Reilly, "Now don't praise me too much. Tell the truth. Tell the truth." End of Chapter 159. The Life of the Pope. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 56 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 160. A Great Publisher at Home. Men are likely to be spoiled by prosperity, to be made arrogant, even harsh. Success made Samuel Clemens merely elate, more kindly, more humanly generous. Every day almost he wrote to Webster, suggesting some new book or venture, but always considerately, always deferring to suggestions from other points of view. Once, when it seemed to him that matters were not going as well as usual, a visit from Webster showed him that it was because of his own continued absence from the business that he did not understand. Whereupon he wrote, "Dear Charlie, good, it's all good news. Everything is on the pleasantest possible basis now, and is going to stay so. I blame myself in not looking in on you oftener in the past. That would have prevented all trouble. I mean to stand to my duty better now." At another time, realizing the press of responsibility, and that Webster was not entirely well, he sent a warning from Mrs. Clemens against overwork. He added, "Your letter shows that you need such a warning, so I warn you myself to look after that. Overwork killed Mr. Langdon, and it can kill you." Clemens found his own cares greatly multiplied. His connection with the firm was widely known, and many authors sent him their manuscripts or wrote him personal letters concerning them. Furthermore, he was beset by all the cranks and beggars in Christendom. His affairs became so numerous at length that he employed a business agent, F. G. Whitmore, to relieve him of a part of his burden. Whitmore lived close by, and was a good billiard player. Almost anything from the morning mail served as an excuse to send for Whitmore. Clemens was fond of affairs when they were going well. He liked the game of business, especially when it was pretentious and showily prosperous. It is probable that he was never more satisfied with his share of fortune than just at this time. Certainly his home life was never happier. Katie Leary, for 30 years in the family service, has set down some impressions of that pleasant period. Mr. Clemens was a very affectionate father. He seldom left the house at night, but would read to the family, first to the children until bedtime, afterward to Mrs. Clemens. He usually read Browning to her. They were very fond of it. The children played charades a great deal, and he was wonderful at that game, and always helped them. They were very fond of private theatricals. Every Saturday of their lives they had a temporary stage put up in the schoolroom, and we all had to help. Gerhardt painted the scenery. They frequently played the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet, and several plays they wrote themselves. Now and then we had a big general performance of the Prince and the Pauper. That would be in the library and the dining room with the folding doors open. The place just held 84 chairs, and the stage was placed back against the conservatory. The children were crazy about acting, and we all enjoyed it as much as they did, especially Mr. Clemens, who was the best actor of all. I had a part, too, and George. I have never known a happier household than theirs was during those years. Mr. Clemens spent most of his time up in the billiard room, writing or playing billiards. One day when I went in and he was shooting the balls around the tables, I noticed smoke coming up from the hearth. I called Patrick and John O'Neill, the gardener, and we began taking up the hearth to see what was the matter. Mr. Clemens kept on playing billiards right along and paid no attention to what we were doing. Finally, when we got the hearth up, a lot of flame and smoke came out into the room. The house was on fire. Mr. Clemens noticed then what we were about, and went over to the corner, where there were some bottle fire extinguishers. He took one down and threw it into the flames. This put them out a good deal, and he took up his cue, went back to the table, and began to shoot the balls around again, as if nothing had happened. Mrs. Clemens came in just then and said, "Why, the house is afire." "Yes, I know it," he said, but went on playing. We had a telephone, and it didn't work very well. It annoyed him a good deal, and sometimes he'd say, "I'll tear it out." One day he tried to call up Mrs. Dr. Taft. He could not hear plainly, and thought he was talking to Central. "Send down and take this damn thing out of here," he said. "I'm tired of it." He was mad, and using a good deal of bad language. All at once he heard Mrs. Dr. Taft say, "Oh, Mr. Clemens, good morning." He said, "Why, Mrs. Taft, I have just come to the telephone. George, our butler, was here before me, and I heard him swearing as I came up. I shall have to talk to him about it." Mrs. Taft often told it on him. Mark Twain once wrote to the telephone management, "The time is coming very soon when the telephone will be a perfect instrument, when proximity will no longer be a hindrance to its performance, when, in fact, one will hear a man who is in the next block just as easily and comfortably as he would if that man were in San Francisco." Mrs. Clemens, before I went there, took care of his desk, but little by little I began to look after it when she was busy at other things. Finally I took care of it altogether, but he didn't know it for a long time. One morning he caught me at it. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Dusting, Mr. Clemens," I said. "You have no business here," he said, very mad. "I've been doing it for a year, Mr. Clemens," I said. "Mrs. Clemens told me to do it." After that, when he missed anything, and he missed things often, he would ring for me. "Katie," he would say, "you have lost that manuscript." "Oh, Mr. Clemens," I would say, "I am sure I didn't touch it." "Yes, you did touch it, Katie. You put it in the fire. It is gone." He would scold then, and fume a great deal. Then he would go over and mark out with his toe on the carpet a line which I was never to cross. "Katie," he would say, "you are never to go nearer to my desk than that line. That is the dead line." Often after he had scolded me in the morning, he would come in the evening, where I was dressing Mrs. Clemens to go out, and say, "Katie, I found that manuscript." And I would say, "Mr. Clemens, I felt so bad this morning that I wanted to go away." He had a pipe cleaner which he kept on a high shelf. It was an awful old dirty one, and I didn't know that he ever used it. I took it to the balcony which was built out into the woods, and threw it away as far as I could throw it. Next day he asked, "Katie, did you see my pipe cleaner? You did see it, I can tell by your looks." I said, "Yes, Mr. Clemens, I threw it away."
Well, he said, it was worth $1,000.
And it seemed so to me, too, before he got done scolding about it. It is hard not to dwell too long on the home life of this period. One would like to make a long chapter out of those play acting evenings alone. They remained always fresh in Mark Twain's memory. Once he wrote of them: "We dined as we could, probably with a neighbor, and by 7:45 in the evening the hickory fire in the hall was pouring a sheet of flame up the chimney. The house was in a drench of gaslight from the ground floor up. The guests were arriving, and there was a babel of hearty greetings, with not a voice in it that was not old and familiar and affectionate, and when the curtain went up we looked out from the stage upon none but faces that were dear to us, none but faces that were lit up with welcome for us." End of Chapter 160, A Great Publisher at Home, read by John Greenman. This is section 57 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 161, History, mainly by Susy. Susy, in her biography, which she continued through this period, writes: "Mama and I have both been very much troubled of late because Papa, since he had been publishing General Grant's books, has seemed to forget his own books and works entirely, and the other evening, as Papa and I were promenading up and down the library, he told me that he didn't expect to write but one more book, and then he was ready to give up work altogether, die, or do anything. He said that he had written more than he had ever expected to, and the only book that he had been particularly anxious to write was one locked up in the safe downstairs, not yet published." The book locked in the safe was Captain Stormfield, and the one he expected to write was A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. He had already worked at it in a desultory way during the early months of 1886, and once wrote of it to Webster: "I have begun a book whose scene is laid far back in the twilight of tradition. I have saturated myself with the atmosphere of the day and the subject, and got myself into the swing of the work. If I peg away for some weeks without a break, I am safe." But he could not peg away. He had too many irons in the fire for that. Matthew Arnold had criticized General Grant's English, and Clemens immediately put down other things to rush to his hero's defense. He pointed out that in Arnold's criticism there were no less than 2 grammatical crimes and more than several examples of very crude and slovenly English, and said: "There is that about the sun which makes us forget his spots, and when we think of General Grant our pulses quicken and his grammar vanishes. We only remember that this is the simple soldier who, all untaught of the silken phrase makers, linked words together with an art surpassing the art of the schools, and put into them a something which will still bring to American ears, as long as America shall last, the roll of his vanished drums and the tread of his marching hosts." Address to Army and Navy Club. For full text, see Appendix. Clemens worked at the Yankee now and then, and Howells, when some of the chapters were read to him, gave it warm approval and urged its continuance. Howells was often in Hartford at this time. Webster and Company were planning to publish the Library of Humor, which Howells and Charlie Clark had edited several years before, and occasional conferences were desirable. Howells tells us that, after he and Clark had been at great trouble to get the matter logically and chronologically arranged,
Clemens pulled it all to pieces and threw it together helter-skelter, declaring that there ought to be no sequence in a book of that sort, any more than in the average reader's mind, and Howells admits that this was probably the truer method in a book made for the diversion rather than the instruction of the reader. One of the literary diversions of this time was a commentary on a delicious little book by Caroline B. LaRoe, English as She is Taught, being a compilation of genuine answers given to examination questions by pupils in our public schools. Mark Twain was amused by such definitions as aborigines, system of mountains, alias, a good man in the Bible, ammonia, the food of the gods, and so on down the alphabet. Susy, in her biography, mentions that her father at this time read to them a little article which he had just written, entitled "Luck," and that they thought it very good. It was a story which Twichell had heard and told to Clemens, who set it down about as it came to him. It was supposed to be true, yet Clemens seemed to think it too improbable for literature, and laid it away for a number of years. We shall hear of it again by and by. From Susy's memoranda we gather that humanity at this time was to be healed of all evils and sorrows through mind cure. Papa has been very much interested of late in the mind cure theory, and, in fact, so have we all. A young lady in town has worked wonders by using the mind cure upon people. She is constantly busy now curing people's diseases in this way, and curing her own even, which to me seems the most remarkable of all. A little while past Papa was delighted with the knowledge of what he thought the best way of curing a cold, which was by starving it. This starving did work beautifully, and freed him from a great many severe colds. Now he says it wasn't the starving that helped his colds, but the trust in the starving, the mind cure connected with the starving. I shouldn't wonder if we finally became firm believers in mind cure. The next time Papa has a cold, I haven't a doubt he will send for Miss Holden, the young lady who is doctoring in the mind cure theory, to cure him of it. Again, a month later, she writes: April 19, 1886. Yes, the mind cure does seem to be working wonderfully. Papa, who has been using glasses now for more than a year, has laid them off entirely, and my nearsightedness is really getting better. It seems marvelous. When Jean has stomach ache, Clara and I have tried to divert her by telling her to lie on her side and try mind cure. The novelty of it has made her willing to try it, and then Clara and I would exclaim about how wonderful it was she was getting better, and she would think it really was finally, and stop crying, to our delight. The other day Mama went into the library and found her lying on the sofa with her back toward the door. She said, "Why, Jean, what's the matter? Don't you feel well?" Jean said that she had a little stomach ache, and so thought she would lie down. Mama said, "Why don't you try mind cure?" "I am," Jean answered. Howells and Twichell were invited to try the mind cure, as were all other friends who happened along. To the end of his days Clemens would always have some panacea to offer to allay human distress. It was a good trait, when all is said, for it had its roots in his humanity. The mind cure did not provide all the substance of things hoped for, though he always allowed for it a wide efficacy. Once in later years, commenting on Susy's record, he said, "The mind cannot heal broken bones, and doubtless there are many other physical ills which it cannot heal, but it can greatly help to modify the severities of all of them without exception, and there are mental and nervous ailments which it can wholly heal without the help of physician or surgeon." Susy records another burning interest of this time. "Clara sprained her ankle a little while ago by running into a tree when coasting, and while she was unable to walk with it
she played solitaire with cards a great deal. While Clara was sick and papa saw her play solitaire so much, he got very much interested in the game, and finally began to play it himself a little. Then Jean took it up, and at last mama even played it occasionally. Jean's and papa's love for it rapidly increased, and now Jean brings the cards every night to the table, and papa and mama help her play, and before dinner is at an end papa has gotten a separate pack of cards and is playing alone, with great interest. Mama and Clara next are made subject to the contagious solitaire, and there are 4 solitarians at the table, while you hear nothing but "Fill up the place," etc. It is dreadful. But a little further along Susy presents her chief subject more seriously. He is not altogether absorbed with mind cure and solitaire, or even with making humorous tales. Papa has done a great deal in his life, I think, that is good and very remarkable. But I think if he had had the advantage with which he could have developed the gifts which he has made no use of in writing his books, or in any other way, for people's pleasure and benefit outside of his own family and intimate friends, he could have done more than he has, and a great deal more even. He is known to the public as a humorist, but he has much more in him that is earnest than that is humorous. He has a keen sense of the ludicrous, notices funny stories and incidents, knows how to tell them, to improve upon them, and does not forget them. And again, when we are all alone at home 9 times out of 10 he talks about some very earnest subject, with an occasional joke thrown in, and he a good deal more often talks upon such subjects than upon the other kind. He is as much of a philosopher as anything, I think. I think he could have done a great deal in this direction if he had studied while young, for he seems to enjoy reasoning out things, no matter what. In a great many such directions he has greater ability than in the gifts which have made him famous. It was with the keen eyes and just mind of childhood that Susy estimated, and there is little to add to her valuation. Susy's biography came to an end that summer after starting to record a visit which they all made to Keokuk to see Grandma Clemens. They went by way of the lakes and down the Mississippi from St. Paul. A pleasant incident happened that first evening on the river. Soon after nightfall they entered a shoal crossing. Clemens, standing alone on the hurricane deck, heard the big bell forward boom out the call for leads. Then came the leadsman's long-drawn chant, once so familiar, the monotonous repeating in river parlance of the depths of water. Presently the lead had found that depth of water signified by his nom de plume, and the call of "Mark Twain! Mark Twain!" floated up to him like a summons from the past. All at once a little figure came running down the deck, and Clara confronted him reprovingly. "Papa," she said, "I have hunted all over the boat for you. Don't you know they are calling for you?" They remained in Keokuk a week, and Susy starts to tell something of their visit there. She begins, "We have arrived in Keokuk after a very pleasant—" The sentence remains unfinished. We cannot know what was the interruption, or what new interest kept her from her task. We can only regret that the loving little hand did not continue its pleasant history. Years later, when Susy had passed from among the things we know, her father, commenting, said: "When I look at the arrested sentence that ends the little book, it seems as if the hand that traced it cannot be far. It is gone for a moment only, and will come again and finish it. But that is a dream, a creature of the heart, not of the mind, a feeling, a longing, not a mental product. The same that lured Aaron Burr, old, gray, forlorn, forsaken, to the pier day after day, week after week, there to stand in the gloom and the chill of the dawn, gazing seaward,
through veiling mists and sleet and snow for the ship which he knew was gone down, the ship that bore all his treasure, his daughter. End of chapter 161. History, mainly by SUSY. Read by John Greenman. This is section 58 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE, Volume 2, Part 2, 1886 to 1900, Chapter 162, Browning, Meredith, and Meisterschaft. The Browning readings must have begun about this time. Just what kindled Mark Twain's interest in the poetry of Robert Browning is not remembered, but very likely his earlier associations with the poet had something to do with it. Whatever the beginning, we find him, during the winter of 1886 and 1887, studiously, even violently interested in Browning's verses, entertaining a sort of club or class, who gathered to hear his rich, sympathetic, and luminous reading of the Paleyings, with Bernard de Mandeville, Daniel Bartoli, or Christopher Smart. Members of the Saturday Morning Club were among his listeners, and others, friends of the family. They were rather remarkable gatherings, and no one of that group but always vividly remembered the marvelously clear insight which Mark Twain's vocal personality gave to those somewhat obscure measures. They did not, all of them, realize that before reading a poem he studied it line by line, even word by word, dug out its last syllable of meaning, so far as lay within human possibility, and indicated with pencil every shade of emphasis which would help to reveal the poet's purpose. No student of Browning ever more devoutly persisted in trying to compass a master's intent, in such poems as Sordello, for instance, than Mark Twain. Just what permanent benefit he received from this particular passion it is difficult to know. Once, at a class meeting, after finishing Easter Day, he made a remark which the class requested him to write down. It is recorded on the flyleaf of Dramatis Personae as follows: "One's glimpses and confusions, as one reads Browning, remind me of looking through a telescope, the small sort which you must move with your hand, not clockwork. You toil across dark spaces which are, to your lens, empty, but every now and then a splendor of stars and suns bursts upon you and fills the whole field with flame." February 23, 1887. In another note he speaks of the vague, dim flash of splendid humming-birds through a fog. Whatever mental treasures he may or may not have laid up from Browning, there was assuredly a deep gratification in the discovery of those splendors of stars and suns, and the flashing humming-birds, as there must also have been in pointing out those wonders to the little circle of devout listeners. It all seemed so worth while. It was at a time when George Meredith was a reigning literary favorite. There was a Meredith cult as distinct as that of Browning. Possibly it exists today, but if so, it is less militant. Mrs. Clemens and her associates were caught in the Meredith movement, and read Diana of the Crossways and The Egoist with reverential appreciation. The Meredith epidemic did not touch Mark Twain. He read but few novels at most, and, skillful as was the artistry of the English favorite, he found his characters artificialities, ingeniously contrived puppets rather than human beings, and on the whole overrated by their creator. Diana of the Crossways was read aloud, and listening now and then he was likely to say, "It doesn't seem to me that Diana lives up to her reputation. The author keeps telling us how smart she is, how brilliant, but I never seem to hear her say anything smart or brilliant. Read me some of Diana's smart utterances." He was relentless enough in his criticism of a literature he did not care for, and he never learned to care for Meredith. He read his favorite books over and over with an ever changing point of view. He reread Carlyle's French Revolution during the summer at the farm, and to Howells he wrote: "How stunning are the changes which age makes in man while he sleeps! When I finished Carlyle's French Revolution in 1871 I was a Girondin. Every time I have read it since I have read it differently, being influenced and changed little by life and environment, and Taine and St. Simon, and now I lay the book down once more and recognize that I am a sansculotte, and not a pale, characterless sansculotte, but a Marat. Carlyle teaches no such gospel, so the change is in me, in my vision of the evidences. People pretend that the Bible means the same to them at 50 that it did at all former milestones in their journey. I wonder how they can lie so. It comes of practice, no doubt. They would not say that of Dickens or Scott's books. Nothing remains the same. When a man goes back to look at the house of his childhood it has always shrunk. There is no instance of such house being as big as the picture in memory and imagination call for. Shrunk how? Why, to its correct dimensions. The house hasn't altered. This is the first time it has been in focus. Well, that's loss. To have house and Bible shrink so, under the disillusioning corrected angle, is loss for a moment. But there are compensations. You tilt the tube skyward and bring planets and comets and corona flames 150,000 miles high into the field, which I see you have done, and found Tolstoy. I haven't got him in focus yet, but I've got Browning." In time the Browning passion would wane and pass, and the club was succeeded by, or perhaps it blended with, a German class which met at regular intervals at the Clemens home to study Der, Die and Das and the Gehabens out of Meisterschaft and such other textbooks as Professor Schleuter could provide. They had monthly conversation days, when they discussed in German all sorts of things, real and imaginary. Once Dr. Root, a prominent member, and Clemens had a long wrangle over painting a house, in which they impersonated two German neighbors. Clemens finally wrote for the class a 3-act play, Meisterschaft, a literary achievement for which he was especially qualified, with its picturesque mixture of German and English and its unfailing humor. It seems unlike anything ever attempted before or since. No one but Mark Twain could have written it. It was given twice by the class with enormous success, and in modified form it was published in the Century magazine, January, 1888. It is included today in his Complete Works, but one must have a fair knowledge of German to capture the full delight of it. On the original manuscript Mark Twain wrote: "There is some tolerably rancid German here and there in this piece. It is attributable to the proofreader." Perhaps the proofreader resented this and cut it out, for it does not appear as published. Mark Twain probably exaggerated his sentiments a good deal when in the Carlyle letter he claimed to be the most rabid of sansculottes. It is unlikely that he was ever very bare-kneed and crimson in his anarchy. He believed always that cruelty should be swiftly punished, whether in king or commoner, and that tyrants should be destroyed.
He was for the people as against kings, and for the union of labor as opposed to the union of capital, though he wrote of such matters judicially, not radically. The Knights of Labor organization, then very powerful, seemed to Clemens the salvation of oppressed humanity. He wrote a vehement and convincing paper on the subject, which he sent to Howells, to whom it appealed very strongly, for Howells was socialistic in a sense, and Clemens made his appeal in the best and largest sense, dramatizing his conception in a picture that was to include, in one grand league, labor of whatever form, and in the end all mankind in a final millennium. Howells wrote that he had read the essay "with thrills amounting to yells of satisfaction," and declared it to be the best thing yet said on the subject. The essay closed: "He, the unionized workman, is here and he will remain. He is the greatest birth of the greatest age the nations of the world have known. You cannot sneer at him. That time has gone by. He has before him the most righteous work that was ever given into the hand of man to do, and he will do it. Yes, he is here, and the question is not, as it has been heretofore during 1,000 ages, what shall we do with him? For the first time in history we are relieved of the necessity of managing his affairs for him. He is not a broken dam this time. He is the flood." It must have been about this time that Clemens developed an intense, even if a less permanent, interest in another matter which was to benefit the species. He was one day walking up Fifth Avenue when he noticed the sign, "Professor Loisette, School of Memory, the Instantaneous Art of Never Forgetting." Clemens went inside. When he came out he had all of Professor Loisette's literature on predicating correlation, and for the next several days was steeping himself in an infusion of meaningless words and figures and sentences and forms, which he must learn backward and forward and diagonally, so that he could repeat them awake and asleep, in order to predicate his correlation to a point where remembering the ordinary facts of life, such as names, addresses, and telephone numbers, would be a mere diversion. It was another case of learning the multitudinous details of the Mississippi River in order to do the apparently simple thing of steering a boat from New Orleans to St. Louis, and it is fair to say that, for the time he gave it, he achieved a like success. He was so enthusiastic over this new remedy for human distress that within a very brief time he was sending out a printed letter recommending Loisette to the public at large. Here is an extract: "I had no system, and some sort of rational order of procedure is, of course, necessary to success in any study. Well, Loisette furnished me a system. I cannot undertake to say it is the best or the worst, because I don't know what the other systems are. Loisette, among other cruelties, requires you to memorize a great long string of words that haven't any apparent connection or meaning. There are perhaps 500 of these words, arranged in maniacal lines of 6 to 8 or 9 words in each line, 71 lines in all. Of course your first impulse is to resign, but at the end of 3 or 4 hours you find to your surprise that you've got them, and can deliver them backward or forward without mistake or hesitation. Now don't you see what a world of confidence that must necessarily breed? Confidence in a memory which before you wouldn't even venture to trust with the Latin motto of the U.S., lest it mislay it and the country suffer. Loisette doesn't make memories, he furnishes confidence in memories that already exist. Isn't that valuable?
Indeed it is to me. Whenever hereafter I shall choose to pack away a thing properly in that refrigerator I shan't be bothered with the aforetime doubts. I shall know I'm going to find it sound and sweet when I go for it again." Loisette naturally made the most of this advertising and flooded the public with Mark Twain testimonials. But presently Clemens decided that, after all, the system was not sufficiently simple to benefit the race at large. He recalled his printed letters and prevailed upon Loisette to suppress his circulars. Later he decided that the whole system was a humbug. End of Chapter 162. Browning, Meredith, and Meisterschaft. Read by John Greenman. This is section 59 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 163. Letter to the Queen of England. It was one day in 1887 that Clemens received evidence that his reputation as a successful author and publisher, a man of wealth and revenues, had penetrated even the dimness of the British tax offices. A formidable envelope came, enclosing a letter from his London publishers, and a very large printed document all about the income tax which the Queen's officers had levied upon his English royalties as the result of a report that he had taken Buckingham Hall, Norwich, for a year, and was to become an English resident. The matter amused and interested him. To Chatto and Windus he wrote: "I will explain that all that about Buckenham Hall was an English newspaper's mistake. I was not in England, and if I had been I wouldn't have been at Buckenham Hall anyway, but Buckingham Palace, or I would have endeavored to have found out the reason why. But we won't resist. We'll pay as if I were really a resident. The country that allows me copyright has a right to tax me." Reflecting on the matter, Clemens decided to make literature of it. He conceived the notion of writing an open letter to the Queen in the character of a rambling, garrulous, but well-disposed countryman, whose idea was that Her Majesty conducted all the business of the empire herself. He began: "Hartford, November 6th, 1887. Madam, you will remember that last May Mr. Edward Bright, the clerk of the Inland Revenue Office, wrote me about a tax which he said was due from me to the government on books of mine published in London, that is to say, an income tax on the royalties. I do not know Mr. Bright, and it is embarrassing to me to correspond with strangers, for I was raised in the country, and have always lived there, the early part in Marion County, Missouri, before the war, and this part in Hartford County, Connecticut, near Bloomfield, and about 8 miles this side of Farmington, though some call it 9, which it is impossible to be, for I have walked it many and many a time in considerably under 3 hours, and General Hawley says he has done it in 2 1/4, which is not likely, so it seemed best that I write your Majesty." The letter proceeded to explain that he had never met Her Majesty personally, but that he once met her son, the Prince of Wales, in Oxford Street at the head of a procession, while he himself was on the top of an omnibus. He thought the Prince would probably remember him on account of a gray coat with flap pockets which he wore, he being the only person on the omnibus who had on that kind of a coat. "I remember him," he said, "as easily as I would a comet.
He explained the difficulty he had in understanding under what heading he was taxed. There was a footnote on the list which stated that he was taxed under Schedule D, Section 14. He had turned to the place and found these three things: trades, offices, gasworks. He did not remark authorship as a trade, and he had no office, so he did not consider that he was taxable under Schedule D, Section 14. The letter concludes: "Having thus shown your Majesty that I am not taxable, but am the victim of the error of a clerk who mistakes the nature of my commerce, it only remains for me to beg that you will, of your justice, annul my letter that I spoke of, so that my publisher can keep back that tax money which, in the confusion and aberration caused by the document, I ordered him to pay. You will not miss the sum, but this is a hard year for authors, and as for lectures, I do not suppose your Majesty ever saw such a dull season. With always great and ever increasing respect, I beg to sign myself your Majesty's servant to command, Mark Twain. Her Majesty the Queen, London." The letter, or petition as it was called, was published in the Harper's Magazine Drawer, December, 1889, and is now included in the Complete Works. Taken as a whole, it is one of the most exquisite of Mark Twain's minor humors. What other humorist could have refrained from hinting, at the least, the inference suggested by the obvious gasworks? Yet it was a subtler art to let his old, simple-minded countrymen ignore that detail. The little skit was widely copied and reached the Queen herself in due time, and her son, Prince Edward, who never forgot its humor. Clemens read a notable paper that year before the Monday Evening Club. Its subject was consistency, political consistency, and in it he took occasion to express himself pretty vigorously regarding the virtue of loyalty to party before principle, as exemplified in the Blaine-Cleveland campaign. It was in effect a scathing reply to those who, 3 years before, had denounced Twichell and himself for standing by their convictions. Characteristic paragraphs from this paper will be found under Appendix R at the end of last volume. End of Chapter 163, Letter to the Queen of England, read by John Greenman. This is Section 60 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 164, Some Further Account of Charles L. Webster and Company. Flood tide is a temporary condition, and the ebb in the business of Charles L. Webster and Company, though very deliberate, was not delayed in its beginning. Most of the books published, the early ones at least, were profitable. McClellan's Memoirs paid, as did others of the war series. Even the Life of Pope Leo XIII paid. What a statement to make after all their magnificent dreams and preparations! It was published simultaneously in 6 languages. It was exploited in every conceivable fashion, and its aggregate sales fell far short of the number which the general agents had promised of their first orders. It was amazing, it was incredible, but alas, it was true. The prospective Catholic purchaser had decided that the Pope's life was not necessary to his salvation or even to his entertainment. Howells explains it, to his own satisfaction at least, when he says: "We did not consider how often Catholics could not read, how often, when they could, they might not wish to read. The event proved that, whether they could read or not, the immeasurable majority did not wish to read the life of the Pope, though it was written by a dignitary of the Church and issued to the world with sanction from the Vatican." Howells, of course, is referring to the laboring Catholic of that day. There are no Catholics of this day, no American Catholics at least, who do not read, and money among them has become plentiful. Perhaps had the Pope's Life been issued in this new hour of enlightenment, the tale of its success might have been less sadly told. A variety of books followed. Henry Ward Beecher agreed to write an autobiography, but he died just when he was beginning the work, and the biography which his family put together brought only a moderate return. A book of Sandwich Islands tales and legends, by His Hawaiian Majesty King Kalakaua, edited by Clemens's old friend Rollin M. Daggett, who had become United States minister to the islands, barely paid for the cost of manufacture, while a volume of reminiscences by General Hancock was still less fortunate. The running expenses of the business were heavy. On the strength of the Grant success, Webster had moved into still larger quarters at No. 3 East 15th Street, and had a ground floor for a salesroom. The force had become numerous and costly. It was necessary that a book should pay largely to maintain this pretentious establishment. A number of books were published at a heavy loss. Never mind their titles, we may forget them, with the name of the bookkeeper who presently embezzled $30,000 of the firm's money and returned but a trifling sum. By the end of 1887 there were three works in prospect on which great hopes were founded: the Library of Humor, which Howells and Clark had edited, a personal memoir of General Sheridan's, and a Library of American Literature in 10 volumes, compiled by Edmund Clarence Stedman and Ellen Mackay Hutchinson. It was believed these would restore the fortunes and the prestige of the firm. They were all excellent, attractive features. The Library of Humor was ably selected and contained 200 choice drawings by Kemple. The Sheridan memoir was finely written, and the public interest in it was bound to be general. The Library of American Literature was a collection of the best American writing, and seemed bound to appeal to every American reading home. It was necessary to borrow most of the money required to build these books, for the profit made from the Grant Life and less fortunate ventures was pretty well exhausted. Clemens presently found a little drift of his notes accumulating at this bank and that, a disturbing condition when he remembered it, for he was financing the typesetting machine by this time, and it was costing a pretty sum. Meantime Webster was no longer active in the management. In 2 years he had broken down from overwork, and was now desperately ill with an acute neuralgia that kept him away from the business most of the time. Its burdens had fallen upon his assistant, Fred J. Hall, a willing, capable young man, persevering and hopeful, lacking only years and experience. Hall worked like a beaver, and continually looked forward to success. He explained, with each month's report of affairs, just why the business had not prospered more during that particular month, and just why its profits would be greater during the next. Webster finally retired from the business altogether, and Hall was given a small partnership in the firm. He reduced expenses, worked desperately, pumping out the debts, and managed to keep the craft afloat. The Library of Humor, the Life of Sheridan, and the Library of American Literature all sold very well, not so well as had been hoped, but the sales yielded a fair profit. It was thought that if Clemens himself would furnish a new book now and then, the business might regain something of its original standing. We may believe that Clemens had not been always patient, not always gentle, during this process of decline. He had differed with Webster, and occasionally had gone down and reconstructed things after his own notions. Once he wrote to Orion that he had suddenly awakened to find that there was no more system in the office than in a nursery without a nurse. "But," he added, "I have spent a good deal of time there since, and reduced everything to exact order and system." Just what were the new features of order instituted it would be interesting to know. That the financial pressure was beginning to be felt even in the Clemens home is shown by a Christmas letter to Mrs. Moffett.
Hartford, December 18th, 1887. DEAR PAMELA, Will you take this $15 and buy some candy or other trifle for yourself and Sam and his wife to remind you that we remember you? If we weren't a little crowded this year by the typesetter I'd send a check large enough to buy a family Bible or some other useful thing like that. However, we go on, but the typesetter goes on forever at $3,000 a month, which is much more satisfactory than was the case the first 17 months, when the bill only averaged $2,000 and promised to take 1,000 years. We'll be through now in 3 or 4 months, I reckon, and then the strain will let up and we can breathe freely once more, whether success ensues or failure. Even with a typesetter on hand, we ought not to be in the least scrimped, but it would take a long letter to explain why and who is to blame. All the family send love to all of you, and best Christmas wishes for your prosperity. Affectionately, Sam. End of chapter 164. Some further account of Charles L. Webster and Company. Read by John Greenman. This is section 61 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 165, Letters, Visits, and Visitors. There were many pleasanter things, to be sure. The farm life never failed with each returning summer. The winters brought gay company and fair occasions. Sir Henry and Lady Stanley, visiting America, were entertained in the Clemens home, and Clemens went on to Boston to introduce Stanley to his lecture audience. Charles Dickens' son, with his wife and daughter, followed a little later. An incident of their visit seems rather amusing now. There is a custom in England which requires the host to give the guest notice of bedtime by handing him a lighted candle. Mrs. Clemens knew of this custom, but did not have the courage to follow it in her own home, and the guests knew of no other way to relieve the situation. As a result, all sat up much later than usual. Eventually Clemens himself suggested that possibly the guests would like to retire. Robert Louis Stevenson came down from Saranac, and Clemens went in to visit him at his New York hotel, the St. Stephen's, on East 11th Street. Stevenson had orders to sit in the sunshine as much as possible, and during the few days of their association he and Clemens would walk down to Washington Square and sit on one of the benches and talk. They discussed many things, philosophies, people, books. It seems a pity their talk could not have been preserved. Stevenson was a great admirer of Mark Twain's work. He said that during a recent painting of his portrait he had insisted on reading Huck Finn aloud to the artist, a Frenchman, who had at first protested, and finally had fallen a complete victim to Huck's yarn. In one of Stevenson's letters to Clemens he wrote, "My father, an old man, has been prevailed upon to read Roughing It, his usual amusement being found in theology, and after one evening spent with the book he declared, 'I am frightened. It cannot be safe for a man at my time of life to laugh so much.'" What heaps of letters, by the way, remain from this time, and how curious some of them are! Many of them are requests of one sort or another, chiefly for money. One woman asking for a single day's income, conservatively estimated at $5,000. Clemens seldom answered an unwarranted letter, but at one time he began a series of unmailed answers, that is to say, answers in which he had let himself go merely to relieve his feelings and to restore his spiritual balance. He prepared an introduction for this series. In it he said: "You receive a letter. You read it. It will be tolerably sure to produce one of three results: 1, pleasure; 2, displeasure; 3, indifference. I do not need to say anything about numbers 1 and 3. Everybody knows what to do with those breeds of letters. It is breed number 2 that I am after. It is the one that is loaded up with trouble. When you get an exasperating letter, what happens? If you are young you answer it promptly, instantly, and mail the thing you have written. At 40, what do? By that time you have found out that a letter written in a passion is a mistake in 99 cases out of 100, that it usually wrongs 2 persons, and always wrongs one, yourself. You have grown weary of wronging yourself, and repenting. So you manacle, you fetter, you log chain the frantic impulse to write a pulverizing answer. You will wait a day or die. But in the meantime, what do? Why, if it is about dinner time, you sit at table in a deep abstraction all through the meal. You try to throw it off and help do the talking. You get a start 3 or 4 times, but conversation dies on your lips every time. Your mind isn't on it. Your heart isn't in it. You give up and subside into a bottomless deep of silence permanently. People must speak to you 2 or 3 times to get your attention, and then say it over again to make you understand. This kind of thing goes on all the rest of the evening. Nobody can interest you in anything. You are useless, a depressing influence, a burden. You go to bed at last, but at 3 in the morning you are as wide awake as you were in the beginning. Thus we see what you have been doing for 9 hours on the outside. But what were you doing on the inside? You were writing letters in your mind, and enjoying it. That is quite true. That is not to be denied. You have been flaying your correspondent alive with your incorporeal pen. You have been braining him, disemboweling him, carving him into little bits, and then doing it all over again for 9 hours. It was wasted time, for you had no intention of putting any of this insanity on paper and mailing it. Yes, you know that, and confess it, but what were you to do? Where was your remedy? Will anybody contend that a man can say to such masterful anger as that, "Go, and be obeyed"? No, he cannot. That is certainly true. Well, then, what is he to do? I will explain by the suggestion contained in my opening paragraph. During the 9 hours he has written as many as 47 furious letters in his mind. If he had put just one of them on paper it would have brought him relief, saved him 8 hours of trouble, and given him an hour's red-hot pleasure besides. He is not to mail this letter, he understands that, and so he can turn on the whole volume of his wrath. There is no harm. He is only writing it to get the bile out. So to speak, he is a volcano. Imagining himself erupting does no good. He must open up his crater and pour out in reality his intolerable charge of lava if he would get relief. Before he has filled his first sheet, sometimes the relief is there. He degenerates into good nature from that point. Sometimes the load is so hot and so great that one writes as many as 3 letters before he gets down to a mailable one, a very angry one, a less angry one, and an argumentative one with hot embers in it here and there. He pigeonholes these and then does one of 2 things: dismisses the whole matter from his mind, or writes the proper sort of letter and mails it. To this day I lose my balance and send an overwarm letter, or more frequently telegram, 2 or 3 times a year. But that is better than doing it 100 times a year, as I used to do years ago. Perhaps I write about as many as ever, but I pigeonhole them. They ought not to be thrown away. Such a letter, a year or so old, is as good as a sermon to the maw who wrote it. It makes him feel small and shabby, but, well, that wears off. Any sermon does, but the sermon does some little good, anyway. An old, cold letter like that makes you wonder how you could ever have got into such a rage about nothing. The unmailed answers that were to accompany this introduction were plentiful enough, and generally of a fervent sort. One specimen will suffice. It was written to the chairman of a hospital committee. Dear Sir, if I were Smithfield and get behind something and blush, according to your report, the politicians are afraid to tax the people for the support of so humane and necessary a thing as a hospital. And do your people propose to stand that, at the hands of vermin officials whom the breath of their votes could blow out of official existence in a moment if they had the pluck to band themselves together and blow? Oh, come, these are not people, they are cowed schoolboys with backbones made of boiled macaroni. If you are not misreporting those people, you are just in the right business passing the mendicant hat for them. Dear Sir, communities where anything like citizenship exists are accustomed to hide their shames, but here we have one proposing to get up a great exposition of its dishonor, and advertise it all it can. It has been 11 years since I wrote anything for one of those graveyards called a fair paper, and so I have doubtless lost the knack of it somewhat. Still, I have done the best I could for you. This was from a burning heart, and well deserved. One may almost regret that he did not send it. Once he received a letter intended for one Samuel Clements, of Elma, New York, announcing that the said Clements pension had been allowed. But this was amusing. When Clemens had forwarded the notice to its proper destination he could not resist sending this comment to the commissioner at Washington: Dear Sir, I have not applied for a pension. I have often wanted a pension, often, ever so often, I may say, but inasmuch as the only military service I performed during the war was in the Confederate Army, I have always felt a delicacy about asking you for it. However, since you have suggested the thing yourself, I feel strengthened. I haven't any very pensionable diseases myself, but I can furnish a substitute, a man who is just simply a chaos, a museum of all the different kinds of aches and pains, fractures, dislocations, and malformations there are, a man who would regard rheumatism and sore eyes as mere recreation and refreshment after the serious occupations of his day. If you grant me the pension, dear sir, please hand it to General Joseph Hawley, United States Senator. I mean, hand him the certificate, not the money, and he will forward it to me. You will observe by this postal card which I enclose that he takes a friendly interest in the matter. He thinks I've already got the pension, whereas I've only got the rheumatism, but didn't want that. I had that before. I wish it were catching. I know a man that I would load up with it pretty early. Lord, but we all feel that way sometimes. I've seen the day when but never mind that. You may be busy. Just hand it to Hawley. The certificate, you understand, is not transferable. Clemens was in good standing at Washington during the Cleveland administration, and many letters came asking him to use his influence with the President to obtain this or that favor. He always declined, though once, a few years later, in Europe, when he learned that Frank Mason, consul general at Frankfort, was about to be displaced, Clemens, of his own accord, wrote to Baby Ruth Cleveland about it. My dear Ruth, I belong to the Mugwumps, and one of the most sacred rules of our order prevents us from asking favors of officials or recommending men to office, but there is no harm in writing a friendly letter to you and telling you that an infernal outrage is about to be committed by your father in turning out of office the best consul I know, and I know a great many, just because he is a Republican and a Democrat wants his place. He went on to recall Mason's high and honorable record, suggesting that Miss Ruth take the matter into her own hands. Then he said, I can't send any message to the President, but the next time you have a talk with him concerning such matters, I wish you would tell him about Captain Mason and what I think of a government that so treats its efficient officials. Just what form of appeal the small agent made is not recorded, but by and by Mark Twain received a tiny envelope postmarked Washington, enclosing this note in President Cleveland's handwriting: Miss Ruth Cleveland begs to acknowledge the receipt of Mr. Twain's letter, and say that she took the liberty of reading it to the President, who desires her to thank Mr. Twain for her information, and to say to him that Captain Mason will not be disturbed in the Frankfort consulate. The President also desires Miss Cleveland to say that if Mr. Twain knows of any other cases of this kind, he will be greatly obliged if he will write him concerning them at his earliest convenience. Clemens immensely admired Grover Cleveland, also his young wife, and his visits to Washington were not infrequent.
Mrs. Clemens was not always able to accompany him, and he has told us how once it was his first visit after the President's marriage she put a little note in the pocket of his evening waistcoat, which he would be sure to find when dressing, warning him about his deportment. Being presented to Mrs. Cleveland, he handed her a card on which he had written "He didn't," and asked her to sign her name below those words. Mrs. Cleveland protested that she couldn't sign it unless she knew what it was he hadn't done, but he insisted, and she promised to sign if he would tell her immediately afterward all about it. She signed, and he handed her Mrs. Clemens's note, which was very brief. It said, "Don't wear your arctics in the White House." Mrs. Cleveland summoned a messenger and had the card she had signed mailed at once to Mrs. Clemens at Hartford. He was not always so well provided against disaster. Once, without consulting his engagements, he agreed to assist Mrs. Cleveland at a dedication, only to find that he must write an apology later. In his letter he said, "I do not know how it is in the White House, but in this house of ours, whenever the minor half of the administration tries to run itself without the help of the major half, it gets aground." He explained his position, and added, "I suppose the President often acts just like that, goes and makes an impossible promise, and you never find it out until it is next to impossible to break it up and set things straight again." Well, that is just our way exactly. One half the administration always busy getting the family into trouble, and the other half busy getting it out. End of chapter 165. Letters, Visits, and Visitors. Read by John Greenman. This is section 62 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 166, A Player and a Master of Arts. One morning early in January, Clemens received the following note: Daly's Theater, New York, January 2, 1888. Mr. Augustin Daly will be very much pleased to have Mr. S. L. Clemens meet Mr. Booth, Mr. Barrett, and Mr. Palmer and a few friends at lunch on Friday next, January 6th, at 1 o'clock in Delmonico's, to discuss the formation of a new club which it is thought will claim your interest. R.S.V.P. There were already in New York a variety of literary and artistic societies, such as the Kinsmen and Tile Clubs, with which Clemens was more or less associated. It was proposed now to form a more comprehensive and pretentious organization, one that would include the various associated arts. The conception of this new club, which was to be called The Players, had grown out of a desire on the part of Edwin Booth to confer some enduring benefit upon the members of his profession. It had been discussed during a summer cruise on Mr. E. C. Benedict's steam yacht by a little party which, besides the owner, consisted of Booth himself, Aldrich, Lawrence Barrett, William Bispham, and Lawrence Hutton. Booth's original idea had been to endow some sort of an actor's home, but after due consideration this did not appear to be the best plan. Some one proposed a club, and Aldrich, with never failing inspiration, suggested its name, The Players, which immediately impressed Booth and the others. It was then decided that members of all the kindred arts should be admitted, and this was the plan discussed and perfected at the daily luncheon. The guests became charter members, and the Players became an incorporated fact early in January, 1888. Besides Mr. Booth himself, the charter members were Lawrence Barrett, William Bispham, Samuel L. Clemens, Augustin Daly, Joseph F. Daly, John Drew, Henry Edwards, Lawrence Hutton, Joseph Jefferson, John A. Lane, James Lewis, Brander Matthews, Stephen H. Olin, A. M. Palmer, and William T. Sherman. Booth purchased the fine old brownstone residence at 16 Gramercy Park, and had expensive alterations made under the directions of Stanford White to adapt it for club purposes. He bore the entire cost, furnished it from garret to cellar, gave it his books and pictures, his rare collections of every sort. Lawrence Hutton, writing of it afterward, said: "And on the first Founders' Night, the 31st of December, 1888, he transferred it all to the association, a munificent gift, absolutely without parallel in its way. The pleasure it gave to Booth during the few remaining years of his life was very great. He made it his home. Next to his own immediate family it was his chief interest, care, and consolation. He nursed and petted it as it nursed and petted and honored him. He died in it, and it is certainly his greatest monument." There is no other club quite like the Players. The personality of Edwin Booth pervades it, and there is a spirit in its atmosphere not found in other large clubs, a spirit of unity and ancient friendship and mellowness which usually come only of small membership and long establishment. Mark Twain was always fond of the Players, and more than once made it his home. It is a true home, and its members are a genuine brotherhood. It was in June, 1888, that Yale College conferred upon Samuel Clemens the degree of Master of Arts. It was his first honor of this kind, and he was proud of it. To Charles Hopkins, Charlie Clark, who had been appointed to apprise him of the honor, he wrote: "I felt mighty proud of that degree. In fact, I could squeeze the truth a little closer and say vain of it. And why shouldn't I be? I am the only literary animal of my particular subspecies who has ever been given a degree by any college in any age of the world, as far as I know." To which Clark answered: "My dear friend, you are the only literary animal of your particular subspecies in existence. And you've no cause for humility in the fact. Yale has done herself at least as much credit as she has done you, and don't you forget it. C. H. C." Clemens could not attend the alumni dinner, being at Elmira and unable to get away, but in an address he made at Yale College later in the year he thus freely expressed himself: "I was sincerely proud and grateful to be made a Master of Arts by this great and venerable university, and I would have come last June to testify this feeling as I do now testify it, but that the sudden and unexpected notice of the honor done me found me at a distance from home and unable to discharge that duty and enjoy that privilege. Along at first, say for the first month or so, I did not quite know how to proceed because of my not knowing just what authorities and privileges belonged to the title which had been granted me, but after that I consulted some students of Trinity in Hartford, and they made everything clear to me. It was through them that I found out that my title made me head of the governing body of the university, and lodged in me very broad and severely responsible powers. I was told that it would be necessary to report to you at this time, and of course I comply, though I would have preferred to put it off till I could make a better showing, for indeed I have been so pertinaciously hindered and obstructed at
every turn by the faculty that it would be difficult to prove that the university is really in any better shape now than it was when I first took charge. By advice I turned my earliest attention to the Greek department. I told the Greek professor I had concluded to drop the use of Greek written character, because it is so hard to spell with, and so impossible to read after you get it spelt. Let us draw the curtain there. I saw by what followed that nothing but early neglect saved him from being a very profane man. I ordered the professor of mathematics to simplify the whole system, because the way it was I couldn't understand it, and I didn't want things going on in the college in what was practically a clandestine fashion. I told him to drop the conundrum system. It was not suited to the dignity of a college, which should deal in facts, not guesses and suppositions. We didn't want any more cases of if A and B stand at opposite poles of the earth's surface, and C at the equator of Jupiter, at what variations of angle will the left limb of the moon appear to these different parties? I said you just let that thing alone. It's plenty time to get in a sweat about it when it happens. As like as not it ain't going to do any harm anyway. His reception of these instructions bordered on insubordination, insomuch that I felt obliged to take his number and report him. I found the astronomer of the university gadding around after comets and other such odds and ends, tramps and derelicts of the skies. I told him pretty plainly that we couldn't have that. I told him it was no economy to go on piling up and piling up raw material in the way of new stars and comets and asteroids that we couldn't ever have any use for till we had worked off the old stock. At bottom I don't really mind comets so much, but somehow I have always been down on asteroids. There is nothing mature about them. I wouldn't sit up nights the way that man does if I could get a basket full of them. He said it was the best line of goods he had. He said he could trade them to Rochester for comets, and trade the comets to Harvard for nebulae, and trade the nebulae to the Smithsonian for flint hatchets. I felt obliged to stop this thing on the spot. I said we couldn't have the university turned into an astronomical junk shop, and while I was at it I thought I might as well make the reform complete. The astronomer is extraordinarily mutinous, and so, with your approval, I will transfer him to the law department and put one of the law students in his place. A boy will be more biddable, more tractable, also cheaper. It is true he cannot be intrusted with important work at first, but he can comb the skies for nebulae till he gets his hand in. I have other changes in mind, but as they are in the nature of surprises, I judge it politic to leave them unspecified at this time.
Very likely it was in this new capacity as the head of the governing body that he wrote one morning to Clark, advising him as to the misuse of a word in the Courant.
though he thought it best to sign the communication with the names of certain learned friends, to give it weight with the public, as he afterward explained. Sir, the word patricide in your issue of this morning telegrams was an error. You meant it to describe the slayer of a father. You should have used parricide instead. Patricide merely means the killing of an Irishman, any Irishman, male or female. Respectfully, J. Hammond Trumbull, N. J. Burton, J. H. Twichell. End of chapter 166, A Player and a Master of Arts. Read by John Greenman. This is section 63 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 167, Notes and Literary Matters. Clemens' notebooks of this time are full of the vexations of his business ventures, figures, suggestions, and 100 imagined combinations for betterment, these things intermingled with the usual bits of philosophy and reflections and amusing reminders. Aldrich's man who painted the fat toads red, and naturalist chasing and trying to catch them. Man who lost his false teeth over Brooklyn Bridge when he was on his way to propose to a widow. One believes St. Simon and Benvenuto, and partly believes the Margravine of Bayreuth. There are things in the confession of Rousseau which one must believe. What is biography? Unadorned romance. What is romance? Adorned biography. Adorn it less, and it will be better than it is. If God is what people say, there can be none in the universe so unhappy as He, for He sees unceasingly myriads of His creatures suffering unspeakable miseries, and besides this, foresees all they are going to suffer during the remainder of their lives. One might well say, as unhappy as God. In spite of the financial complexities and the drain of the enterprises already in hand, he did not fail to conceive others. He was deeply interested in Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress at the moment, and from photography and scenic effect he presaged a possibility today realized in the moving picture. Dress up some good actors as Apollyon, Greatheart, etc., and the other Bunyan characters. Take them to a wild gorge and photograph them. Valley of the Shadow of Death. To other effective places, and photo them along with the scenery. To Paris in their curious costumes. Place them near the Arc de l'Étoile, and photo them with the crowd. Vanity Fair. To Cairo, Venice, Jerusalem, and other places, 20 interesting cities, and always make them conspicuous in the curious foreign crowds by their costume. Take them to Zululand. It would take 2 or 3 years to do the photographing, and cost $10,000. But this stereopticon panorama of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress could be exhibited in all countries at the same time, and would clear a fortune in a year. By and by I will do this. If in 1891 I find myself not rich enough to carry out my scheme of buying Christopher Columbus's bones and burying them under the Statue of Liberty enlightening the world, I will give the idea to somebody who is rich enough." Incidentally, he did an occasional piece of literary work. Early in the year, with Brander Matthews, he instructed and entertained the public with the copyright controversy in the Princeton Review. Matthews would appear to have criticized the English copyright protection, or rather the lack of it, comparing it unfavorably with American conditions. Clemens, who had been amply protected in Great Britain, replied that America was in no position to criticize England, that if American authors suffered in England they had themselves to blame for not taking the proper trouble and precautions required by the English law, that is to say, previous publication on English soil. He declared that his own books had been as safe in England as at home, since he had undertaken to comply with English requirements, and that Professor Matthews was altogether mistaken, both as to premise and conclusion. "You are the very wrong-headedest person in America," he said, "and you are injudicious." And of the article, "I read it to the cat. Well, I never saw a cat carry on so before. The American author can go to Canada, spend 3 days there, and come home with an English and American copyright as strong as if it had been built out of railroad iron." Matthews replied that not everyone could go to Canada any more than to Corinth. He said, "It is not easy for a poor author who may chance to live in Florida or Texas, those noted homes of literature, to go to Canada." Clemens did not reply again. That is to say, he did not publish his reply. It was a capable bomb which he prepared, well furnished with amusing instance, sarcasm, and ridicule, but he did not use it. Perhaps he was afraid it would destroy his opponent, which would not do. In his heart he loved Matthews. He laid the deadly thing away and maintained a dignified reserve. Clemens often felt called upon to criticize American institutions, but he was first to come to their defense, especially when the critic was an alien. When Matthew Arnold offered some strictures on America, Clemens covered a good many quires of paper with caustic replies. He even defended American newspapers, which he had himself more than once violently assailed for misreporting him, and for other journalistic shortcomings, and he bitterly denounced every shaky British institution, touched upon every weak spot in hereditary rule. He did not print, not then. An article on the American press, probably the best of those prepared at this time, was used in part in the American Claimant, as the paper read before the Mechanics' Club by Parker, assistant editor of the Democrat. He was writing mainly for relief, without success, however, for he only kindled the fires of his indignation. He was at Quarry Farm, and he plunged into his neglected story, A Yankee in King Arthur's Court, and made his astonishing hero the mouthpiece of his doctrines. He worked with an inspiration and energy born of his ferocity. To Whitmore, near the end of the summer, he wrote, "I've got 16 working days left yet, and in that time I will add another 120,000 words to my book, if I have luck." In his memoranda of this time he says, "There was never a throne which did not represent a crime. There is no throne today which does not represent a crime. Show me a lord, and I will show you a man you couldn't tell from a journeyman shoemaker, if he were stripped, and who, in all that is worth being, is the shoemaker's inferior. And in the shoemaker I will show you a dull animal, a poor-spirited insect, for there are enough of him to rise and chuck the lords and royalties into the sea where they belong, and he doesn't do it."
But his violence waned, maybe, for he did not finish the Yankee in the 16 days as planned. He brought the manuscript back to Hartford, and found it hard work there, owing to many interruptions. He went over to Twichell's and asked for a room where he might work in seclusion. They gave him a big upper chamber, but some repairs were going on below. From a letter written to Theodore Crane we gather that it was not altogether quiet. Friday, October 5th, 1888. DEAR Theo, I am here in Twichell's house at work, with the noise of the children and an army of carpenters to help. Of course they don't help, but neither do they hinder. It's like a boiler factory for racket, and in nailing a wooden ceiling onto the room under me the hammering tickles my feet amazingly sometimes, and jars my table a good deal. But I never am conscious of the racket at all, and I move my feet into positions of relief without knowing when I do it. I began here Monday morning, and have done 80 pages since. I was so tired last night that I thought I would lie abed and rest to day, but I couldn't resist. I mean to try to knock off to morrow, but it's doubtful if I do. I want to finish the day the machine finishes, and a week ago the closest calculation for that indicated October 22nd, but experience teaches me that the calculations will miss fire as usual. The other day the children were projecting a purchase, Livy and I to furnish the money, $1.50. Jean discouraged the idea. She said, "We haven't got any money. Children, if you would think, you would remember the machine isn't done." It's billiards tonight. I wish you were here. With love to you both, S.L.C. P.S. I got it all wrong. It wasn't the children, it was Marie. She wanted a box of blacking for the children's shoes. Jean reproved her and said, "Why, Marie, you mustn't ask for things now. The machine isn't done." Neither the Yankee nor the machine was completed that fall, though returns from both were beginning to be badly needed. The financial pinch was not yet severe, but it was noticeable, and it did not relax. A memorandum of this time tells of an anniversary given to Charles and Susan Warner in their own home. The guests assembled at the Clemens home, the Twichells among them, and slipped across to Warner's, entering through a window. Dinner was then announced to the Warners, who were sitting by their library fire. They came across the hall and opened the dining-room door, to be confronted by a table fully spread and lighted, and an array of guests already seated. End of Chapter 167. Notes and Literary Matters. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 64 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 168. Introducing Nye and Riley and Others. It was the winter 1888-1889 that the Bill Nye and James Whitcomb Riley entertainment combination set out on its travels. Mark Twain introduced them to their first Boston audience. Major J. B. Pond was exploiting Nye and Riley, and Clemens went on to Boston especially to hear them. Pond happened upon him in the lobby of the Parker House and insisted that nothing would do but he must introduce them. In his book of memories, which he published later, Pond wrote: "He replied that he believed I was his mortal enemy,
and determined that he should never have an evening's enjoyment in my presence. He consented, however, and conducted his brother humorist and the Hoosier poet to the platform. Mark's presence was a surprise to the audience, and when they recognized him the demonstration was tremendous. The audience rose in a body, and men and women shouted at the very top of their voices. Handkerchiefs waved. The organist even opened every forte key and pedal in the great organ, and the noise went on unabated for minutes. It took some time for the crowd to get down to listening, but when they did subside, as Mark stepped to the front, the silence was as impressive as the noise had been. He presented the Nye-Riley pair as the Siamese twins. "I saw them first," he said, "a great many years ago, when Mr. Barnum had them, and they were just fresh from Siam. The ligature was their best hold then, but literature became their best hold later, when one of them committed an indiscretion, and they had to cut the old bond to accommodate the sheriff." He continued this comic fancy, and the audience was in a proper frame of mind, when he had finished, to welcome the twins of genius who were to entertain them. Pond says: "It was a carnival of fun in every sense of the word. Bostonians will not have another such treat in this generation." Pond proposed to Clemens a regular tour with Nye and Riley. He wrote: "I will go partners with you, and I will buy Nye and Riley's time and give an entertainment something like the one we gave in Boston. Let it be announced that you will introduce the twins of genius. Ostensibly a pleasure trip for you. I will take 1/3 of the profits, and you 2/3. I can tell you it will be the biggest thing that can be brought before the American public." But Clemens, badly as he was beginning to need the money, put this temptation behind him. His chief diversion these days was in gratuitous appearances. He had made up his mind not to read or lecture again for pay, but he seemed to take a peculiar enjoyment in doing these things as a benefaction. That he was beginning to need the money may have added a zest to the joy of his giving. He did not respond to all invitations. He could have been traveling constantly had he done so. He consulted with Mrs. Clemens and gave himself to the cause that seemed most worthy. In January, Colonel Richard Malcolm Johnston was billed to give a reading with Thomas Nelson Page in Baltimore. Page's wife fell ill and died, and Colonel Johnston, in extremity, wired Charles Dudley Warner to come in Page's place. Warner, unable to go, handed the invitation to Clemens, who promptly wired that he would come. They read to a packed house, and when the audience was gone and the returns had been counted, an equal division of the profits was handed to each of the authors. Clemens pushed his share over to Johnston, saying: "That's yours, Colonel. I'm not reading for money these days." Colonel Johnston, to whom the sum was important, tried to thank him, but he only said: "Never mind, Colonel. It only gave me pleasure to do you that little favor. You can pass it on some day." As a matter of fact, hard put to it as he was for funds, Clemens at this time regarded himself as a potential multimillionaire. The type-setting machine which for years had been sapping his financial strength was believed to be perfected, and shiploads of money were waiting in the offing. However, we shall come to this later. Clemens read for the cadets at West Point, and for a variety of institutions, and on many special occasions. He usually gave chapters from his Yankee, now soon to be finished, chapters generally beginning with the Yankee's impression of the curious country and its people, ending with the battle of the Sun Belt, when the Yankee and his 54 adherents were masters of England, with 25,000 dead men lying about them. He gave this at West Point, including the chapter where the Yankee has organized a West Point of his own in King Arthur's reign. In April, '89, he made an address at a dinner given to a victorious baseball team returning from a tour of the world by way of the Sandwich Islands. He was on familiar ground there. His heart was in his words. He began. I have been in the Sandwich Islands 23 years ago, that peaceful land, that beautiful land, that far off home of solitude and soft idleness and repose and dreams, where life is one long slumberous Sabbath, the climate one long summer day, and the good that die experience no change, for they but fall asleep in one heaven and wake up in another. And these boys have played baseball there, baseball, which is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the living, tearing, booming 19th, the mightiest of all the centuries. He told of the curious island habits for his hearers' amusement, but at the close the poetry of his memories once more possessed him. Ah, well, it is refreshment to the jaded, it is water to the thirsty, to look upon men who have so lately breathed the soft air of those isles of the blest, and had before their eyes the inextinguishable vision of their beauty. No alien land in all the earth has any deep, strong charm for me but that one. No other land could so longingly and so beseechingly haunt me, sleeping and waking through half a lifetime, as that one has done. Other things leave me, but it abides. Other things change, but it remains the same. For me, its balmy airs are always blowing, its summer seas flashing in the sun. The pulsing of its surf is in my ear. I can see its garland crags, its leaping cascades, its plumy palms drowsing by the shore, its remote summits floating like islands above the cloud rack. I can feel the spirit of its woody solitudes. I hear the plashing of the brooks. In my nostrils still lives the breath of flowers that perished 20 years ago. End of chapter 168. Introducing Nye and Riley and Others. Read by John Greenman. This is section 65 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 169, The Coming of Kipling. It was the summer of 1889 that Mark Twain first met Rudyard Kipling. Kipling was making his tour around the world, a young man wholly unheard of outside of India. He was writing letters home to an Indian journal, the Pioneer, and he came to Elmira especially to see Mark Twain. It was night when he arrived, and next morning someone at the hotel directed him to Quarry Farm. In a hired hack he made his way out through the suburbs, among the buzzing planing mills and sash factories, and toiled up the long, dusty, roasting East Hill, only to find that Mark Twain was at General Langdon's, in the city he had just left behind. Mrs. Crane and Susy Clemens were the only ones left at the farm, and they gave him a seat on the veranda and brought him glasses of water or cool milk while he refreshed them with his talk which Mark Twain once said might be likened to footprints, so strong and definite was the impression which it left behind. He gave them his card, on which the address was Allahabad, and Susy preserved it on that account, because to her India was a fairyland, made up of magic, airy architecture, and dark mysteries. Clemens once dictated a memory of Kipling's visit. Kipling had written upon the card a compliment to me. This gave it an additional value in Susy's eyes, since, as a distinction, it was the next thing to being recognized by a denizen of the moon. Kipling came down that afternoon and spent a couple of hours with me, and at the end of that time I had surprised him as much as he had surprised me, and the honors were easy. I believed that he knew more than any person I had met before, and I knew that he knew that I knew less than any person he had met before, though he did not say it, and I was not expecting that he would. When he was gone, Mrs. Langdon wanted to know about my visitor. I said, "He is a stranger to me, but he is a most remarkable man, and I am the other one. Between us we cover all knowledge. He knows all that can be known, and I know the rest." He was a stranger to me and to all the world, and remained so for 12 months. Then he became suddenly known, and universally known. From that day to this he has held this unique distinction, that of being the only living person, not head of a nation, whose voice is heard around the world the moment it drops a remark, the only such voice in existence that does not go by slow ship and rail, but always travels first class by cable. About a year after Kipling's visit in Elmira, George Warner came into our library one morning in Hartford with a small book in his hand, and asked me if I had ever heard of Rudyard Kipling. I said no. He said I would hear of him very soon, and that the noise he was going to make would be loud and continuous. The little book was the Plain Tales, and he left it for me to read, saying it was charged with a new and inspiring fragrance, and would blow a refreshing breath around the world that would revive the nations. A day or two later he brought a copy of the London World, which had a sketch of Kipling in it, and a mention of the fact that he had traveled in the United States. According to this sketch, he had passed through Elmira. This remark, with the additional fact that he hailed from India, attracted my attention, also Susy's. She went to her room and brought his card from its place in the frame of her mirror, and the Quarry Farm visitor stood identified. Kipling also has left an account of that visit. In his letter recording it he says: "You are a contemptible lot over yonder. Some of you are commissioners, and some are lieutenant governors, and some have the V.C., and a few are privileged to walk about the Mall arm in arm with the Viceroy. But I have seen Mark Twain this golden morning, have shaken his hand, and smoked a cigar, no, 2 cigars with him, and talked with him for more than 2 hours. Understand clearly that I do not despise you, indeed I don't. I am only very sorry for you, from the Viceroy downward. A big darkened drawing-room, a huge chair, a man with eyes, a mane of grizzled hair, a brown mustache covering a mouth as delicate as a woman's, a strong, square hand shaking mine, and the slowest, calmest, levelest voice in all the world, saying, 'Well, you think you owe me something, and you've come to tell me so. Well, that's what I call squaring a debt handsomely. Piff! from a cob pipe. I have always said that a Missouri meerschaum was the best smoking in the world. And behold, Mark Twain had curled himself up in the big arm-chair and was smoking reverently, as befits one in the presence of his superior. The thing that struck me first was that he was an elderly man, yet, after a minute's thought, I perceived that it was otherwise, and in 5 minutes, the eyes looking at me, I saw that the gray hair was an accident of the most trivial. He was quite young. I was shaking his hand, I was smoking his cigar, and I was hearing him talk, this man I had learned to love and admire 14,000 miles away. Reading his books, I had striven to get an idea of his personality, and all my preconceived notions were wrong and beneath the reality. Blessed is the man who finds no disillusion when he is brought face to face with a revered writer. The meeting of those two men made the summer of '89 memorable in later years, but it was recalled sadly, too. Theodore Crane, who had been taken suddenly and dangerously ill the previous autumn, had a recurring attack and died July 3rd. It was the first death in the immediate families for more than 17 years. Mrs. Clemens, remembering that earlier period of sorrow, was depressed with forebodings. End of Chapter 169, The Coming of Kipling, read by John Greenman. Section 66 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 170, The Prince and the Pauper on the Stage. There was an unusual dramatic interest in the Clemens home that autumn. Abby Sage Richardson had dramatized The Prince and the Pauper, and Daniel Frohman had secured Elsie Leslie (Lyde) to take the double role of the Prince and Tom Canty. The rehearsals were going on, and the Clemens children were naturally a good deal excited over the outcome. Susy Clemens was inspired to write a play of her own, a pretty Greek fancy called The Triumph of Music, and when it was given on Thanksgiving night by herself, with Clara and Jean and Margaret Warner, it was really a lovely performance, and carried one back to the days when emotions were personified and nymphs haunted the seclusions of Arcady. Clemens was proud of Susy's achievement and deeply moved by it. He insisted on having the play repeated, and it was given again later in the year. Pretty Elsie Leslie became a favorite of the Clemens household. She was very young, and when she visited Hartford, Jean and she were companions and romped together in the hayloft. She was also a favorite of William Gillette. One day, when Clemens and Gillette were together, they decided to give the little girl a surprise, a unique one. They agreed to embroider a pair of slippers for her, to do the work themselves. Writing to her of it, Mark Twain said: "Either one of us could have thought of a single slipper, but it took both of us to think of 2 slippers. In fact, one of us did think of 1 slipper, and then, quick as a flash, the other of the other one. It shows how wonderful the human mind is." Gillette embroidered his slipper with astonishing facility and splendor, but I have been a long time pulling through with mine. You see, it was my very first attempt at art, and I couldn't rightly get the hang of it along at first, and then I was so busy that I couldn't get a chance to work at it at home, and they wouldn't let me embroider on the cars. They said it made the other passengers afraid. They didn't like the light that flared into my eye when I had an inspiration, and even the most fair-minded people doubted me when I explained what it was I was making, especially brakemen. Brakemen always swore at it, and carried on the way ignorant people do about art. They wouldn't take my word that it was a slipper. They said they believed it was a snowshoe that had some kind of disease." He went on to explain and elucidate the pattern of the slipper, and how Dr. Root had come in and insisted on taking a hand in it, and how beautiful it was to see him sit there and tell Mrs. Clemens what had been happening while they were away during the summer, holding the slipper up toward the end of his nose, imagining the canvas was a subject with a scalp wound, working with a lovely surgical stitch, never hesitating a moment in his talk except to say "Ouch!" when he struck himself with a needle. "Take the slippers and wear them next to your heart, Elsie dear, for every stitch in them is a testimony of the affection which two of your loyalest friends bear you. Every single stitch cost us blood. I've got twice as many pores in me now as I used to have, and you would never believe how many places you can stick a needle in yourself until you go into the embroidery line and devote yourself to art. Do not wear these slippers in public, dear. It would only excite envy, and as like as not somebody would try to shoot you. Merely use them to assist you in remembering that among the many, many people who think all the world of you is your friend Mark Twain." The play of The Prince and the Pauper, dramatized by Mrs. Richardson and arranged for the stage by David Belasco, was produced at the Park Theater, Philadelphia, on Christmas Eve. It was a success, but not a lavish one. The play was well written and staged, and Elsie Leslie was charming enough in her parts, but in the duality lay the difficulty. The strongest scenes in the story had to be omitted when one performer played both Tom Canty and the little Prince. The play came to New York, to the Broadway Theater, and was well received. On the opening night there, Mark Twain made a speech in which he said that the presentation of The Prince and the Pauper realized a dream which 15 years before had possessed him all through a long downtown tramp amid the crowds and confusion of Broadway. In Elsie Leslie, he said, he had found the embodiment of his dream, and to her he offered homage as the only prince clothed in the divine right which was not rags and sham, the divine right of an inborn supremacy in art. It seems incredible today that, realizing the play's possibilities as Mark Twain did, and as Belasco and Daniel Frohman must have done, they did not complete their partial triumph by finding another child actress to take the part of Tom Canty. Clemens urged and pleaded with them, but perhaps the undertaking seemed too difficult. At all events, they did not find the little beggar king. Then legal complications developed. Edward House, to whom Clemens had once given a permission to attempt a dramatization of the play, suddenly appeared with a demand for recognition, backed by a lawsuit against all those who had a proprietary interest in the production. House, with his adopted Japanese daughter Koto, during a period of rheumatism and financial depression, had made a prolonged visit in the Clemens home and originally undertook the dramatization as a sort of return for hospitality. He appears not to have completed it, and to have made no arrangement for its production, or to have taken any definite step until Mrs. Richardson's play was profitably put on, whereupon his suit and injunction. By the time a settlement of this claim had been reached the play had run its course, and it was not revived in that form. It was brought out in England, where it was fairly prosperous, though it seems not to have been long continued. Variously reconstructed, it has occasionally been played since, and always, when the parts of Tom Canty and the Prince were separate, with great success. Why this beautiful drama should ever be absent from the boards is one of the unexplainable things.
It is a play for all times and seasons, the difficulty of obtaining suitable twin interpreters for the characters of the Prince and the Pauper being its only drawback. End of Chapter 170. The Prince and the Pauper on the Stage. Read by John Greenman. Section 67 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 171. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. From every point of view it seemed necessary to make The Yankee in King Arthur's Court an important and pretentious publication. It was Mark Twain's first book after a silence of 5 years. It was a book badly needed by his publishing business, with which to maintain its prestige and profit. It was a book which was to come out of his maturity and present his deductions as to humanity at large, and kings in particular, to a waiting public. It was determined to spare no expense on the manufacture, also that its illustrations must be of a sort to illuminate and, indeed, to elaborate the text. Clemens had admired some pictures made by Daniel Carter (Dan) Beard for a Chinese story in the Cosmopolitan, and made up his mind that Beard was the man for the Yankee. The manuscript was sent to Beard, who met Clemens a little later in the office of Webster & Co. to discuss the matter. Clemens said: "Mr. Beard, I do not want to subject you to any undue suffering, but I wish you would read the book before you make the pictures." Beard replied that he had already read it twice. "Very good," Clemens said, "but I wasn't led to suppose that that was the usual custom among illustrators, judging from some results I have seen. You know," he went on, "this Yankee of mine has neither the refinement nor the weakness of a college education. He is a perfect ignoramus. He is boss of a machine shop. He can build a locomotive or a Colt's revolver. He can put up and run a telegraph line, but he's an ignoramus nevertheless. I am not going to tell you what to draw. If a man comes to me and says, 'Mr. Clemens, I want you to write me a story,' I'll write it for him, but if he undertakes to tell me what to write, I'll say, 'Go hire a typewriter.'" To Hall, a few days later, he wrote: "Tell Beard to obey his own inspirations, and when he sees a picture in his mind, put that picture on paper, be it humorous or be it serious. I want his genius to be wholly unhampered. I shan't have any fear as to the results." Without going further, it is proper to say here that the pictures in the first edition of A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court justified the author's faith in the artist of his selection. They are far and away Dan Beard's best work. The socialism of the text strongly appealed to him. Beard himself had socialistic tendencies, and the work inspired him to his highest flights of fancy and to the acme of his technic. Clemens examined the pictures from time to time, and once was moved to write: "My pleasure in them is as strong and as fresh as ever. I do not know of any quality they lack: grace, dignity, poetry, spirit, imagination. These enrich them and make them charming and beautiful. And wherever humor appears, it is high and fine, easy, unforced, kept under, masterly, and delicious." He went on to describe his appreciation in detail, and when the drawings were complete he wrote again.
hold me under permanent obligations. What luck it was to find you! There are hundreds of artists who could illustrate any other book of mine, but there was only one who could illustrate this one. Yes, it was a fortunate hour that I went netting for lightning bugs and caught a meteor. Live forever. This was not too much praise. Beard realized the last shade of the author's allegorical intent, and portrayed it with 100 accents which the average reader would otherwise be likely to miss. Clemens submitted his manuscript to Howells and to Stedman, and he read portions of it, at least to Mrs. Clemens, whose eyes were troubling her so that she could not read for herself. Stedman suggested certain eliminations, but on the whole would seem to have approved of the book. Howells was enthusiastic. It appealed to him as it had appealed to Beard. Its sociology and its socialism seemed to him the final word that could be said on those subjects. When he had partly finished it he wrote: "It's a mighty great book, and it makes my heart burn with wrath. It seems that God didn't forget to put a soul in you. He shuts most literary men off with a brain merely." A few days later he wrote again: "The book is glorious, simply noble. What masses of virgin truth never touched in spring before!" And when he had finished it: "Last night I read your last chapter. As Stedman says of the whole book, it's titanic." Clemens declared in one of his replies to Howells: "I'm not writing for those parties who miscall themselves critics, and I don't care to have them paw the book at all. It's my swan song, my retirement from literature permanently, and I wish to pass to the cemetery unclodded. Well, my book is written. Let it go. But if it were only to write over again, there wouldn't be so many things left out. They burn in me. They keep multiplying and multiplying, but now they can't ever be said, and besides, they would require a library and a pen warmed up in hell." In another letter of this time to Sylvester Baxter, apropos of the tumbling Brazilian throne, he wrote: "When our great brethren, the disenslaved Brazilians, frame their Declaration of Independence, I hope they will insert this missing link. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all monarchs are usurpers and descendants of usurpers, for the reason that no throne was ever set up in this world by the will, freely exercised, of the only body possessing the legitimate right to set it up, the numerical mass of the nation." He was full of it, as he had been all along, and A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court is nothing less than a brief for human rights and human privileges. That is what it is, and it is a pity that it should be more than that. It is a pity that he should have been beset by his old demon of the burlesque, and that no one should have had the wisdom or the strength to bring it under control. There is nothing more charming in any of Mark Twain's work than his introductory chapter, nothing more delightful than the armoring of the Yankee and the outset and the wandering with Alisande. There is nothing more powerful or inspiring than his splendid panoramic picture of the king learning mercy through his own degradation, his daily intercourse with a band of manacled slaves. Nothing more fiercely moving than that fearful incident of the woman burned to warm those freezing chattels, or than the great gallows scene, where the priest speaks for the young mother about to pay the death penalty for having stolen a halfpenny's worth, that her baby might have bread.
Such things as these must save the book from oblivion. But alas, its greater appeal is marred almost to ruin by coarse and extravagant burlesque, which destroys illusion and antagonizes the reader often at the very moment when the tale should fill him with a holy fire of a righteous wrath against wrong. As an example of Mark Twain at his literary worst and best, the Yankee ranks supreme. It is unnecessary to quote examples. One cannot pick up the volume and read 10 pages of it, or 5 pages, without finding them. In the midst of some exalted passage, some towering sublimity, you are brought suddenly to earth with a phrase which wholly destroys the illusion and the diviner purpose. Howells must have observed these things, or was he so dazzled by the splendor of its intent, its righteous charge upon the ranks of oppression, that he regarded its offenses against art as unimportant. This is hard to explain, for the very thing that would sustain such a great message and make it permanent would be the care, the restraint, the artistic worthiness of its construction. One must believe in a story like that to be convinced of its logic. To lose faith in its narrative, is absolutely fatal to its purpose. The Yankee in King Arthur's Court not only offended the English nation, but much of it offended the better taste of Mark Twain's own countrymen, and, in time, it must have offended even Mark Twain himself. Reading it, one can visualize the author as a careering charger with a bit in his teeth, trampling the poetry and the tradition of the romantic days, the very things which he himself in his happier moods cared for most. Howells likened him to Cervantes, laughing Spain's chivalry away. The comparison was hardly justified. It was proper enough to laugh chivalry out of court when it was a reality. But Mark Twain, who loved Sir Thomas Malory to the end of his days, the beauty and poetry of his chronicles, who had written The Prince and the Pauper, and would one day write that divine tale of the Maid of Orleans, who was himself no more nor less than a knight always ready to redress wrong, would seem to have been the last person to wish to laugh it out of romance. And yet, when all is said, one may still agree with Howells in ranking the Yankee among Mark Twain's highest achievements in the way of a greatly imagined and symmetrically developed tale. It is of that class, beyond doubt. Howells goes further. Of all the fanciful schemes in fiction it pleases me most, and I give myself with absolute delight to its notion of a keen East Hartford Yankee finding himself, by a retroactionary spell, at the court of King Arthur of Britain, and becoming part of the 6th century with all the customs and ideas of the 19th in him and about him. The field for humanizing satire which this scheme opens is illimitable. Colossal it certainly is, as Howells and Stedman agreed; colossal in its grotesqueness as in its sublimity. Howells, summarizing Mark Twain's gifts, 1901, has written: He is apt to burlesque the lighter colloquiality, and it is only in the more serious and most tragical junctures that his people utter themselves with veracious simplicity and dignity. That great burly fancy of his is always tempting him to the exaggeration which is the condition of so much of his personal humor, but which, when it invades the drama, spoils the illusion. The illusion renews itself in the great moments, but I wish it could be kept intact in the small, and I blame him that he does not rule his fancy better. All of which applies precisely to the writing of the Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Intended as a fierce heart cry against human injustice, man's inhumanity to man, as such it will live and find readers; but, more than any other of Mark Twain's pretentious works, it needs editing, trimming by a fond but relentless hand. End of Chapter 171. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Read by John Greenman.
Section 68 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 172, The Yankee in England. The London publishers of the Yankee were keenly anxious to revise the text for the English readers. Clemens wrote that he had already revised the Yankee twice, that Stedman had critically read it, and that Mrs. Clemens had made him strike out many passages and soften others. He added that he had read chapters of it in public several times where Englishmen were present, and had profited by their suggestions. Then he said, "Now, mind you, I have taken all this pains because I wanted to say a Yankee mechanic's say against monarchy and its several natural props, and yet make a book which you would be willing to print exactly as it comes to you, without altering a word. We are spoken of, by Englishmen, as a thin-skinned people. It is you who are thin-skinned. An Englishman may write with the most brutal frankness about any man or institution among us, and we republish him without dreaming of altering a line or a word. But England cannot stand that kind of a book written about herself. It is England that is thin-skinned. It causeth me to smile when I read the modifications of my language which have been made in my English editions to fit them for the sensitive English palate. Now, as I say, I have taken laborious pains to so trim this book of offense that you'll not lack the nerve to print it just as it stands. I am going to get the proofs to you just as early as I can. I want you to read it carefully. If you can publish it without altering a single word, go ahead. Otherwise, please hand it to J. R. Osgood in time for him to have it published at my expense. This is important, for the reason that the book was not written for America. It was written for England. So many Englishmen have done their sincerest best to teach us something for our betterment, that it seems to me high time that some of us should substantially recognize the good intent by trying to pry up the English nation to a little higher level of manhood in turn." So the Yankee was published in England just as he had written it. The preface was shortened and modified for both the American and English editions. The reader will find it as originally written under Appendix S, at the end of last volume. And the criticisms were as plentiful as they were frank. It was referred to as a lamentable failure, and as an audacious sacrilege, and in terms still less polite. Not all of the English critics were violent. The Daily Telegraph gave it something more than a column of careful review, which did not fail to point out the book's sins with a good deal of justice and dignity. But the majority of English papers joined in a sort of objurgatory chorus, which, for a time at least, spared neither the author nor his work. Strictures on the Yankee extended to his earlier books. After all, Mark Twain's work was not for the cultivated class. These things must have begun to gravel Clemens a good deal at last, for he wrote to Andrew Lang at considerable length, setting forth his case in general terms, that is to say, his position as an author, inviting Lang to stand as his advocate before the English public. In part he said, "The critic assumes every time that if a book doesn't meet the cultivated class standard it isn't valuable. The critic has actually imposed upon the world the superstition that a painting by Raphael is more valuable to the civilizations of the earth than is a chromo, and the august opera more than the hurdy-gurdy and the villagers' singing society, and the Latin classics than Kipling's far-reaching bugle note, and Jonathan Edwards than the Salvation Army. If a critic should start a religion it would not have any object but to convert angels, and they wouldn't need it. It is not that little minority who are already saved that are best worth lifting up, I should think, but the mighty mass of the uncultivated who are underneath. That mass will never see the old masters, that sight is for the few, but the chromo maker can lift them all one step upward toward appreciation of art. They cannot have the opera, but the hurdy-gurdy and the singing class lift them a little way toward that far height. They will never know Homer, but the passing rhymester of their day leaves them higher than he found them. They may never even hear of the Latin classics, but they will strike step with Kipling's drum beat, and they will march. For all Jonathan Edwards' help they would die in their slums, but the Salvation Army will beguile some of them to a purer air and a cleaner life. I have never tried, even one single little instance, to help cultivate the cultivated classes. I was not equipped for it, either by native gifts or training, and I never had any ambition in that direction, but always hunted for bigger game, the masses. I have seldom deliberately tried to instruct them, but I have done my best to entertain them, for they can get instruction elsewhere. My audience is dumb. It has no voice in print, and so I cannot know whether I have won its approval or only got its censure. He closed by asking that Lang urge the critics to adopt a rule recognizing the masses, and to formulate a standard whereby work done for them might be judged. No voice can reach further than yours in a case of this kind, he said, or carry greater weight of authority. There was no humor in this letter, and the writer of it was clearly in earnest. Lang's response was an article published in the Illustrated London News on the art of Mark Twain. He began by gently ridiculing hyperculture, the new culture, and ended with a eulogy on Huck Finn. It seems worth while, however, to let Andrew Lang speak for himself. I have been educated till I nearly dropped. I have lived with the earliest apostles of culture, in the days when Chippendale was first a name to conjure with, and Japanese art came in like a raging lion, and Ronsard was the favorite poet, and Mr. William Morris was a poet too, and blue and green were the only wear, and the name of Paradise was Camelot. To be sure, I cannot say that I took all this quite seriously, but we too have played at it, and know all about it. Generally speaking, I have kept up with culture. I can talk, if desired, about Saint-Beuve and Mérimée and Felician Rops. I could rhyme ballads when they were in, and knew what a pantoum was. And yet I have not culture. My works are but tinkling brass, because I have not culture. For culture
has got into new regions where I cannot enter, and, what is perhaps worse, I find myself delighting in a great many things which are under the ban of culture." He confesses that this is a dreadful position, one that makes a man feel like one of those liberal politicians who are always sitting on the fence, and who follow their party, if follow it they do, with the reluctant acquiescence of the prophet's donkey. He further confesses that he has tried Hartmann, and prefers Plato; that he is shaky about Blake, though stalwart concerning Rudyard Kipling. "This is not the worst of it. Culture has hardly a new idol, but I long to hurl things at it. Culture can scarcely burn anything, but I am impelled to sacrifice to that same. I am coming to suspect that the majority of culture's modern disciples are a mere crowd of very slimy educated people, who have no natural taste or impulses, who do not really know the best things in literature, who have a feverish desire to admire the newest thing, to follow the latest artistic fashion, who prate about style without the faintest acquaintance with the ancient examples of style in Greek, French, or English, who talk about the classics and criticize the classical critics and poets without being able to read a line of them in the original. Nothing of the natural man is left in these people. Their intellectual equipment is made up of ignorant vanity and eager desire for novelty, and a yearning to be in the fashion. Take, for example, and we have been a long time in coming to him, Mark Twain." Here follow some observations concerning the Yankee, which Lang confesses that he has not read, and has abstained from reading, because "here Mark Twain is not, and cannot be, at the proper point of view. He has not the knowledge which would enable him to be a sound critic of the ideals of the Middle Ages. An Arthurian knight in New York or in Washington would find as much to blame, and justly, as a Yankee at Camelot." Of Mark Twain's work in general he speaks with another conclusion: "Mark Twain is a benefactor beyond most modern writers, and the cultured who do not laugh are merely to be pitied. But his art is not only that of the maker of the scarce article mirth. I have no hesitation in saying that Mark Twain is one among the greatest contemporary makers of fiction. I can never forget or be ungrateful for the exquisite pleasure with which I read Huckleberry Finn for the first time, years ago. I read it again last night, deserting Kenilworth for Huck. I never laid it down till I had finished it. I perused several passages more than once, and rose from it with a higher opinion of its merits than ever. What is it that we want in a novel? We want a vivid and original picture of life. We want character naturally displayed in action, and if we get the excitement of adventure into the bargain, and that adventure possible and plausible, I so far differ from the newest school of criticism as to think that we have additional cause for gratitude. If, moreover, there is an unstrained sense of humor in the narrator, we have a masterpiece, and Huckleberry Finn is nothing less." He reviews Huck sympathetically in detail, and closes: "There are defects of taste, or passages that to us seem deficient in taste, but the book remains a nearly flawless gem of romance and of humor. The world appreciates it, no doubt, but cultured critics are probably unaware of its singular value. The great American novel has escaped the eyes of those who watch to see this new planet swim into their ken. And will Mark Twain never write such another? One is enough for him to live by, and for our gratitude, but not enough for our desire." In the brief column and a half which it occupies, this comment of Andrew Lang's constitutes as thoughtful and fair an estimate of Mark Twain's work as was ever written. W. T. Stead, of the Review of Reviews, was about the only prominent English editor to approve of the Yankee and to exploit its merits. Stead brought down obloquy upon himself by so doing,
and his separation from his business partner would seem to have been at least remotely connected with this heresy. The Yankee in King Arthur's Court was dramatized in America by Howard Taylor, one of the Enterprise compositors, whom Clemens had known in the old Comstock days. Taylor had become a playwright of considerable success, with a number of well-known actors and actresses starring in his plays. The Yankee, however, did not find a manager, or at least it seems not to have reached the point of production. End of Chapter 172, The Yankee in England, read by John Greenman. Section 69 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 173, A Summer at Onteora. With the exception of one article, a majestic literary fossil, Harper's Magazine, February, 1890, included in the Complete Works, Clemens was writing nothing of importance at this time. This article grew out of a curious old medical work containing absurd prescriptions which, with Theodore Crane, he had often laughed over at the farm. A sequel to Huckleberry Finn, Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer Among the Indians, was begun, and a number of its chapters were set in type on the new Page compositor, which had cost such a gallant sum and was then thought to be complete. There seems to have been a plan to syndicate the story, but at the end of Chapter 9 Huck and Tom had got themselves into a predicament from which it seemed impossible to extricate them, and the plot was suspended for further inspiration, which apparently never came. Clemens, in fact, was troubled with rheumatism in his arm and shoulder, which made writing difficult. Mrs. Clemens, too, had twinges of the malady. They planned to go abroad for the summer of 1890, to take the waters of some of the German baths, but they were obliged to give up the idea. There were too many business complications. Also, the health of Clemens's mother had become very feeble. They went to Tannersville in the Catskills instead, to the Onteora Club, where Mrs. Candace Wheeler had gathered a congenial colony in a number of picturesque cottages, with a comfortable hotel for the more transient visitor. The Clemenses secured a cottage for the season. Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge, Lawrence Hutton, Carroll Beckwith, the painter, Brander Matthews, Dr. Heber Newton, Mrs. Custer, and Dora Wheeler were among those who welcomed Mark Twain and his family at a generous homemade banquet. It was the beginning of a happy summer. There was a constant visiting from one cottage to another, with frequent assemblings at the Bear and Fox Inn, their general headquarters. There were pantomimes and charades, in which Mark Twain and his daughters always had star parts. Susy Clemens, who was now 18, brilliant and charming, was beginning to rival her father as a leader of entertainment. Her sister Clara gave impersonations of Modjeska and Ada Rehan. When 4th of July came, there were burlesque races, of which Mark Twain was starter, and many of that light-hearted company took part. Sometimes in the evening they gathered in one of the cottages and told stories by the firelight, and once he told the story of the golden arm so long remembered, and brought them up with the same old jump at the sudden climax. Brander Matthews remembers that Clemens was obliged frequently to go to New York on business connected with the machine and the publishing, and that during one of these absences a professional entertainer came along, and in the course of his program told a Mark Twain story, at which Mrs. Clemens and the girls laughed without recognizing its authorship. Matthews also remembers Jean, as a little girl of 10, allowed to ride a pony and to go barefoot, to her great delight, full of health and happiness, a favorite of the colony. Clemens would seem to have forgiven Brander Matthews for his copyright articles, for he walked over to the Matthews cottage one morning and asked to be taught piquet, the card game most in vogue there that season. At odd times he sat to Carroll Beckwith for his portrait, and smoked a cob pipe meantime, so Beckwith painted him in that way. It was a season that closed sadly. Clemens was called to Keokuk in August, to his mother's bedside, for it was believed that her end was near. She rallied, and he returned to Onteora. But on the 27th of October came the close of that long, active life, and the woman who 2 generations before had followed John Clemens into the wilderness and along the path of vicissitude, was borne by her children to Hannibal and laid to rest at his side. She was in her 88th year. The Clemens family were back in Hartford by this time, and it was only a little later that Mrs. Clemens was summoned to the deathbed of her own mother in Elmira. Clemens accompanied her, but Jean being taken suddenly ill, he returned to Hartford. Watching by the little girl's bedside on the night of the 27th of November, he wrote Mrs. Clemens a birthday letter, telling of Jean's improved condition and sending other good news and as many loving messages as he could devise. But it proved a sad birthday for Mrs. Clemens, for on that day her mother's gentle and beautiful soul went out from among them. The foreboding she had felt at the passing of Theodore Crane had been justified. She had a dread that the harvest of death was not yet ended. Matters in general were going badly with them, and an anxiety began to grow to get away from America, and so perhaps leave sorrow and ill luck behind. Clemens, near the end of December, writing to his publishing manager, Hall, said, "Merry Christmas to you, and I wish to God I could have one myself before I die." The house was emptier that winter than before, for Susy was at Bryn Mawr. Clemens planned some literary work, but the beginning, after his long idleness, was hard. A diversion was another portrait of himself, this time undertaken by Charles Noel Flagg. Clemens rather enjoyed portrait sittings. He could talk and smoke, and he could incidentally acquire information. He liked to discuss any man's profession with him, and in his talks with Flagg he made a sincere effort to get that insight which would enable him to appreciate the old masters. Flagg found him a tractable sitter, and a most interesting one. Once he paid him a compliment, then apologized for having said the obvious thing. "Never mind the apology," said Clemens. "The compliment that helps us on our way is not the one that is shut up in the mind, but the one that is spoken out." When Flagg's portrait was about completed, Mrs. Clemens and Mrs. Crane came to the studio to look at it. Mrs. Clemens complained only that the necktie was crooked. "But it's always crooked," said Flagg, "and I have a great fancy for the line it makes." She straightened it on Clemens himself, but it immediately became crooked again. Clemens said, "If you were to make that necktie straight, people would say, 'Good portrait, but there is something the matter with it. I don't know where it is.'" The tie was left unchanged. End of Chapter 173, A Summer at Onteora, read by John Greenman. Section 70 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 174, The Machine. The reader may have realized that by the beginning of 1891 Mark Twain's finances were in a critical condition. The publishing business had managed to weather along. It was still profitable, and could have been made much more so if the capital necessary to its growth had not been continuously and relentlessly absorbed by that gigantic vampire of inventions, that remorseless Frankenstein monster, the machine. The beginning of this vast tragedy, for it was no less than that, dated as far back as 1880, when Clemens one day had taken a minor and purely speculative interest in patent rights, which was to do away with setting type by hand. In some memoranda which he made more than 10 years later, when the catastrophe was still a little longer postponed, he gave some account of the matter. "This episode has now spread itself over more than 1/5 of my life, a considerable stretch of time, as I am now 55 years old. 10 or 11 years ago Dwight Buell, a jeweler, called at our house, and was shown up to the billiard room, which was my study, and the game got more study than the other sciences. He wanted me to take some stock in a type-setting machine. He said it was at the Colt's Arms factory and was about finished. I took $2,000 of the stock. I was always taking little chances like that, and almost always losing by it, too. Some time afterward I was invited to go down to the factory and see the machine. I went, promising myself nothing, for I knew all about typesetting by practical experience, and held the settled and solidified opinion that a successful type-setting machine was an impossibility, for the reason that a machine cannot be made to think, and the thing that sets movable type must think or retire defeated. So the performance I witnessed did most thoroughly amaze me. Here was a machine that was really setting type, and doing it with swiftness and accuracy, too. Moreover, it was distributing its case at the same time. The distribution was automatic. The machine fed itself from a galley of dead matter and without human help or suggestion, for it began its work of its own accord when the type channels needed filling, and stopped of its own accord when they were full enough. The machine was almost a complete compositor. It lacked but one feature: it did not justify the lines. This was done by the operator's assistant. I saw the operator set at the rate of 3,000 ems an hour, which, counting distribution, was but little short of 4 casemen's work. William Hammersley was there. He said he was already a considerable owner, and was going to take as much more of the stock as he could afford, wherefore I set down my name for an additional $3,000. It is here that the music begins. It was the so-called Farnham machine that he saw, invented by James W. Paige, and if they had placed it on the market then, without waiting for the inventor to devise improvements, the story might have been a different one. But Paige was never content short of absolute perfection, a machine that was not only partly human, but entirely so. Clemens used to say later that the Paige typesetter would do everything that a human being could do except drink and swear and go on a strike. He might properly have omitted the last item, but of that later. Paige was a small, bright-eyed, alert, smartly dressed man with a crystal-clear mind, but a dreamer and a visionary. Clemens says of him, "He is a poet, a most great and genuine poet, whose sublime creations are written in steel." It is easy to see now that Mark Twain and Paige did not make a good business combination. When Paige declared that, wonderful as the machine was, he could do vastly greater things with it, make it worth many more and much larger fortunes by adding this attachment and that, Clemens was just the man to enter into his dreams and to furnish the money to realize them. Paige did not require much money at first, and on the capital already invested he tinkered along with his improvements for something like 4 or 5 years. Hammersley and Clemens meantime capitalizing the company and getting ready to place the perfected invention on the market. By the time the Grant episode had ended, Clemens had no reason to believe but that incalculable wealth lay just ahead, when the newspapers
should be apprised of the fact that their types were no longer to be set by hand. Several contracts had been made with Paige, and several new attachments had been added to the machine. It seemed to require only one thing more, the justifier, which would save the labor of the extra man. Paige could be satisfied with nothing short of that, even though the extra man's wage was unimportant. He must have his machine do it all, and meantime 5 precious years had slipped away. Clemens, in his memoranda, says: End of 1885. Paige arrives at my house unheralded. I had seen little or nothing of him for a year or two. He said, "What will you complete the machine for?" "What will it cost?" $20,000, certainly not over $30,000. "What will you give?" "I'll give you half." Clemens was flush at this time. His reading tour with Cable, the great sale of Huck Finn, the prospect of the Grant book, were rosy realities. He said, "I'll do it, but the limit must be $30,000." They agreed to allow Hammersley a 10th interest for the money he had already invested, and for legal advice. Hammersley consented readily enough, and when in February, 1886, the new contract was drawn, they believed themselves heir to the millions of the Fourth Estate. By this time F. G. Whitmore had come into Clemens's business affairs, and he did not altogether approve of the new contract. Among other things, it required that Clemens should not only complete the machine, but promote it, capitalize it commercially. Whitmore said, "Mr. Clemens, that clause can bankrupt you." Clemens answered, "Never mind that, Whitmore. I've considered that. I can get 1,000 men worth $1,000,000 apiece to go in with me, if I can get a perfect machine." He immediately began to calculate the number of millions he would be worth presently when the machine was completed and announced to the waiting world. He covered pages with figures that never ran short of millions, and frequently approached the billion mark. Colonel Sellers in his happiest moments never dreamed more lavishly. He obtained a list of all the newspapers in the United States and in Europe, and he counted up the machines that would be required by each. To his nephew, Sam Moffett, visiting him one day, he declared that it would take 10 men to count the profits from the typesetter. He realized clearly enough that a machine which would set and distribute type and do the work of half a dozen men or more would revolutionize type composition. The fact that other inventors besides Paige were working quite as diligently, and perhaps toward more simple conclusions, did not disturb him. Rumors came of the Rogers machine, and the Thorne machine, and the Mergenthaler linotype, but Mark Twain only smiled. When the promoters of the Mergenthaler offered to exchange half their interests for a half interest in the Paige patent, to obtain thereby a wider insurance of success, it only confirmed his trust, and he let the golden opportunity go by. Clemens thinks the $30,000 lasted about a year. Then Paige confessed that the machine was still incomplete, but he said that $4,000 more would finish it, and that with $10,000 he could finish it and give a big exhibition in New York. He had discarded the old machine altogether, it seems, and at Pratt & Whitney's shops was building a new one from the ground up, a machine of 20,000 minutely exact parts, each of which must be made by expert hand workmanship after elaborate drawings and patterns even more expensive. It was an undertaking for a millionaire. Paige offered to borrow from Clemens the amount needed, offering the machine as security. Clemens supplied the $4,000 and continued to advance money from time to time at the rate of $3,000 to $4,000 a month, until he had something like $80,000 invested, with the machine still unfinished. This would be early in 1888, by which time other machines had reached a state of completion and were being placed on the market. The Mergenthaler, in particular, was attracting wide attention. Paige laughed at it, and Clemens, too, regarded it as a joke.
The moment their machine was complete, all other machines would disappear. Even the fact that the Tribune had ordered 23 of the linotypes, and other journals were only waiting to see the paper in its new dress before ordering, did not disturb them. Those linotypes would all go into the scrap heap presently. It was too bad people would waste their money so. In January, 1888, Paige promised that the machine would be done by the 1st of April, and on the 1st of April he promised it for September. But in October he acknowledged there were still 85 days' work to be done on it. In November Clemens wrote to Orion: "The machine is apparently almost done, but I take no privileges on that account. It must be done before I spend a cent that can be avoided. I have kept this family on very short commons for 2 years, and they must go on scrimping until the machine is finished, no matter how long that may be." By the end of '88 the income from the books and the business and Mrs. Clemens's Elmira investments no longer satisfied the demands of the typesetter, in addition to the household expense, reduced though the latter was, and Clemens began by selling and hypothecating his marketable securities. The whole household interest by this time centered in the machine. What the Tennessee land had been to John and Jane Clemens and their children, the machine had now become to Samuel Clemens and his family. "When the machine is finished, everything will be all right again," afforded the comfort of that long ago sentence, "when the Tennessee land is sold." They would have everything they wanted then. Mrs. Clemens planned benefactions, as was her wont. Once she said to her sister, "How strange it will seem to have unlimited means, to be able to do whatever you want to do, to give whatever you want to give, without counting the cost." Straight along through another year, and $3,000 and more a month continued, and then on the 5th of January, 1889, there came what seemed the end. The machine and justifier were complete. In his notebook on that day Mark Twain set down this memorandum: "Eureka! Saturday, January 5, 1889, 12:20 p.m. At this moment I have seen a line of movable type spaced and justified by machinery. This is the first time in the history of the world that this amazing thing has ever been done. Present, J. W. Paige, the inventor; Charles Davis, Earl Graham, mathematical assistants and mechanical experts; Bates, foreman, and S. L. Clemens. This record is made immediately after the prodigious event." 2 days later he made another note: "Monday, January 7th, 4:45 p.m. The first proper name ever set by this new keyboard was William Shakespeare. I set it at the above hour, and I perceive now that I see the name written that I either misspelled it then or I've misspelled it now. The space bar did its duty by the electric connections and steam and separated the two words preparatory to the reception of the space." It seemed to him that his troubles were at an end. He wrote overflowing letters, such as long ago he had written about his first mining claims, to Orion and to other members of the family, and to friends in America and Europe. One of these letters, written to George Standring, a London printer and publisher, also an author, will serve as an example: "The machine is finished. An hour and 40 minutes ago a line of movable type was spaced and justified by machinery for the first time in the history of the world, and I was there to see. That was the final function. I had before seen the machine set type automatically, and distribute type, and automatically distribute its 11 different thicknesses of spaces. So now I have seen the machine, operated by one individual, do the whole thing, and do it a deal better than any man at the case can do it. This is by far and away the most marvelous invention ever contrived by man. And it is not a thing of rags and patches. It is made of massive steel, and will last a century. She will do the work of 6 men, and do it better than any 6 men that ever stood at a case. The death warrant of all other type-setting machines in this world was signed at 12:20 this afternoon, when that first line was shot through this machine and came out perfectly spaced and justified, and automatically, mind you. There was a speck of invisible dirt on one of those nonpareil types. Well, the machine allowed for that by inserting of its own accord a space which was the 5,000th of an inch thinner than it would have used if the dirt had been absent. But when I send you the details you will see that that's nothing for this machine to do. You'll see that it knows more and has got more brains than all the printers in the world put together. His letter to Orion was more technical, also more jubilant. At the end he said, "All the witnesses made written record of the immense historical birth, the first justification of a line of movable type by machinery, and also set down the hour and the minute. Nobody had drank anything, and yet everybody seemed drunk. Well, dizzy, stupefied, stunned. All the other wonderful inventions of the human brain sink pretty nearly into commonplaces contrasted with this awful mechanical miracle. Telephones, telegraphs, locomotives, cotton gins, sewing machines, Babbage calculators, Jacquard looms, perfecting presses, all mere toys, simplicities. The page compositor marches alone and far in the land of human inventions." In one paragraph of Orion's letter he refers to the machine as a "cunning devil, knowing more than any man that ever lived." That was a profound truth, though not as he intended it. That creation of James Paige's brain reflected all the ingenuity and elusiveness of its creator, and added something on its own account. It was discovered presently that it had a habit of breaking the types. Paige said it was a trifling thing, he could fix it, but it meant taking down the machine, and that deadly expense of $3,000 or $4,000 a month for the band of workmen and experts in Pratt & Whitney's machine shops did not cease. In February the machine was again setting and justifying type to a hair, and Whitmore's son, Fred, was running it at a rate of 6,000 ems an hour, a rate of composition hitherto unknown in the history of the world. His speed was increased to 8,000 ems an hour by the end of the year, and the machine was believed to have a capacity of 11,000. No typesetter invented to this day could match it for accuracy and precision when it was in perfect order. But its point of perfection was apparently a vanishing point. It would be just reached when it would suddenly disappear, and Paige would discover other needed corrections. Once, when it was apparently complete as to every detail, and running like a human being, with such important customers as the New York Herald and other great papers ready to place their orders,
Paige suddenly discovered that it required some kind of an air blast, and it was all taken down again, and the air blast, which required months to invent and perfect, was added. But what is the use of remembering all these bitter details? The steady expense went on through another year, apparently increasing instead of diminishing, until, by the beginning of 1890, Clemens was finding it almost impossible to raise funds to continue the work. Still he struggled on. It was the old mining fascination: "A foot farther into the ledge, and we shall strike the vein of gold." He sent for Joe Goodman to come and help him organize a capital stock company, in which Senator Jones and John Mackay, old Comstock friends, were to be represented. He never for a moment lost faith in the final outcome, and he believed that if they could build their own factory the delays and imperfections of construction would be avoided. Pratt & Whitney had been obliged to make all the parts by hand. With their own factory the new company would have vast and perfect machinery dedicated entirely to the production of typesetters. Nothing short of $2,000,000 capitalization was considered, and Goodman made at least 3 trips from California to the East, and labored with Jones and Mackay all that winter and at intervals during the following year, through which that cunning devil, the machine, consumed its monthly $4,000. Money that was the final gleanings and sweepings of every nook and corner of the strong box and bank account and savings of the Clemens family resources. With all of Mark Twain's fame and honors, his life at this period was far from an enviable one. It was, in fact, a fevered delirium, often a veritable nightmare. Reporters who approached him for interviews, little guessing what he was passing through, reported that Mark Twain's success in life had made him crusty and sour. Goodman remembers that when they were in Washington conferring with Jones, and had rooms at the Arlington, opening together, often in the night he would awaken to see a light burning in the next room and to hear Mark Twain's voice calling, "Joe, are you awake?" "Yes, Mark, what is it?" "Oh, nothing, only I can't sleep. Won't you talk a while? I know it's wrong to disturb you, but I am so damn miserable that I can't help it." Whereupon he would get up and talk, and pace the floor, and curse the delays until he had refreshed himself, and then perhaps wallow in millions until breakfast time. Jones and Mackay, deeply interested, were willing to put up a reasonable amount of money, but they were unable to see a profit in investing so large a capital in a plant for constructing the machines. Clemens prepared estimates showing that the American business alone would earn $35,000,000 a year, and the European business $20,000,000 more. These dazzled, but they did not convince the capitalists. Jones was sincerely anxious to see the machine succeed, and made an engagement to come out to see it work, but a day or two before he was to come Paige was seized with an inspiration. The typesetter was all in parts when the day came, and Jones's visit had to be postponed. Goodman wrote that the fatal delay had "sicklied over the bloom" of Jones's original enthusiasm. Yet Clemens seems never to have been openly violent with Paige. In the memorandum which he completed about this time he wrote: "Paige and I always meet on effusively affectionate terms, and yet he knows perfectly well that if I had him in a steel trap I would shut out all human succor and watch that trap until he died." He was grabbing at straws now. He offered a 20th or a 100th or a 1,000th part of the enterprise for varying sums, ranging from $1,000 to $100,000. He tried to capitalize his advance machine royalties, and did dispose of a few of these, but when the money came in for them he was beset by doubts as to the final outcome, and though at his wits' ends for further funds, he returned the checks to the friends who had sent them. One $5,000 check from a friend named Arnott in Elmira went back by the next mail. He was willing to sacrifice his own last penny, but he could not take money from those who were blindly backing his judgment only and not their own. He still had faith in Jones, faith which lasted up to the 13th of February, 1891. Then came a final letter, in which Jones said that he had canvassed the situation thoroughly, with such men as Mackay, Don Cameron, Whitney, and others, with the result that they would have nothing to do with the machine. Whitney and Cameron, he said, were large stockholders in the Mergenthaler. Jones put it more kindly and more politely than that, and closed by saying that there could be no doubt as to the machine's future, an ambiguous statement. A letter from young Hall came about the same time, urging a heavy increase of capital in the business. The Library of American Literature, its leading feature, was handled on the installment plan. The collections from this source were deferred driblets, while the bills for manufacture and promotion must be paid down in cash. Clemens realized that for the present, at least, the dream was ended. The family securities were exhausted. The book trade was dull. His book royalties were insufficient even to the demands of the household. He signed further notes to keep business going, left the matter of the machine in abeyance, and turned once more to the trade of authorship. He had spent in the neighborhood of $190,000 on the typesetter, money that would better have been thrown into the Connecticut River, for then the agony had been more quickly over. As it was, it had shadowed many precious years. End of Chapter 174. The Machine, read by John Greenman. Section 71 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 175. The Claimant, Leaving Hartford. For the first time in 20 years, Mark Twain was altogether dependent on literature. He did not feel mentally unequal to the new problem. In fact, with his added store of experience, he may have felt himself more fully equipped for authorship than ever before. It had been his habit to write within his knowledge and observation. To a correspondent of this time he reviewed his stock in trade. I confine myself to life with which I am familiar when pretending to portray life, but I confined myself to the boy life out on the Mississippi because that had a particular charm for me, and not because I was not familiar with other phases of life. I was a soldier 2 weeks once, in the beginning of the war, and was hunted like a rat the whole time. Familiar? My splendid Kipling himself hasn't a more burnt-in, hard-baked, and unforgettable familiarity with that death on the pale horse with hell following after, which is a raw soldier's first fortnight in the field, and which, without any doubt, is the most tremendous fortnight and the vividest he is ever going to see. Yes, I have shoveled silver tailings in a quartz mill a couple of weeks, and acquired the last possibilities of culture in that direction. And I've done pocket mining during 3 months in the one little patch of ground in the whole globe where nature conceals gold in pockets, or did before we robbed all of those pockets, and exhausted, obliterated, annihilated the most curious freak nature ever indulged in. There are not 30 men left alive who, being told there was a pocket hidden on the broad slope of a mountain, would know how to go and find it, or have even the faintest idea of how to set about it. But
I am one of the possible 20 or 30 who possess the secret, and I could go and put my hand on that hidden treasure with a most deadly precision. And I've been a prospector, and know pay rock from poor when I find it, just with a touch of the tongue. And I've been a silver miner, and know how to dig, and shovel, and drill, and put in a blast. And so I know the mines, and the miners interiorly, as well as Bret Harte knows them exteriorly. And I was a newspaper reporter 4 years in cities, and so saw the inside of many things, and was reporter in a legislature 2 sessions, and the same in Congress 1 session, and thus learned to know personally 3 sample bodies of the smallest minds and the selfishest souls and the cowardliest hearts that God makes. And I was some years a Mississippi pilot, and familiarly knew all the different kinds of steamboatmen, a race apart, and not like other folk. And I was for some years a traveling jour printer, and wandered from city to city, and so I know that sect familiarly. And I was a lecturer on the public platform a number of seasons, and was a responder to toasts at all the different kinds of banquets, and so I know a great many secrets about audiences, secrets not to be got out of books, but only acquirable by experience. And I watched over one dear project of mine for years, spent a fortune on it, and failed to make it go, and the history of that would make a large book in which 1,000,000 men would see themselves as in a mirror, and they would testify, and say, verily, this is not imagination, this fellow has been there, and after would they cast dust upon their heads, cursing and blaspheming. And I am a publisher, and did pay to one author's widow, General Grant's, the largest copyright checks this world has seen, aggregating more than £80,000 in the first year. And I have been an author for 20 years and an ass for 55. Now then, as the most valuable capital or culture or education usable in the building of novels is personal experience, I ought to be well equipped for that trade. I surely have the equipment, a wide culture, and all of it real, none of it artificial, for I don't know anything about books. This generous bill of literary particulars was fully warranted. Mark Twain's equipment was equal to his occasions. It is true that he was no longer young, and that his health was not perfect, but his resolution and his energy had not waned. His need was imminent, and he lost no time. He dug out from his pigeonholes such materials as he had in stock, selecting a few completed manuscripts for immediate disposal, among them his old article entitled Mental Telegraphy, written in 1878, when he had hesitated to offer it, in the fear that it would not be accepted by the public otherwise than as a joke. He added to it now a supplement, and sent it to Mr. Alden, of Harper's Magazine. Psychic interest had progressed in 12 years. Also, Mark Twain had come to be rather more seriously regarded. The article was accepted promptly. The publication of this article created a good deal of a stir, and resulted in the first general recognition of what later became known as telepathy. A good many readers insisted on regarding the whole matter as one of Mark Twain's jokes, but its serious acceptance was much wider. The old sketch "Luck" also found its way to Harper's Magazine, and other manuscripts were looked over and furbished up with a view to their disposal. Even the history game was dragged from the dust of its retirement, and Hall was instructed to investigate its chance of profit. Then Mark Twain went to work in earnest. Within a week after the collapse of the Jones bubble he was hard at work on a new book, the transmigration of the old "Claimant" play into a novel. Ever since the appearance of the Yankee there had been what was evidently a concerted movement to induce him to write a novel with the theories of Henry George as the central idea. Letters from every direction had urged him to undertake such a story, and these had suggested a more serious purpose for the "Claimant" book, a motive in which there is a young lord who renounces his heritage and class to come to America and labor with his hands, who attends socialistic meetings, at which men inspired by readings of Progress and Poverty and Looking Backward address their brothers of toil, could have in it something worth while. Clemens inserted portions of some of his discarded essays in these addresses, and had he developed this element further, and abandoned Colonel Sellers's materialization lunacies to the oblivion they had earned, the result might have been more fortunate. But his faith in the new Sellers had never died, and the temptation to use scenes from the abandoned play proved to be too strong to be resisted. The result was incongruous enough. The author, however, admired it amazingly at the time. He sent Howells stirring reports of his progress. He wrote Hall that the book would be ready soon, and that there must be 75,000 orders by the date of issue, "not a single one short of that." Then suddenly at the end of February the rheumatism came back into his shoulder and right arm, and he could hardly hold the pen. He conceived the idea of dictating into a phonograph, and wrote Howells to test this invention and find out as to terms for 3 months, with cylinders enough to carry 175,000 words. "I don't want to erase any of them. My right arm is nearly disabled by rheumatism, but I am bound to write this book and sell 100,000 copies of it no, I mean 1,000,000 next fall. I feel sure I can dictate the book into a phonograph if I don't have to yell. I write 2,000 words a day. I think I can dictate twice as many. But mind, if this is going to be too much trouble to you, go ahead and do it all the same." Howells replied encouragingly. He had talked a letter into a phonograph, and the phonograph man had talked his answer into it, and after which the cylinder had been taken to a typewriter in the next room and correctly written out. If a man had the cheek to dictate his story into a phonograph, Howells said, all the rest seemed perfectly easy. Clemens ordered a phonograph and gave it a pretty fair trial. It was only a partial success. He said he couldn't write literature with it because it hadn't any ideas or gifts for elaboration, but was just a matter-of-fact, comprehensive, and unresponsive, grave, and unsmiling as the devil, a poor audience. "I filled 4 dozen cylinders in 2 sittings. Then I found I could have said it about as easy with the pen, and said it a deal better. Then I resigned." He did not immediately give it up. To relieve his aching arm he alternated the phonograph with the pen, and the work progressed rapidly. Early in May he was arranging for its serial disposition, and it was eventually sold for $12,000 to the McClure syndicate, who placed it in with a number of papers in America and with the Idler magazine in England. W. M. Laffan, of the Sun, an old and tried friend, combined with McClure in the arrangement. Laffan also proposed to join with McClure in paying Mark Twain $1,000 each for a series of 6 European letters. This was toward the end of May, 1891,
when Clemens had already decided upon a long European sojourn. There were several reasons why this was desirable. Neither Clemens nor his wife was in good health. Both of them were troubled with rheumatism, and a council of physicians had agreed that Mrs. Clemens had some disturbance of the heart. The death of Charles L. Webster in April, the fourth death among relatives in 2 years, had renewed her forebodings. Susy, who had been at Bryn Mawr, had returned far from well. The European baths and the change of travel, it was believed, would be beneficial to the family health. Furthermore, the maintenance of the Hartford home was far too costly for their present and prospective income. The house, with its associations of 17 incomparable years, must be closed, and a great period had ended. They arranged to sail on the 6th of June by the French line, on the Gascogne. Mrs. Crane was to accompany them, and came over in April to help in breaking the news to the servants. John and Ellen O'Neill, the gardener and his wife, were to remain in charge. Places were found for George and Patrick. Katie Leary was retained to accompany the family. It was a sad disillusion. The day came for departure, and the carriage was at the door. Mrs. Clemens did not come immediately. She was looking into the rooms, bidding a kind of silent good-by to the home she had made and to all its memories. Following the others, she entered the carriage, and Patrick McAleer drove them together for the last time. They were going on a long journey. They did not guess how long, or that the place would never be home to them again. End of Chapter 175, The Claimant, Leaving Hartford. Read by John Greenman. Section 72 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow PAINE. Chapter 176, A European Summer. They landed at Havre and went directly to Paris, where they remained about a week. From Paris Clemens wrote to Hall that a deal by which he had hoped to sell out his interest in the typesetter to the Mallorys of the Churchman had fallen through. "Therefore," he said, "you will have to modify your installment system to meet the emergency of a constipated purse, for if you should need to borrow any more money I would not know how or where to raise it." The Clemens party went to Geneva, then rested for a time at the baths of Aix. From Aix to Beirut to attend the Wagner festival, and from Beirut to Marienbad for further additions of health. Clemens began writing his newspaper letters at Aix, the first of which consisted of observations at that paradise of rheumatics. This letter is really a careful and faithful description of Aix-les-Bains, with no particular drift of humor in it. He tells how in his own case the baths at first developed plenty of pain, but that the subsequent ones removed almost all of it. "I've got back the use of my arm the last few days, and I am going away now," he says, and concludes by describing the beautiful drives and scenery about Aix, the pleasures to be found paddling on little Lake Bourget, and the happy excursions to Annecy. "At the end of an hour you come to Annecy, and rattle through its old crooked lanes, built solidly up with curious old houses that are a dream of the Middle Ages, and presently you come to the main object of your trip, Lake Annecy. It is a revelation. It is a miracle. It brings the tears to a body's eyes. It is so enchanting, that is to say, it affects you just as all other things that you instantly recognize as perfect affect you. Perfect music, perfect eloquence, perfect art, perfect joy, perfect grief, He was getting back into his old descriptive swing, but his dislike for travel was against him, and he found writing the letters hard. From Beirut he wrote at the shrine of St. Wagner, one of the best descriptions of that great musical festival that has been put into words. He paid full tribute to the performance, also to Wagner's devotion, confessing its genuineness. This opera of Tristan and Isolde last night broke the hearts of all witnesses who were of the faith, and I know of some, and have heard of many, who could not sleep after it, but cried the night away. I feel strongly out of place here. Sometimes I feel like the one sane person in the community of the mad. Sometimes I feel like the one blind man where all others see, the one groping savage in the college of the learned, and always, during service, I feel like a heretic in heaven. He tells how he really enjoyed two of the operas, and rejoiced in supposing that his musical regeneration was accomplished and perfected. But alas! He was informed by experts that those particular events were not real music at all. Then he says: "Well, I ought to have recognized the sign, the old, sure sign that has never failed me in matters of art. Whenever I enjoy anything in art, it means that it is mighty poor. The private knowledge of this fact has saved me from going to pieces with enthusiasm in front of many and many a chromo. However, my base instinct does bring me profit sometimes. I was the only man out of 3,200 who got his money back on those two operas." His third letter was from Marienbad, in Bohemia, another health factory, as he calls it, and is of the same general character as those preceding. In his fourth letter he told how he himself took charge of the family fortunes, and became courier from Aix to Beirut. It is a very delightful letter, most of it, and probably not greatly burlesqued or exaggerated in its details. It is included now in the complete works, as fresh and delightful as ever. They returned to Germany at the end of August, to Nuremberg, which he notes as the city of exquisite glimpses, and to Heidelberg, where they had their old apartment of 13 years before, room 40 at the Schloss Hotel, with its wonderful prospect of wood and hill, and the haze-haunted valley of the Rhine. They remained less than a week in that beautiful place, and then were off to Switzerland, Lucerne, Brienz, Interlaken, finally resting at the Hotel Beau Rivage, Ouchy, Lausanne, on beautiful Lake Léman. Clemens had agreed to write 6 of the newspaper letters, and he had by this time finished 5 of them, the 5th being dated from Interlaken, its subject, "Switzerland, the Cradle of Liberty." He wrote to Hall that it was his intention to write another book of travel and to take a year or two to collect the material. The Century editors were after him for a series after the style of Innocents Abroad. He considered this suggestion, but declined by cable, explaining to Hall that he intended to write for a serial publication no more than the 6 newspaper letters. He said: "To write a book of travel would be less trouble than to write 6 detached chapters. Each of these letters requires the same variety of treatment and subject that one puts into a book, but in the book each chapter doesn't have to be rounded and complete in itself." He suggested that the 6 letters be gathered into a small volume, which would contain about 35 or 40,000 words, to be sold as low as 25 cents, but this idea appears to have been dropped. At Ouchy, Clemens conceived the idea of taking a little trip on his own account, an excursion that would be a rest from the strenuous 3 months' travel and sightseeing, one that he could turn into literature. He engaged Joseph Very, a courier used during their earlier European travels, and highly recommended in the tramp abroad. He sent Joseph over to Lake Bourget to engage a boat and a boatman for a 10 days' trip down the river Rhone. For $5 Joseph bought a safe, flat-bottomed craft. Also he engaged the owner as pilot. A few days later, September 19th, Clemens followed. They stopped overnight on an island in Lake Bourget, and in his notes Clemens tells how he slept in the old castle of Châtillon, in the room where a pope was born. They started on their drift next morning. To Mrs. Clemens, in some good-by memoranda, he said, "The lake is as smooth as glass. A brilliant sun is shining. Our boat is so comfortable and shady with its awning. 11:20 we have crossed the lake and are entering the canal. Shall presently be in the Rhone. Noon. Nearly down to the Rhone, passing the village of Chanaz. Sunday, 3:15 P.M. We have been in the Rhone 3 hours. It is unimaginably still and reposeful and cool and soft and breezy. No rowing or work of any kind to do. We merely float with the current. We glide noisily and swift, as fast as a London cab horse rips along, 8 miles an hour, the swiftest current I've ever boated in. We have the entire river to ourselves, nowhere a boat of any kind." Pleasant it must have been in the warm September days to go swinging down that swift gray stream which comes racing out of Switzerland into France, fed from 1,000 glaciers. He sent almost daily memoranda of his progress. Halfway to Arles he wrote, "It's too delicious. Floating with the swift current under the awning these superb sunshiny days in deep peace and quietness. Some of these curious old historical towns strangely persuade me, but it is so lovely afloat that I don't stop, but view them from the outside and sail on. We get abundance of grapes and peaches for next to nothing. My, but that inn was suffocating with garlic where we stayed last night. I had to hold my nose as we went up stairs, or I believe I should have fainted. Little bit of a room. Rude board floor, unswept, 2 chairs, unpainted white pine table, void of furniture. Had a good firm bed, solid as a rock, and you could have brained an ox with the bolster. These 6 hours have been entirely delightful. I want to do all the rivers of Europe in an open boat in summer weather." Still further along he described one of their shore accommodations. "Night caught us yesterday, where we had to take quarters in a peasant's house, which was occupied by the family and a lot of cows and calves, also several rabbits," his word for fleas. Neither fleas nor mosquitoes ever bit him, probably because of his steady use of tobacco. "The latter had a ball, and I was the ballroom, but they were very friendly and didn't bite. The peasants were mighty kind and hearty, and flew around and did their best to make us comfortable. This morning I breakfast on the shore in the open air with 2 sociable dogs and a cat. Clean cloth, napkins, and table furniture, white sugar, a vast hunk of excellent butter, good bread, first-class coffee with pure milk, fried fish just caught. Wonderful that so much cleanliness should come out of such a phenomenally dirty house."
An hour ago we saw the Falls of the Rhone, a prodigiously rough and dangerous looking place. Shipped a little water, but came to no harm. It was one of the most beautiful pieces of piloting and boat management I ever saw. Our admiral knew his business. We have had to run ashore for shelter every time it has rained heretofore, but Joseph has been putting in his odd time making a waterproof sun bonnet for the boat, and now we sail along dry, although we have had many heavy showers this morning. Here follows a pencil drawing of the boat and its new awning, and he adds, "I'm on the stern, under the shelter, and out of sight." The trip down the Rhone proved more valuable as an outing than as literary material. Clemens covered 174 pages with his notes of it, then gave it up. Traveling alone with no one but Joseph and the admiral, former owner of the craft, was reposeful and satisfactory, but it did not inspire literary flights. He tried to rectify the lack of companionship by introducing fictitious characters, such as Uncle Abner, Fargo, and Stavely, a young artist; also Harris from the Tramp Abroad. But Harris was not really there this time, and Mark Twain's genius, given rather to elaboration than to construction, found it too severe a task to imagine a string of adventures without at least the customary 10% of fact to build upon. It was a day above Avignon that he had an experience worth while. They were abreast of an old castle nearing a village, one of the huddled jumble of houses of that locality, when, glancing over his left shoulder toward the distant mountain range, he received what he referred to later as a soul-stirring shock. Pointing to the outline of the distant range, he said to the courier, "Name it. Who is it?" The courier said, "Napoleon." Clemens assented. The admiral, when questioned, also promptly agreed that the mountain outlined was none other than the reclining figure of the great commander himself. They watched and discussed the phenomenon until they reached the village. Next morning Clemens was up for a first daybreak glimpse of his discovery. Later he reported it to Mrs. Clemens. "I did so long for you and Sue yesterday morning. The most superb sunrise, the most marvelous sunrise, and I saw it all, from the very faintest suspicion of the coming dawn all the way through to the final explosion of glory. But it had an interest private to itself, and not to be found elsewhere in the world, for between me and it, in the far distant eastward, was a silhouetted mountain range, in which I had discovered, the previous afternoon, a most noble face upturned to the sky, a mighty form outstretched, which I had named Napoleon dreaming of universal empire, and now this prodigious face, soft, rich, blue, spirituel, asleep, tranquil, reposeful, lay against that giant conflagration of ruddy and golden splendors, all rayed like a wheel with the upstreaming and far-reaching lances of the sun. It made one want to cry for delight. It was so supreme in its unimaginable majesty and beauty." He made a pencil sketch of the Napoleon head in his notebook, and stated that the apparition could be seen opposite the castle of Beauchastel. But in later years his treacherous memory betrayed him, and forgetting these identifying marks, he told of it as lying a few hours above Arles, and named it the Lost Napoleon, because those who set out to find it did not succeed. He even wrote an article upon the subject, in which he urged tourists to take the steamer from Arles and make a short trip upstream, keeping watch on the right-hand bank, with the purpose of rediscovering the natural wonder. Fortunately this sketch was not published.
It would have been set down as a practical joke by disappointed travelers. One of Mark Twain's friends, Mr. Theodore Stanton, made a persistent effort to find the Napoleon, but with the wrong directions naturally failed. It required 10 days to float to Arles. Then the current gave out and Clemens ended the excursion and returned to Lausanne by rail. He said, "It was 28 miles to Marseilles, and somebody would have to row. That would not have been pleasure. It would have meant work for the sailor, and I do not like work, even when another person does it." To Twichell in America he wrote: "You ought to have been along. I could have made room for you easily, and you would have found that a pedestrian tour in Europe doesn't begin with a raft voyage for hilarity and mild adventure and intimate contact with the unvisited native of the back settlements and extinction from the world and newspapers and a conscience in a state of coma and lazy comfort and solid happiness. In fact, there's nothing that's so lovely. But it's all over. I gave the raft away yesterday at Arles, and am loafing along back by short stages on the rail to Ouchy, Lausanne, where the tribe are staying at the Beau Rivage, and are well and prosperous." End of Chapter 176, A European Summer, read by John Greenman.